changes. a new way where the sun's shining down on my face. I'm running away. You're in a toxic relationship. Time to be free. Trying to find a new way where the sun's shining down on my face. I'm running away. You're in a toxic relationship. Time to be free.
Nice. Oh my goodness. Everybody coming in is good. Thank you. All righty. How we doing, Mr. Richard? All right. We're ready now. We're ready. This is what we were waiting on. Good morning, everybody. Oh, my goodness. This morning as I walked in, Miss Kayla was like, wow, you're all bright and shiny this early. But I got to remind her, and you know, you people that have regular lives, I have to be to school every day at 7:15. That's our sign in. The kids start showing up at 7:30. You got breakfast duty, then the homeroom at 8:15, then classes start. That's every morning. So getting ready to come see y'all, that's easy. So is everybody ready to start? Y'all good? Everybody good? All right, quick question. I'm looking for the people I'm missing. Anybody need parole? What happened last night? What you did last night? No, you're not. You're not getting me wrapped up in this. Okay, somebody tell me something fun y'all did last night. Anybody? No, wait, stop. Hold on a second. This is a place of sweetness. Don't say nothing disgusting. You play kickball? You lost 34-3 in a kickball game. No, you did not. No. Where did you play kickball? Did your team show up? Okay, that's what it is. 34-3. There's no mercy rule in kickball. Like at some point, you just go, bruh, stop. Really? All right, what did you do? You what? Oh my God. Wait, hold on a second. Wait. I still got it. I got my duck. There it is. This sweet angel right there hands out the cutest little ducks. And she believes it might be glow in the dark. I'm not sure, right? I'm not sure yet, but I'm keeping my duck. I got that. All right, one more person. Anybody do anything fun last night? What'd you do? You jogged? You jogged a mile. Okay, we need a definition of fun. So like you just went out running. Oh, on a treadmill. So you ain't even go outside. You just sat in a hotel looking at a screen for a mile. You a cheap date, bro. You all right. I like that. I like this dude, man. Since the first minute. We're going to have a great time. You know, the usual announcements. Number one, we only had one problem with code of conduct, and that was me. I told somebody, I called him, I think it was a stinky pants poopy face. What was that? What did I call you? Not you. I was nice to you yesterday. Yeah, Mike, I was nice to you. All right, I wasn't? Okay, that was the code of conduct violation. That was me. But everybody else was wonderful. Are you talking to each other on the Discord? Make sure you're talking to each other on the Twittering or the X. I just don't like saying that. Has anybody else transferred yet from saying Twitter to X? Because it makes you sound really creepy. It's like, so you was on X last night? That don't sound right. So I'm still calling it Twitter. But that's what I'm saying. What does it do with the parties? We're going to have so much fun. We got wonderful speakers. I love the contest. People are showing up in costumes. The usual announcements. Remember, there's a certain time when the gallery opens. When it opens, go through the galleries. Don't bring food or drink. The gift shop will be open, I think, around 11. Please make sure you take care of the gift shop. Also, Lonnie will be back there with her artwork. Also, outside will be really pretty again today. So we've got all these things to take care of. But we've got something here. Hold on. He said he put it on a podium. Richard gave me some giveaways. Some little giveaways. Oh, thank you. At the end of the day, we'll have another painting giveaway. The sister of the one that we had. But this precious angel has been so sweet, going around being precious and handing out ducks. We have some Halloween socks. Thank you. So awesome. See, be pleasant like that. Why can't you be pleasant like that? That's what I thought. All right. We're ready. Excited. Oh, shoot. Hold on a second. I didn't notice something about these. When you get in the sunlight, check out my shoes. They're blue or they're purple. It depends on how you look at it. But Lonnie pointed out something, and this apparently means something. I didn't realize this. She says, oh, they're red bottoms. I don't know what that means. Does that mean something? It does? Okay, these were gifts, so I don't know. But I love my shoes, so if you get a chance to come over and look at my shoes and go, of course, ooh, and thank you. Make sure you do that. We're starting off big time. Big time starting off today. All right. Ooh. He kept asking me if I'm going to be, not yet. Kept asking what kind of announcement this person would get. First of all, from Detroit. Right. Here's the thing. Yesterday we talked about appearances, and we had a great speaker. If you saw this dude walking down the street, you might go on the other side. But that would be so wrong. One of the nicest individuals you've ever met. Really cool, really amazing, loves his city. And what we have in common, we both are in love with dysfunctional cities. Bruh, come on now. New Orleans and Detroit could have a dysfunction fight. It's awful. But we love it. But he's really smart, really nice. But the most important thing is he's got a can opener on the bottom of his flippity flops. You wearing them today? No. All righty. Ladies and gentlemen, please bang your hands together for Gant Laborde's illegitimate child, Chris DeMars.
Can everybody hear me? Oh, shit. We good? We good? Yes? Good morning, Magnolia. How are we doing today?
Good morning.
That's what I like to hear. All right, huge shout out to Magnolia. If you see anybody that runs this event, tell them thank you. Give them a dap. Give them some knuckles, whatever you got to do. Huge thank you. This is my second time speaking at a Magnolia event. The first time was in a horrible time that we call COVID, and I did it virtually, but it was really great. Before I kick this off, though, I need Ken to come back up here. Kenneth LaFrance, come here.
Okay.
Come on.
Well, good. Guess what? While I'm doing this, Richard, that means our vegan people, before 10 o'clock, please see Miss Kayla to talk to her about your food. We'll take care of that. So I know we have a vegan/vegetarian right there. I might have another one. See Miss Kayla before 10 o'clock. What you got?
All right, so I want to give you a little respect shout out here.
Yeah.
I have shared the stage virtually and physically with this man 4 times and 1 Toastmaster, right? He's amazing. I want you to know that you're great. I want to give it up to you. Everybody needs to give this man a round of applause. And I want you to know you are Knuff. You are Knuff.
I am enough.
That's my appreciation for you. I love you. All right, on with the show. If you ever get a chance to thank the sponsors, definitely give props to the sponsors if you get a chance. If it wasn't for sponsors, we wouldn't have events. We wouldn't have developer community. And this is my lifeblood. I hope it's your lifeblood as well. We went through a horrible... I'm going to have to stick back here, man. We went through a horrible time. We're still going through a horrible time. And developer community kind of crashed, in my opinion. And that sucks, especially for somebody that travels all around the world, that brings community together, that builds relationships with the community, that wants to vibe with my people, right? We started coming back a few years ago. If it wasn't for sponsors, we wouldn't be here. So make sure that you give your sponsors the respect they deserve. Tell them thank you if you ever get a chance. This is the official hashtag for the event. So if you're on Twitter, I'm not going to say X. It's always going to be Twitter. If you're on Twitter, Blue Sky, Mastodon, whatever you do, LinkedIn, this is the official hashtag for the event, so make sure that you're using that. Also tag at MagnoliaJSConf. That's great. Also, if you can throw this on your tweets as well, hashtag developer community. Like I was saying, y'all are my lifeblood. You know, I give up weekends, I give up nights, I travel the world. I'm on planes for long hours for y'all. I don't do it for me, right? I want you to learn from me. I also want to learn from you. I want to see light bulbs go off. I want to see you laugh if I crack a joke, right? Like I was saying, we went through a horrible time. Developer community kind of tanked. We had Zoom. I don't know about you, but speaking virtually is not the greatest. Let's be real. It was kind of a bummer, right? I need to vibe off my audience. I need to see your face. I need to see your smile. That brings me warmth and joy because of y'all. So if you could throw that on any tweets that you're tweeting, that would be fresh as well. This is a video I play before every single accessibility talk that I give, whether it's a workshop or a talk, I don't care where I'm at, but I always play this video, and there's a reason I play it, and this is going to be a little interactive talk that I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be asking a little bit of questions. But I want to get your take on this after it's over.
People think that having a disability is a barrier. But that's not the way I see it. You can catch up with friends. You can capture a moment with your family. One face, small face, focus lock. technology is designed for everyone. It lets anyone do what they love, including me.
Now, this is a very powerful video. I'm not sponsored by Apple. I don't work for Apple. I'm not getting endorsed by Apple, but this is a very, very powerful video. Why do you think I show this before every single talk that I give? And I want to hear from the audience. And you can shout it out if you want. The importance of accessibility. What else? Shows we all belong. What else? Types of disabilities. What else? Shows what's possible with or without disabilities. What else? Accessibility is equity. What else? Perspective of somebody that has disabilities. What else? Everyone matters. What else? Tech is for everyone. What else? I can do this all day. I can do this all day. Those are all amazing answers, and I love to hear it. Everybody says something different at every concert. I'm not at a concert. I wish. Every conference that I speak at. I know, right? Yeah, let's go. Wake up. No, there's a reason I play this, because it just shows that the world is bigger than we are, right? All too many times, we create things that we think look sweet. All too many times, we take designs from a branding or a marketing team, and they think it works, and it doesn't work. We matter. Yes, we do matter. We're writing the code. We're designing things. But at the end of the day, it's everybody else that's out there that matters. A lot of times we take for granted that we could be saving people's lives. Think about that for a minute. You might work at a hospital and you're designing software that's going to keep someone breathing, but you probably don't think about that. You might create software that's going to help a child read, but you probably don't think about that. It is your moral obligation, it's your moral duty as anybody that has their hand in this space that we call the web and software to care about accessibility. Number one, always the first priority. Then performance and security kind of come after that, and then you start to care about the other things. It's something that's always left out until crap hits the fan, until you get a lawsuit, right? Until the enterprise is affected, until the startup is affected, until the developer that you're working with is affected. Now what? That's why I show this. Well, why do you care so much, Chris? Why do you give up your time and energy? Why do you talk so much about accessibility? You know so much about other front-end stuff, but why do you talk so much about accessibility? There's many reasons, but I have my own why. My mom is a boomer. She's 66. She just turned 66 in May. I think she's 66. She's about this tall. She's an old school Detroit girl. You gotta watch what you say, or she might backhand you. But she wears glasses, right? She has macular degeneration of one of her eyes. She's slowly hindering the process by taking different medicines and vitamins to stop that. If you're not familiar with what macular degeneration is, or degeneration of any piece of your body, that means once it starts to fade, it's never coming back. That's just the way it is. Hopefully, she'll be able to keep her eyesight. Hopefully, fingers crossed. But she wears glasses, she has macular degeneration. A lot of you are wearing glasses right now, but you didn't know that's your assistive technology because we automatically think of digital AT when we think of assistive technology. No, you got glasses, you got glasses, you got glasses, you got glasses. If I were to say, how many of you are using AT right now, most of you wouldn't even raise your hand because it's not something you think on the daily, it's something you take for granted. Think about those things. I have to talk really loud for my mom to hear me. She's starting to lose her hearing as she's getting older. Now, she doesn't need hearing aids, knock on wood, but I have to speak very loud for her. So that's two different types of disabilities. We have a visual, we have a hearing. My mom has arthritis. Her bones hurt, her nerves hurt. It's hard for her to walk, right? So there has to be certain things that are in close proximity in her apartment so she can get around. So we have a mobility disability. I could have talked to my mom an hour ago and told her, hey, Mom, I got to give a talk at 9:15. I'm down here at the conference. I could have talked to her 20 minutes ago, and she could say, hey, what are you doing? Where are you at? No clue that I just talked to her an hour ago. But she could remember something from March 16th, 1977, like that. Who she was with, what cigarettes she was smoking, what beer she was drinking, what fur coat she had on. Because my mom is bougie. She was bougie. For being a Detroit girl, she had some fur coats, trust me. Now, the fifth one that we talk about a lot are situational or temporary impairments. I really don't like calling them disabilities. They're just impairments, right? They're just impairments. But situational, broken hand, broken arm, broken finger, right? We don't think about these things. Has anybody had a newborn child and they've had to work at their computer and hold their kid at the same time? Right? But do you think of that, right? When you might only be able to use a keyboard and hold your kid? Right? Your kid's going to get bigger. Your kid's going to be able to run rampant on your house. You have to keep an eye on it, but at least you'll be able to use a mouse and a keyboard at the same time. But that's a temporary impairment, right? We also don't think about the hidden disabilities. If you were just looking at me now, which you all are looking at me, which is great, but if you weren't in like my inner circle, you wouldn't know, and I'm going to open up with all of you and be vulnerable, that I've diagnosed health anxiety with accompanying OCD, but you would never be able to know that because I put up a facade when I have to put up a facade. But that's an internal struggle, right? Different types of anxiety disorders. ADHD, all of these things are hidden. We don't think about those things, but a lot of what we are doing on the web impacts those hidden disabilities. We need to think about that. Is anybody familiar with Jakob Nielsen's design principles? Okay. Well, one of them, paraphrase, is putting yourself in the user's shoes. Think about your user. Think about yourself and your future self, right? These are all things we need to be cognizant of. If I can make an accessible user experience for my mom at the end of the day, I have done my job as a worker on the web. Whether you're a designer or a product owner or a director, it is your job to care about accessibility. I don't care who you are. It is your job to care. We are all here for the same reason. The user. We are advocates for the user. If I can make that experience for my mom at the end of the day amazing and accessible, I have done my job as a worker on the web. And I hope that after this talk you can go back and maybe you can reflect on what your why is. Your why might be you, it might be your kid, it might be your partner, it might be someone in your family. I hope that light bulb goes off for you, and I want to know, if you're cool with sharing, I want to know what your why is. Thanks for being here. Accessibility Enterprise, the relationship of A11Y and ROI. My name's Chris. I'm a senior developer advocate at Harness. Is anybody familiar with Harness? Wow, more than I expected. Cool, that's awesome. So Harness is a modern software delivery platform. So we have products and modules for feature flags, which is kind of my area. We do CI, we do CD, cloud cost management, chaos engineering. We do a bunch of stuff. So if you want to know more about Harness and what we do, definitely come talk with me. I'll be here all day. You can catch me on Twitter at Salt and Burnham right here. If you're a Supernatural fan, you'll understand that reference. Anybody a Supernatural fan? That's what I like to say. Oh, excuse me? I said it's no Buffy. Oh, it's no Buffy. No, got Buffy fans? I love Buffy. What about Charmed? We got Charmed fans? I was going to say old or new Charmed. Old Charmed. That's the way it is. Okay, what about this? Stranger Things fans? More of you? Cool. Excuse me. Yeah, you can catch me Salt and Burnham. I have accolades and recognitions in these couple things over here. I'm not going to talk about that. But that's me. I also believe in ghosts, UFOs, and Bigfoot. So if you want to talk about those things, you care less about what I'm talking about here, you want to talk about this, we can vibe on this all day. We could talk about this all day. Does anybody believe in ghosts? I'd love to see it. Does anybody believe in UFOs? Does anybody believe in Bigfoot? Does anybody believe in a Bigfoot UFO ghost? Yeah. Perfect. Excuse me. Awesome. I love it. If you want to follow me on Twitter, you can scan this. I'm hoping this goes to Twitter. But like I said, Salt and Burnham on Twitter. I'm all over the place. I tweet all the time. I live on Twitter. That's where the developer community is, so that's where I am. It works. Huh? It works, yeah. And if you are tweeting, please, please, please add alt text to any pictures that you are taking and tweeting. For my talk, for any talk, for Todd's talk, because Todd is also giving an accessibility talk at the end of the day to close it out, please add alt text to anything that you are doing in your social space. Because accessibility advocates like us can't really do anything with your tweet. We can't really engage with you if not. Perfect example right over here. I will call you out on Twitter If you don't want me to call you out on Twitter, but I will call you out on Twitter. So please add alt text to any pics. Question time. If I had to ask you, and the accessibility people in the room cannot answer these questions because that's cheating, Todd. If I had to ask you how many people around the world have some type of disability, out of the 5 I mentioned, we're not limited to just those 5, but out of the things I talked about, how many people around the world would you say have some type of disability? A billion? I like that answer. What else? 3 billion? What else? Huh? 90%? Everyone. Everybody has some type of disability, right? Or we've all had some type of disability at some point. I got this answer at a conference one time, and I was like, you know what? I like that answer a lot, because it really puts things into perspective if you don't put a number on it. Technically, if you actually go and look at like the CDC or the World Health Organization, 1 billion, give or take, people around the world have some type of disability, right? That's a lot of people, if you really think about it, because there's 7 billion-ish people around the world. 1 billion of those 7 have some type of disability, right? If you put it in a percentage, it's 20 to 25%, give or take. I don't know if I truly believe this. Todd and I had a great conversation a few conferences ago, and we really think it's probably 30 to 40% at the end of the day, when you factor in most of the situational impairments and most of the hidden impairments, right? 30 to 40% sounds a little bit better. But no one at our company has a disability. We don't hire people with disabilities. Why would we do that? We don't need to make our stuff accessible to anybody. It's all intranet apps. Nobody at our company has a disability. I call BS on that every time. You need to internalize that percentage, that 25 or that 30 to 40%, internalize that. Someone within your organization has some type of disability. That's just the way it is. I worked in an organization, I worked with developers who were colorblind. I worked with QAs that were colorblind. I worked with BAs that were colorblind. I worked with a developer who was deaf. And they were building applications for the outside world as well as internal. Internalize that. Think about those people. I've been in situations where I had an engineer come up to me and say, hey, Chris, I can't make out the difference. I'm building this pie chart, but I can't make out the difference between the reds. And these are the reds that are coming from our branding they want us to use, but I can't tell where one starts and one ends. So we had to come up with a situation, or we had to come up with a way to fix that, right? We had to open up collaboration and communication around color vision deficiencies, there's color blindness, there's 4 main types, and how we can fix these things, right? Go back to marketing or branding and be like, let's tweak this just a little bit. Just a little bit of a hue. We're still sort of following a brand, right? But let's just make it a little bit more accessible. Who has heard this term before? A11Y, or ALI, or ALI. Great, I love it, I love it. If I asked you what this combination of letters and numbers is, not what the meaning is, but if the combination of letters and numbers, would you know what that term is called? If you know what it is, shout it out. No. Shh, you be quiet. It's called a numeronym. And a numeronym is when you take the first letter, you take the last letter, you count the letters in between, and you get your numeronym, A11Y. It's the short version for accessibility. You've seen this in the wild elsewhere. How many work in localization? All of you should. L10N is a numeronym. How many work in internationalization? I18N, that's a numeronym. How many work in the Kubernetes Docker space? You're not missing anything. K8S, Kates, that's the numeronym for Kubernetes. It's a shorter version of the word. But next time somebody asks you about A11Y or I18N, you'll be like, that's a numeronym. I learned that from Chris's talk. That's the technical term for what this combination of letters and numbers is called. So what is accessibility? That's a great question. That's a loaded question. The better question is, what is web accessibility? What does that mean? We need to be very careful with the terms we're using. We have to be very careful with the terms we're using. This is what the W3 says, and Todd can check me on this. There was a different there's been different definitions of what web accessibility is and what it means. But web accessibility means that people with disabilities can use the web. That comes from the W3. I got a problem with that, though, because this is an open web, right? And an open web means an inclusive web, and an inclusive web means a web for all. So I like this better. Web accessibility means that everyone can use the web. Everybody should be able to have an amazing, accessible user experience, whether or not you have an impairment or a disability. We're not making 5 experiences for 5 disabilities. We're making one experience, everybody benefits. Does anybody remember M.dot websites? Am I dating myself here? M.dot, do we remember M.dot? The mobile websites, you use jQuery mobile, m.magnoliajs.com, and then you would have magnoliajs.com, 2 separate things. I kind of equate it to that. We're building one experience. Everybody benefits. Everybody does, right? So just keep that in mind. Accessibility is not just a requirement. It is a must. It is something you must care about. The 3 things that always come last in anything that we are doing, always, accessibility, performance, security. All 3 of those things also fall under the UX umbrella, the user experience umbrella. This should never be the last thing that you bake in to the experience, ever. Always the first and foremost. And it starts with design. How many designers do we got in here? Nobody? Not even a little bit? That's good. Mess around with Photoshop, Figma Sketch, MS Paint, rest in peace. Unless you use the JavaScript version, and JavaScript. Just joking, I love JavaScript. I love all of the web. It starts with design. Your designers have to understand accessibility. They have to understand color contrast, which is a low-hanging fruit. It's always the first thing that gets dinged. Color contrast, foreground, background. They have to understand user flow. They have to understand how you can interact with a button, right? How the navigation is going to work. How to tab through an experience. How to get back up to an experience. How to open something, right? They have to understand the WCAG, the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, just a little bit. They don't have to be experts. None of us are experts. I'm not an expert. It's always changing. There's always new working drafts. There's always new things to be doing. But they should know it just a little bit, right? It's not just a requirement, it's a must. So when I was talking about these types of disabilities, that we're not just limited to these 5, right? We have hearing disabilities, sensory neural hearing loss, conductive hearing loss, a mixture of the 2. Cognitive disabilities, math comprehension, reading comprehension, autism, being on the spectrum in some various level. Those are cognitive disabilities. We have mobility disabilities, arthritis, MS, right? Things with the body. We have temporary or situational. Broken hand, broken arm, broken finger, hidden, a parent with a newborn. And we have vision. The vision disabilities are huge. There's also a little caveat. Low vision and poor vision are 2 different things. Poor vision can be fixed or corrected with glasses and contacts, LASIK. Low vision is not fixable. You can't fix it. So just want to keep that in mind. But we have field of vision. We have cognitive, or CVD. We have color blindness, which is CVD, which you have protanopia, deuteranopia, tritanopia, and monochromatic. Monochromatic is the most rare. 1 in 33,000 people experience monochromatic colored vision deficiencies. Tritanopia is the second most rare. Deuteranopia is the most common. It's a red-green. But there's a bunch of things. You could go down a rabbit hole of learning about all of these things. And you can learn about all of these things on the W3's website. Not W3 Schools, the W3. You can learn about all of these different types of disabilities and how we are working to make the web a better place for people that have these types of disabilities. I love this quote. A disability can strike at any time, even temporarily. Something as commonplace as a broken arm, for example. It's not just building for other people, she said. This comes from Santina Kroneser. It's kind of also being selfish. Building for your older self or building for your injured self. Think about yourself now. Think about yourself in 20 years, 30 years, right? None of us are getting younger. I wish I was. I got gray hair coming in. That kind of sucks. Shh. Listen, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine, lobster. Think about yourself. Think about the others around you, right? So I'm going to pose this question to all of you. What happens when you don't make your experience accessible? And I'm talking high level. I'm not talking low level. I don't beat around the bush when it comes to stuff like this. I will tell you how it is. ADA and what we're talking about are two separate things. That's where I talk about the terminology. We'll talk about terminology in a minute. Plenty of lawsuits. So what does that mean? It's like Oprah. You get a lawsuit, and you get a lawsuit, and you get a lawsuit. It happens. It happens. You might not work directly with your legal team, but I bet you any money there is some type of litigation at your organization for an accessibility lawsuit. I bet you any money. Because if I were to audit every one of y'all's websites, y'all would either fail or do amazing, but it's still not good enough. Because nothing's ever going to be 100% accessible. Ever. It's never going to be. But it is your job to make it as accessible as you can and keep iterating. Keep making it better. Let's look at 2020 by the numbers. I know this is a couple years old, but that's okay. Over 2,000 website accessibility lawsuits were filed in 2020, right? Consumer goods industries were targeted with the most accessibility lawsuits. Commerce, right? E-com. New York had more than half of the cases filed nationwide. There's reasons for that. Nearly 20% of all website accessibility lawsuits were filed by 6 plaintiffs. That's interesting. There are lawyers out there that are headhunters that will file a lawsuit against your company even if you are 96% the way there and you're passing all your audits. They'll still file something. Because a lot of times, we're not manually checking and we only care about the automated tests. You have to do manual tests. 265K demand letters were estimated to be sent in 2020. That's a lot of stuff, right? That's a lot of things we need to be keeping in mind. A famous grocery store. We have an art supply store, a popular hotel, and a popular bank. Now, I'm sure there's multiple grocery stores and multiple art supply stores and hotels, but let's look at some numbers, right? One grocery store had to pay out $37K to $250K for their accessibility lawsuit, right? A famous art supply store couldn't find numbers on it, but they did get sued because their experience wasn't accessible for their users. Same with another popular hotel that's out there, which there's probably plenty. And then we have one popular bank, and they've had to do this. They never learned their lesson, but so we've had to do this multiple times with them. They've had to pay out $4,000 per applicant. That's a lot of people. That's because this is a big old bank all around the country. So they had to pay out $4,000 per applicant. So you figure they learned their lesson the first time. No, second time, they had to pay out $30K for their accessibility lawsuit. You think, okay, 2 times, it might sink in. No. The third time, which probably is not the only time, they had to pay $66.6 million in accessibility lawsuits. Money. I get it, it's a bank. Banks run the world. That's a lot of dough, right? And it's probably continual. It probably continues to happen. And then, a great pizza spot. I'm a pizza connoisseur. If you know me, you follow me on Twitter, I'm a pizza connoisseur. Detroit-style pizza is the best pizza. If you don't like that, there are exits at multiple areas of the room. We can have a conversation outside. Shh. Pizza spot. Estimated $38K for their accessibility lawsuit. Now, the website was really good in an accessibility audit. It was the mobile app where they had to do this. Because a person who had a vision disability could not order a pizza using their mobile app, and they sued. I don't eat here anymore, just saying. All right, let's fast forward. 2021, 2022, ADA Title III. This is where we get into the terminology here. ADA, Title III. Okay, we got WCAG, we got 508. These are all different things. ADA is all-encompassing, right? If you're working in a web team and you say, oh, we're ADA compliant, you say that in front of a lawyer, you really need to take a step back and realize what you're saying. Okay? That means that your building is compliant. That means you have ramps outside for people to get in. That means you have elevators. That means you have sharps containers in your bathrooms. That means you have raised toilet seats in your accessible toilet, your stalls. You have assistive technology for everybody in your organization. You can't say you're ADA compliant. That'll get you in a lot of trouble. Same with 508, right? If you work for a company and you're not for-profit, you can't say you're 508. Like there's differences there, right? You want to make sure that you're saying your WCAG 2.2. 2.2 just dropped the other day. AA, WCAG 2.2, Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. Now, there is ADA Title III, and there is a gray area there. But like I was saying, ADA encompasses everything. A small section of that, which we call Title III, is digital accessibility. It depends on what lawyer you talk to. It depends on the court system, the judge, all these things. You can really look into it. But there's a little bit of a gray area there. Some people say, oh, well, ADA Title III, isn't for a web space. Oh, what it is a digital space. And either way. 2017, 814 website lawsuits in the state of Michigan. In the country. 2018, that rose, 2258. It's a 177% increase. Went down a little bit in 2019, went up in 2020, and continued to go up in 2021. You can just see by the numbers here. And we go from January to December, right? We got a little bit of an uptick in February. Kind of goes down in the summer months, right? And boom, it goes back up in the fall, winter. Because people are getting sick, right? We're still fighting with COVID in 2021. Still fighting with to this day. But you can see the fluctuation. Allergies, I hate it. Top 10 states. These numbers were a lot bigger a few years back. We have New York, Cali, Florida, Pennsylvania, Mass, Illinois, Connecticut, Indiana, Oregon, Wisconsin. Puerto Rico used to be on this as well. New York and Florida were the highest. Why do you think New York is high for accessibility lawsuits? And there's no right answer, right? You can, whatever. I love that. Everybody's on top of each other. There are so many people that live in New York that people are living underground. Like, you can't keep going any higher. But there's a lot of people. The population's huge. What else? A lot of money in New York? Yeah, what else? Jurisdictions and different laws, yeah. A lot of lawyers in New York, right? Those are all great answers. Florida, like I said, Florida used to be really high too. It should still be really high. Why do you think Florida would be a high state for web accessibility lawsuits? Thank you. It's an aging population in Florida. I'm from the north. I'm from Detroit area. It gets cold where I'm from. A lot of people, as they get older, they get into retirement. Where do they go? They go to Florida. That's just the way it is. It's a very aging population. But those are just kind of like the numbers, right? With no hard website accessibility lawsuits for websites to follow, businesses continue to struggle with the gray areas of accessibility. This is what I was talking about when we were trying to follow Title III, because it's not like a set-in-stone thing, but some people do say it's a set-in-stone thing. But you need to be following WCAG, but WCAG isn't like by the law, but you should still be following it because you can get sued, right? That's when the terminology comes into play. Has anybody heard of this book, Structured Negotiation by Lainey Feingold? I heard about this book through Marcy Sutton. Marcy Sutton's an accessibility advocate. If you don't follow Marcy on Twitter, follow her on Twitter. This is just some information. I can tweet these links out if anybody wants them. But it's a book about how to navigate the space negotiating when you get hit with a lawsuit, for the most part, right? You get hit with a lawsuit. The gist of it is you get hit with a lawsuit. They're not going to expect you to do everything overnight, and you're going to owe them a bunch of money. You can have conversations around getting a 12-month timeline, right? Or a 6-month timeline to continuously make it better, and you get checked on. And if you don't hit that with that negotiation, well, then you start having those other conversations. But it's so that you can continuously work and make things better. So if you get a chance to read this book, it's pretty good. So we have some problems, right, with accessibility and not caring about it, especially in the enterprise. Losing ROI. Accessibility is your ROI. You got legal fees. Your brand looks bad. Your brand looks horrible. Because if your stuff is not accessible, that user is going to go to another website that sells the same or comparable product, and the website might look gross, but it might be totally accessible. Not totally accessible, but it'll be more accessible than the prior one, right? And they're going to use them to do their transactions. Loss of current and future customers. You don't want to do that. You want to keep retention. You don't want to lose your customers. And people talk. People talk. If your site sucks, 5 of your friends are going to tell 5 of their friends, and then it's going to exponentially keep going and going and going and going. You don't want that to happen. WCAG 2.2 is your responsibility. ADA is your responsibility. You want to keep these things in mind. The one argument for accessibility that doesn't get made nearly often enough is how extraordinarily better it makes some people's lives. This is from Stephen Krug. Steve Krug wrote a book called Don't Make Me Think. We are making people's lives better when we are doing this. When it's the first thought and it's never the ending thought. This is from Marcy. Every little bit of accessibility you contribute is so appreciated and so needed. Keep this at the front of your mind. Be cognizant of everything that you are learning at this conference on accessibility. Keep that here. Take that with you. Embrace that. We are here to make the web a better place. Some questions to ask when you get back to work, or yourself. Some questions, not all of them. Does it work without screen readers? Automated tests only get you so far. You should be testing manually. Take your mouse away, don't use a trackpad, just try to use your keyboard, see what happens. How many Windows users we got? Okay, you have 2 different screen readers, Narrator and NVDA. Narrator is built in on Windows. I don't use Windows. Our Narrator used to suck too, but apparently Carl loves it, and apparently it's pretty good now. But use Narrator. NVDA is free. You can get NVDA for free. Do that. If your organization has JAWS, use JAWS. That's another one. How many are Linux users? Yeah? Orca is the screen reader for Linux distros. Make sure you're using Orca to test your screen reader, or to test your experience. Mac users, raise your hands. I know you're out there. I know you're out there. You have VoiceOver. It comes pre-built on every single OS that you have that's a Mac product. iPad OS, iOS, Mac OS. VoiceOver is there. Use it. Learn it. And when you're using a screen reader, do not look at the screen and listen to what you're seeing on the screen and reading it. That's called cheating. Close your monitor. If you can write vanilla CSS, blur out your screen. Open your DevTools and write a little bit of CSS. Real CSS. You can use... Did y'all catch that? Use a plugin. There are accessibility plugins, not an overlay. Don't do that. No, don't do that. Don't do that. But there are plugins where you can blur your screen so you can use a screen reader. You should not be reading what you are hearing, because nobody is doing that. Make sure you're manually testing. Overlays is another thing. Do not use an overlay at all. At all. If your organization uses an overlay, someone needs to step up. 100%. Overlays do more damage than they do good. It is a snake oil facade. Just talk to Todd. Todd will tell you all about overlays. He gives a talk on overlays. He's not doing it. You're not doing that today, though. No. Don't do that. Can I just use a keyboard? This is when you're manually testing. Can I just use a keyboard to interact with this experience? Can I tap through it? Can I move back and forth? Can I open modals? Can I close modals? Are there focus traps? Are there not focus traps? right? Are there focus rings? Never remove the focus, ever. Focus is the visual indicator that you're interacting with something on a page. You don't have that focus ring, and you're tabbing through that experience, you don't know where you're at, what you're doing. Put that in perception when somebody that has low vision, has blurry vision, or is going through macular degeneration, and they can't see barely what's going on, but they rely on that focus ring, and they can't interact. Or they start typing their password in a field, and they just start randomly typing, and that password goes somewhere else. Who has that password now? We don't know. Color contrast, does that work for all users? Like I was saying, this is all low-hanging fruit. One of the first things you'll get dinged in an audit is this, color contrast. Make sure that you're testing your colors. They need to be WCAG AA 2.2 compliant. There's thresholds. Todd knows the algorithm behind the thresholds. I don't know this stuff. It's like hue minus saturation divided by luminance equals contrast. He knows it, I don't. He's on W3 accessibility boards, so I'm not. He's way cooler than I am. Do images have alt attributes, not tags? These are not called tags. Don't call them tags, please. Do not call them tags. This is other low-hanging fruit. You'll get dinged in an audit every time. Unless the image is a decorative image, if it doesn't bring context to that experience, you still have to have empty quotes. Because an automated tool is going to look for an image tag or element. It's going to look for your alt attribute. If you don't have an alt attribute, you're going to get dinged. If you have an alt attribute without anything in it, not even quotes, you're going to get dinged. If it's a decorative image, you don't have to put any alt text. But you still have to have empty quotes or an empty string to pass that audit. Why should I care? Ask yourself that. Why do I care? The answer is easy. I got some resources if anybody wants to check it out. It's a bit.ly, enterprise-A11Y. Oh, I hate my allergies. Anybody wants to take a flick of that? Cool. If not, I can tweet these out. That's me. That's my time. Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Okay,
You are Knuff.
Yes, doctor. Okay, great. All right, so we're going to go for a break in a second, but what I want everybody to do is I want you to attack Chris on the Twitterdom, and even Todd. I'm listening to this presentation, and I'm probably thinking most business owners are thinking the same thing that teachers think. For us, for teachers, it's 504s and IEPs. So in a classroom, I could have a student who has to have 10-minute breaks every 10 minutes. And in that same classroom, I can have students who must have one-on-one for 15 minutes. Then in the same classroom, I can have a student who can only use the computer for a certain amount of time because they'll get distracted. Then they must be taken off the computer. Then they must be given paper. So as a teacher, we always ask, how do I run my classroom with all of these things? So as business owners, or as people running sites, they may ask you and Todd if I'm constantly fixing how do I run my business. So I would suggest you talk to this young man on Twitter with the questions. And Todd too, because you're going to see Todd a little later on, to ask him, hey, how do I run my business efficiently, but still not, having to show up in the court on the regular. And if they want to hire you or Todd or your companies to help them with that, how do they do that? There you go. All righty. Let's do a quick 2-minute break. Run to the restroom. You know the rules. Restroom. I don't know if the galleries are open yet. Lonnie's back there, and outside is beautiful. See you in about 2 minutes. Oh, I know who that is. Good morning, Atlanta. How you doing? Did you call back home to see how everybody was doing? Okay. Man, don't be putting no Atlanta hit out on me. All right, let's get back in here. Starting off with an amazing presentation. Thank you so much, Chris. It's awesome when you have so much to think about. And I want, hopefully, everybody gets to their homework. Okay, quick giveaway. We have some men's spooky socks to the best guy in the universe. Bro, you've been amazing, bro. Wait, hold on a second. Wait, hold on a second. Let me give him, wait. These are Halloween socks. That dude's awesome. Y'all are so not him. Okay, so I'm really excited about our next speaker, only because it's really, when you are devoid of a soul like me, when you meet someone who is just genuinely kind and sweet, I almost feel, just speaking to this young lady, she's just the most pleasant human being ever. She was just like, oh, how you doing? And so sweet. And then I feel awful because I'm terrible. I'm an awful person. But I'm going to try to be better just because I met this awesome young lady. Are you ready? All right, look, see what I'm saying? All right, so I asked her some cool stuff about her. She went to a boot camp, a programming boot camp, right? You enjoyed that? Awesome. And this is, where are my college football fans? All right, what do you got, Richard? Who you got? Who? Oh, no, I said college. I'm sorry. No, I think y'all are awesome. We're not doing that. All right, so Mississippi State, right? Anybody else? What you got? Unbelievable. All right, anybody? Yes. Nebraska. They playing this year? They doing all right? They got stomped. All righty. Well, this young lady is a very big fan of the Bearcats, Cincinnati Bearcats. And I asked, you can hear the slight accent, she'll tell you, I asked, is it soccer or football? And she acknowledged that here it's called soccer, but of course you call it, yes. And we play my sport. I coached basketball. You're a basketball player? Oh, my God. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? I got to stand way over here so none of my evil gets over there. You're going to be amazed. You're going to be just really blown away. We're working on the tech. There it is. Got some tech things happening. Oh. Oh, look at her face. So sweet. Yes. And the thing I remember when I was chatting with her, she said, you're not grumpy. I am the worst person ever. I've never heard anybody say that. You ready, Miss Mo?
Yes, I
Ladies
am.
and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, please bang your hands together for Miss Mo Daniel!
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Can you hear me well? Awesome. How are we all doing today? We're good? I'm so happy to hear that. So we're going to play a quick game, although you already introduced me a lot, and I really appreciate it. Thank you. We're going to play a quick game called 3 Truths and a Lie. Okay? So I'm going to give you 4 options, and then you tell me which one's a lie. Okay? Can we do this? Yeah. Awesome. I'm excited. So, 1, I'm Nigerian. That's the first one. 2, I am a college student. 3, I almost failed from a programming boot camp called Lambda School, now known as Bloom Tech. And 4, I can drive. So, can I get some guesses? 4th one? All of them? 4th? Okay. Ooh. 2nd one? Okay. If you said the 4th one, you're right. I can't drive yet. But yeah. But I'm learning though. But yeah. So my family calls me Young Mo, because I'm the youngest out of a family of 5 people who are all in tech, right? Some of them are UX engineers, some are system administrators, some are networking engineers. But yeah, so I said something that I almost failed from a programming bootcamp. And that was for one reason, right? This was in 2021. I was learning full stack software development, but I didn't know how to learn. Because learning is a skill on its own, right? So sometimes you might be struggling through a process, but the truth is you just need to learn how to learn, right? Are you following? You're following? Say, Thank you. Okay, so let's talk about it. How to learn technical skills effectively. And I'll repeat it again for emphasis. How to learn technical skills effectively. And so learning is a skill. It's a very important skill in the world we live in today, right? Everything is changing, right? New technology. Sometimes you come to work and you have to learn a new stack, right? A new framework. And so you need to keep learning. Everyone needs to keep learning. So a study conducted by the Pew Research Center found that 74% of adults in the United States believe it is essential to keep learning throughout your life, right? So it's not just when you're in college. It's not just when you're in a boot camp, especially if you're a software engineer, right? You keep learning every day, right? How many of us fixed a bug recently? See, everybody. And I'm sure we all had to learn how to do that. Sometimes it's frustrating, but we get it. So yeah, let's continue. So now, continual learning not only keeps our mind sharp, but it also boosts our adaptability in the face of change. So how many of us have had to work with a new software recently? Like, let's say 2 weeks ago. Okay, some hands. Let's say 1 month ago, let me see. Wow, 2 more hands, but yeah. So you can see that you keep learning, right? You keep growing. My first programming job, I had to learn a completely different stack from what I used at my boot camp. So I learned React.js and Node.js for the back end, React for front end, Node.js for the back end. But at the job I worked at, I was using Angular and Flask. So that was an interesting process, right? But when you learn how to learn, you'll be able to perform tasks easily. Especially if you're still trying to get into the tech career, right? Especially if you're still a junior. Even if you are a senior, you still keep learning, right? So, and also change, right? New technology is constantly being innovated. So, how many of us 10 years ago were using AI? Can I get a show of hands? Nobody? Nothing? Did you hear about AI, artificial intelligence? Nobody. But now has anyone used ChatGPT here? Yeah, same here. I even used it yesterday. And so you see that you need to keep learning. People are even building websites with ChatGPT, right? I'm using it for a school project right now, right, for nutrition AI. So you see that you're learning new technology. You're learning every day. And so that skill, that ability to keep learning is very important, right? Sometimes, most times, actually all the time, when you feel like you're dumb, you're not. The truth is you just need to learn how to learn, right? No one is stupid. No one is completely dumb, right? It's just the skill you need to learn. And when you learn it, I promise you, you will do well. So let's continue. Now, the World Economic Forum predicts that over half of the global workforce will require significant reskilling by 2025. This is on their website. And so more people are going to keep learning, right? More people are going to keep working. So this is something that you need to be conscious of, that I need to keep growing. I need to keep taking certifications. I need to keep improving. Now, so let's go. Learning never stops, like I said before, right? 10 years from now, you still need to keep learning. 20 years from now, you still need to keep learning. So don't stop. Now let's continue. So I'm going to get into it. 5 steps to learn technical skills effectively, okay? So, has anyone learned a new stack recently? Anybody? Maybe a new language or framework? Okay, awesome. So, when you were doing those things, you probably had a goal in mind, right? You wanted to maybe build a new website. Maybe you wanted to apply for a job, but you wanted to see how it works before then, right? So, one of the first steps it takes when learning is to have a goal in mind, right? When you're learning something, don't just say, oh, I want to learn how to code. That's good. But then the problem that you might face is that you start learning different things, and then you might get frustrated after a while, because people have different languages, right? So you can start with Python, then you go to JavaScript, then you go to PHP, but then you don't have solid fundamental knowledge of a programming language. So the first thing you need is to have a goal in mind, right? This can be, okay, by the end of 2024, I want to become a software engineer, a full-stack software engineer. Okay, now you have a goal, right? What steps do you need to take to accomplish that goal? So you break that goal down into smaller steps, right? So for instance, for me, I know that, okay, to get a job, I need to have projects, right? To improve at a skill, I need to have personal projects. So what did I do? I start to build. I have a plan to build 3 projects, right? So I can start. After building the project, I know that, okay, as I'm building, I'm getting errors that I'm not meant to be getting, and I'm getting stuck. Maybe I should go and take a course on it. And that's what you do, right? I think some people here are part of a coding camp, coding school. You're doing a great job, by the way. Keep up the good work. So yeah, you learn the fundamentals, and after you learn that, you can keep building, right? And someone spoke about interviewing yesterday, which is very important, because one mistake that I made when I was in my boot camp, I should have started learning how to interview faster. It will just make the process quicker for you, because you actually learn on the job too, right? How many people are doing what you studied in school in your job? Anybody? Okay, I see a few hands. How many people had to learn a new skill at the job? Right. So you need to start working fast, right? So as you're learning, keep in mind that, okay, how am I going to interview, right? What kind of questions do they ask? Are they going to ask me data structures and algorithms? Or are they going to ask me to maybe fix a bug on code, right? How am I going to talk to people? What's my behavior like when I'm talking with the interviewer, right? These things are very, very important to ensure that you learn effectively and that you won't work with a company where you can learn from people that work with you, your colleagues, right? Okay, so let's keep going. The next step is to master the fundamentals. Like I said before, right? Experts are people who have mastered the fundamentals. So when you see a situation where some error messages, you're getting them, you're not meant to have this type of errors if you know the fundamentals of the skill. You need to go back and learn, right? I'm a huge advocate of taking courses regularly online, right? Even if, like, not courses, certifications, because it helps you to keep your knowledge up to date, right? Because software, they're usually updating it. So sometimes things change, and something that was working before won't be working again. So you need to learn everything, learn the fundamentals, read the docs, right? Because sometimes I avoid doing that, but yeah. So let's continue. Let's talk about project-based learning. Does anyone know anything about project-based learning? Anyone? Okay, awesome. You can shout it out. Tell me what you know.
You learn concepts through actively, like learning how to utilize it in a practical application.
Very, very true. Okay, okay. Does anyone have anything they want to add? Okay, okay, thank you. So yes, you're right? You learn things by using them. So let me give an instance. You want to learn how to build a mobile app. How do you do that? First of all, like I said before, have a goal, right? You want to build a mobile app. What language are you going to use to build it, right? How easy is it to start? So if I was doing that, I would start by learning React Native, right? I would start by using React Native because some other languages can be hard to set up, right? And I would start it. I might follow a tutorial at first, but then I would continue with my designs, okay? So the first thing is build something, right? Build something. You can be saying, I want to be a software engineer for a long time, but you haven't built anything. And that's not going to help in the long run, okay? So another thing, practice, right? If you want to get better at programming, you need to practice. There is this quote that I like that says, it takes 10,000 hours of extensive practice to achieve mastery of complex skills. So you need to keep going at it. And that's why people who have a programming job, you are at a huge advantage, right? Because you're probably working, let's say, 6 hours every day, okay? Imagine the amount of progress that you will make in a year, in 2 years, in 3 years. And so if you're like, oh, should I get my first job? Should I get my first job? I would say go for it, right? Start by learning. Learn on the job. And also in your free time, also like do your personal research, do your personal studies, but get that job so you can keep coding, right? People that code daily, you can tell the difference, right? So it's a personal investment in yourself, in your skills. Now, also choose to work with the companies that you want to build a career in. So for instance, you want to be, like this is MagnoliaJS. You want to code in JavaScript for a long term. Intentionally decide to work with those frameworks. Don't go through another route. Simply because you want to get good at one language, then you can apply that same knowledge to other languages too, like C#, Java, right? Okay. So another thing, strengthen your weaknesses. When I first started out, one mistake that I made was continually building things that I already know how to build, right? So let's say that I'm good at front-end, okay? Front-end web development. I know how to make the website look pretty and everything, but I don't really understand the logic behind it. Now, if I want to just be like, okay, I'm enjoying what I'm doing, let me stay here, I won't really make that much progress, right? So you can make the website look pretty, but the button has no function. You can't link it to another part of the page. That's not good. You can't route. So you should intentionally work on things that you're not good at, right? So let's say that you are good with, like I said, making a function work, right? You can link a page, routing, right? But you're not good with maybe animations or something, and you need that at work. Intentionally put yourself out there to work on that, right? Don't run away from things that you're not good at. So yes. Another thing, right? You learn more by working with people that are more experienced than you, right? How many people here have mentors like that code? Okay, I see some hands. Mentors are very important, right? Oh, did I see someone? Oh, you have one too? Oh, that's cool. That's awesome. So mentors are really, really important. My first job was remote, right? And that was immediately after my boot camp. And that was scary because I didn't really know what I was doing, let me be honest, right? But I had people, I had my brother who was a senior engineer. I had church members who were also senior engineers that could help me, right, while I was working remotely. So you being in this conference is already a huge step. Don't waste it, right? Some people here have 10 years experience. Some people here have 50 years experience. Oh, not 50, sorry. Some people here have 15 years experience, right? And so what do? Connect with people, right? Talk to people, ask questions. Questions help you a lot, right? I remember my first interview, right, after that other one, because I didn't get that one through an interview. I got it through networking. I remember my first interview. I was asked something by an interviewer, like how do you test when you don't have data given to you already, right? If I had not networked with someone I met at an event, I wouldn't know that question. So they asked me something that someone told me already, a mentor told me already, and I was able to answer it. So keep asking questions, right? You have a question here about code. Make friends. Community is so important as a developer. You don't want to be alone. You don't want to be working remotely. You don't have any help. You turn to the left is just your chair. Turn to the right is your table, right? You need people, okay? Another thing, work with people that have years of experience more than you, right? So let's say you're starting out. Intentionally work with people that have like maybe 5 years, 10 years, right? Because you don't want to be the smartest person in your group. If you are, you won't grow, right? Your goal is to grow. Your goal is to get as much knowledge as possible. Your goal is to ask questions and learn from others around you, even your colleagues, even your classmates, right? I remember a time when I was struggling to fix an error message, right? And I didn't know people, right? So I was a bit introverted, so I had to know how to meet people, right? So I started reaching out to my classmates, and they knew it. So don't think that I'm the smartest person in the room, right? intentionally ask, but don't ask in an annoying manner, right? There's a way to ask, okay? So yeah. Also, learn from them. For instance, if they have a way they're working, right? The last company I worked with, I studied how they wrote their documentation. I studied how they did tests, how they debugged errors. I learned something called bisect, right? So learn, look at them as they're debugging things in front of you, as they're solving things in front of you, right? Look at their style of working, look at their mode of working. And I'm telling you the truth, when you do these things, you will grow, right? It's a continual process. Don't think that, oh, I'm not good enough, or I can't learn this skill. You are, right? Everybody learns, everybody started from somewhere, and you are growing, okay? So real quick, we're going to do some affirmations today, okay? Are you ready? You ready? Yes. Awesome. Okay, say this after me. I can do it. I can learn. I'm good at programming. I'm improving. I'm growing. I'm not dumb. I'm smart. I'm intelligent. And I'm going to be successful. Awesome. Thank you so much, everyone. Okay, so.
I especially like the part about how much time you have to put in.
Yeah.
That's really important. I tell my students, I know I'm old school, unfortunately. They're stuck with the old math teacher. You know, I tell them, you gotta put the work in. You gotta do 75 million problems. And they'll say, oh, I did one, I'm good. But I'll always ask them, you know, Tiger Woods go out, take one swing and go, all right, I'm all right. I took one, that's good. You know, the old saying is, this is how old school I am. Any Larry Bird fans? Yeah. All right, okay. Well, okay, I was a Larry Bird fan. My brother was a Lakers fan. Hey. Oh, Jesus. But we're talking about old, now wait, we're talking about old Lakers now. Hey. All right, Kareem. Right, okay, the Lakers Celtics back in the day was severe. But what that Larry Bird used to talk about before practice, you know, every day, 1,000 free throws. 1,000, not fall away threes, not 1,000 free throws. And that's why he ended his career 90-some% from the free throw line. So I love that idea. You know, one of the things I will say from old people, where are my 20-somethings? Where are my 20-something people in here? Raise your hand up for 20-something. Right. This is something you might not know because you're also, you know, young
also
people.
20.
Yeah. How old are you?
I'm 20.
Jesus Christ. All right. All right. Well, 20, huh?
Yeah.
Damn, I'm old. All right. One of the things that you don't know about us old folks, you ask me, I know no Sanskrit. I don't know anything about Sanskrit. If you put a Sanskrit test in front of me, a brother gonna be, I'm gonna figure this out. Hold on a second. Sticky dude, hat, that must mean I'm going to the store. Like, I'm gonna try. I'm going down swinging. One of the things I've noticed is 20-somethings would rather not try than fail. That if given a challenge, you would rather, oh, I'm not gonna do this. Because you see, if you try and fail, that means something awful. But I like, put it in, try. You ask your classmates. Yeah. You know, you do things. You've got to try things. Here's what we're gonna do. All right, the teeniest, tiniest of breaks. All right, and we're gonna set up for our next speaker. Here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna go outside because it's beautiful. Get outside, get some of that vitamin D, get some of all that joy in your soul. You're gonna chat with each other. You're going to ask questions on Twitter. You're going to see Lonnie, some of the artwork some of us passed by yesterday. Make sure you chat with her. And the other thing, if you see somebody with MagnoliaJS, give them some love, give them some happiness, give them some joy. All right? Thank you, Ms. Mo. Let's take our break.
Thank you so much.
chance and roll the dice. I want it all, just for the night. I live it out like I'll never die. I lose my head in the starry skies. Can't chain me down, I feel so alive. Back down, only one way out. I let you run my life. Now you won't get me down. Untamed, guess I lost my mind. You turned me inside out. No one can stop me now. So turn up the light. Turn up the light. This is what I waited for. 'Cause the clock keeps ticking, hard for me to keep up. I can't take it no more. 'Cause the time keeps turning, feels just like it speeds up. It's what I waited for. Close your eyes, seek paradise. Won't change your mind. Can't shake the light. I'll take the chance and roll the dice. Just wanna feel the stars surround. The atmosphere never to come down. I'll stand alone, whether right or wrong. It takes me home, right where I belong. Back down, only one way out. I let you run my life. Now you won't get me down. Untamed, guess I lost my mind. You turned me inside out. No one can stop me now. So turn up the light. Turn up the light.
without me.
But she said, trust me, these are the stories we will tell. As I stood frozen, infinite, I almost fell. But I got a feeling and my heart starts beating, a sudden rush of feeling alive. This is freedom and I won't change, I won't phase out. I know
It's just shameful. All righty, let's make our way in. Wait, weren't we Sailor Moon yesterday? Okay, all right. Okay, it's the same person, right? Okay, cool. All right. What's up, swimming? You good? What's your real name, man? Garrett. What? Gary? Garrett. All right, Mr. Garrett, how you doing? All right. If y'all don't know, if you weren't here yesterday, Mr. Garrett is going to do a triathlon. Mr. Garrett cannot swim, but that first 2.5 mile swim, you're going to just walk at the bottom, right? You got it, man. But you can do the bike. You can do the 114 miles on the bike. And then the marathon is just nothing. You run the marathon in your sleep. Do you know what happened to Pheidippides after he got? Do you know what happened when he ran the marathon? He dropped dead. Yeah. He said, "Hey, we won." And he died. That was it. That's what we celebrate every time we run a marathon. You're coming in. As everybody's coming in, hold on a second. Miss Mo, come here for a second. Yes, come here for a second. I didn't know this. You know, all right, let's see if anybody's smart. What is the greatest fear of all Americans? Number one on the phobias, what's the greatest fear? Public speaking. What did you say? Clowns. So if you have to speak in front of clowns, you just lose it. No, public speaking. Did you know this was Miss Mo's first presentation? The first time. What? Now, you know what? If somebody handed you a mic for the first time, you have to talk in front of people about smart stuff, and even though you're smart, you would be, she deserves more than what you just did. That was her first time. Thank you, Miss Mo. Thank you. You're amazing. Thank you. So amazing. Oh, okay. Nice break. I hope everybody had a great break. I saw some of our returning faces are just making their way in. They thought this was a New Orleans conference. If you don't know about my city, if it says it starts at 9, it starts at 10:30. That's New Orleans. Wow, bro, you want to talk about the smell in my city? Okay, you're right, it does. All right, so the introduction for this young man is really simple. In 2019, we all met at Natter Dabbitt's house for the speaker's dinner. That's the first time I met this young man, and that was the first MagnoliaJS. Ladies and gentlemen, you have the first speaker of the first MagnoliaJS. Blake was the first one up, and we were at the convention center, right, Mr. Blake?
Yeah.
Yep, we were at the convention center. So you have stars among the stars here. The one who began it all. Ladies and gentlemen, bang your hands, make all kind of noise for Mr. Blake. What's up?
All right. Cool. Can everybody hear me well? Okay. I'm getting a little feedback behind me, but that might not be helped. So, hey everyone, welcome to the joys of home-cooked apps. I am your host, Blake Watson. I'm a front-end developer and a side project enthusiast. I have a disability called spinal muscular atrophy, so it basically means that my muscle tone is in the trash. I'm not going to be a gymnast. Plausibly, I could turn out to be a supervillain. Time will tell. I use a lot of technology to adapt and get things done, including some home-cooked apps, which I'll be talking about in a little bit. I think even with all its faults, the state of technology right now is pretty amazing. I can sit at my house and click on a mouse and emanate in the glow of the photons coming at me off of a glass rectangle, and people will actually pay me to do that. So what a time to be alive. Speaking of people who pay me, I work remotely with MRI Technologies out of Houston, Texas. So the team I'm with, we're working on projects for NASA and Collins Aerospace. I primarily work on a suite of applications called Cosmic, which is like an internal web app that's used for tracking and managing like different parts related to the spacesuit. Before that, I worked at Mad Genius. Shout out to the best ad agency in Mississippi. Yeah, I said it. Before that, I was a web development enthusiast with no job for several years. So if you find yourself in that situation, don't give up. Probably follow, Taylor's advice and the advice of the other talks you've seen, and they'll get you where you need to be. I'm excited to be back here at MagnoliaJS. Apologies to the other speakers that I'm mainly just here to watch Kenneth LaFrance between talks. I'm also a community sponsor for MagnoliaJS again. A Fine Start is my main side project. It's a new tab page browser extension, and I'll be talking more about that in a bit. But so I have difficulty traveling, but I had a lot of FOMO from all these great tech conferences going on all over the country and all over the world that I couldn't get to. And so frustrated with my options available, back in 2010, I wrote a blog on I wrote a post on my blog called Mississippi Needs a Web Conference. So I'm not saying that I'm responsible for MagnoliaJS, but I'm not saying I'm not either. So yeah, this is personal for me, and I'm very happy to support MagnoliaJS, and yeah, go download a FineStart.me because it's cool. If you want to follow along, I did this fancy QR code thing that I saw yesterday. I figured it out last night when I saw all y'all doing this yesterday, so that's cool. But I have a text version and a PDF and a bunch of links to the stuff I'm going to talk about here. So what am I talking about? What is a home-cooked app? All right, it's an app that you make for yourself to solve your own problem or just for your own enjoyment. And much like a home-cooked meal, you can share it with friends or family, but it's not designed for mass consumption. Home-cooked apps are not optimized for shareholders. There are no sales funnels. There's no user stories. There's no scrums. Personally, I never do stand-ups. These apps don't scale, and they don't have to because they're not designed for thousands or millions of users. These are the kind of apps that you make just for yourself or a handful of people. Yeah. I didn't invent this term, home-cooked app. This guy did, Robin Sloan. He's a New York Times best-selling author who calls himself, quote, the programming equivalent of a home cook. And he wrote an article that described this short-form video service that he made. So you're looking at a screenshot of it right there. And it just has a record button at the bottom, and you record a short video, and it shoots it off to the recipient, and they see that they have one, they look at it, and then it disappears. Super simple. That's it. And he built it because his family was using like a proprietary app that was being discontinued, but they really liked it, and they didn't like the options that were available. So he basically threw this together, and the important thing here is that this is not like a product that he made. It's not a service. It's not even an open source package you can get on GitHub. It's literally just something that him and his family use just for them. Now, I've been making these kind of apps for myself for years, but until I read his article, I didn't have a term to ascribe to this idea that you can just make something for yourself, and it doesn't have to be packaged up. It doesn't have to be mass distributed. And it's still, even if it's just you or a few people using it, it can still be successful. It's a different way of thinking about whether your app was a success or not. And I love this. I think it's a powerful idea. And I mean, I think developers do this all the time, maybe like make little tools for themselves. But for some reason, when I read this article, it smacked me in the face. I just never, I thought, yeah, of course, you could just make something for yourself. Why not, Now, that's not to say you should never generalize or make your stuff useful for more people. Obviously, like the talks we heard this morning, like if you're making an app intended to be used by others, then you need to make your app as inclusive as possible. I'm just saying that not every app is intended to be used by anyone but you. So that's a thing that you can also do. I think back to my late grandfather. That's him at the bottom looking fly. He would often take to his workshop, and he would make custom things for himself and his family. He made like a cabinet for his wife. He made toys for us, the grandkids. He actually designed and built this really sophisticated system for locking down wheelchairs in the van. It was specifically for my brother and I, our wheelchairs and the big old Ford van that we had at the time. And when I was a kid, I would watch him do this stuff, and I would be mesmerized by, his craftsmanship and his process. It was fun and creative and boundless, and the results of his work were immediately impactful for, us, his family, and those he loved. And I didn't realize it at the time, but this build-it-yourself ethos would serve me very well later in life as a person with a disability. All right, enough backstory. So my job here is to convince you that you should build home-cooked apps for yourself. I'm going to show you a bunch of examples, and then I'll give you a little recipe to help you get started. So I think there are many good reasons, probably more than I thought of to list. But number one, you can make exactly what you want. Show of hands, how many of you have ever used an app and been like, man, this app is cool, but it'd be really nice if it just did this one extra thing. Yeah, okay. But instead, it's like, guess I'll make a feature request and wait around until the developer finally says they're not going to do it, hashtag won't fix. No, guess what? When you make a home-cooked app, then you get to make it do that thing that you want. Reason number two, if you build with the idea that you're just doing this for yourself or just a handful of people, you can skip over many of the challenging problems of software development. Compatibility, extensibility, standards, best practice, scaling, etc. In the land of home-cooked apps, the only important benchmark is, does it work for you? Another good reason is privacy. So you're building your own app. That means you have some control over depending on what service you use, maybe you're using the Web 5 thing, right? And you can keep your data out of, the hands of big corporations who may just want to harvest it up for their own purposes. And lastly, and the most important reason that I came up with is it's just fun. Making your own thing and then using it is very rewarding. Like, I love that positive feedback dopamine hit loop of like making a change and then hitting the refresh button and seeing the change. That's the sort of magic that pulled me into this field, way back when I started, and it's why I still love it. All right, I'm gonna show you some examples. So these are gonna start off more generally and then get increasingly weirdly specific. So I'm gonna begin with this one that's breaking one of my own rules, because remember I said home-cooked apps aren't products, right? But this one ended up becoming a product. But I made it for myself ultimately, and what it is a single HTML file that would be like a new tab page, and it would let you hit an add button and it'd pop up a modal, and you could add your favorite links, and you could drag and drop and organize them how you want to. And at the time that I created this, the built-in new tab pages in browsers were very not great. Like, they had gratuitous visual effects, like giant, ugly screenshots of web pages, and like you couldn't have but like a few, pinned items or whatever. And I'm a person who has some difficulty typing, and I don't want to have to open up a new tab and type stuff in my search every time. So I just wanted like a whole page of just plain text links that I could click on. And so I ended up, like I said, I made that for me first, but then I packaged it up and that became a browser extension called Find Start. And that's cool that it worked out that way, but that's definitely not required in the world of home-cooked apps. All right, advertisement over. If you've never heard of Pinboard, this is a web app for keeping like your web bookmarks. And so it keeps like the URL, title, description, and then you can add tags and stuff for organization. I've been a long-time user of this app, and it met my needs adequately for a long time, but also it was kind of becoming the place where my bookmarks would go to die. I felt like retrieving things from it was not super easy, and I had paid for this extra feature that was like an archival feature, so it would mean that Pinboard would cache links that I would send it, and that way if that link goes bad, which URLs on the internet are wont to do, then I would still have my own copy of it. But I noticed that my archival account kind of wasn't working, or the feature wasn't working, and the whole thing was kind of becoming unenjoyable. So what to do? So you'll be shocked here that I made my own thing. So it's a Node.js app. It saves URLs along with metadata like the descriptions and tags and things. And you're looking at a screenshot right now of like, this is the sort of main view with the search at the top, and I've got some tags and some things are showing. And another cool feature is it uses the Wayback Machine, which if you don't know what the Wayback Machine is, that's a rabbit hole you definitely need to go down, because that thing saves versions of web pages from the past, like a long time ago too, which is cool. But a good side effect of that is you can use it. They have an API, and you can take archives of a page that exists right now, and that way their API will give you a URL back. You can store that, and now you always have the Wayback Machine copy along with the original. Now, just to be clear, this is an app that I made just for me. So like, this is not, you could try to go to that URL, but unless you're an elite hacker, or maybe just a mediocre hacker, you won't be able to get in. But I did sort of break my own rule, and I did open source this and put it on GitHub. Link is in my written version. But it comes with the huge caveat that I literally did not take anyone else into account except for myself, but it was easy enough to open source it, so did that. Next up is my family is constantly getting mixed up about how much money we owe each other. So a couple of weeks ago, I made this little app called Pay Me Now, which is in a really obscure reference to a really old lawyer commercial from the Golden Triangle area. anyways, to help my family keep track of what we owe each other. So in this screenshot, you're looking at what I call the settle up screen. So it's like you pick two people, so Blake and Matt, me and my brother, and in this example, and it gives you a table of like, what do you owe each other for? What was it for? And like, it boils it all down to one number. So then, separately we'll get on the cash apps and we'll pay each other and break some thumbs and whatever. And then we come back here and hit the complete all payments button, and then that'll archive all those, and we can keep it going. I also enjoy doing a bit of creative writing. So every year I participate in this marathon writing event called National Novel Writing Month. I'm just curious, a show of hands, has anybody ever heard of this or attempted it? Hey, oh, a lot. Awesome, okay. So for those of you who don't know about it, it's a wild 30-day challenge to write a 50,000-word novel in the month of November. So it often means I'm scrambling to invent my story on the fly. That's what they call doing it by the seat of your pants, AKA I'm a pantser. So I ordered this deck of cards. It's called Writer Emergency Pack. And it's a thing for storytelling, and it's got, like every card has advice on how to get your story unstuck. And it gives you new ways to think about like your characters and your plot and stuff. And they're awesome, but my problem is I can't physically handle a deck of cards. So what I did was I had my assistant help me scan in all the cards, front and back, and then I created this little web viewer. So what you're looking at here is a screenshot of it, and I'm able to sort through the cards, like draw up a card at random, draw multiple cards out onto the table and look at them, flip them over to read the back, zoom in. Pretty much anything you might do with like the physical deck. So this is a project that, because of copyrights, I can't link to, but there's a link to the actual Writer Emergency Pack deck in my notes, if you want it. So this is where it gets weirdly specific. My brother and I have a team of caregivers that work with us, and they work various day and night shifts. And at the end of each pay period, they have to turn in these really detailed timesheets. And sometimes they're just tedious and error prone. And so I wanted a way to keep up with my own records and also give them something that could help them fill them out. So I messed around briefly with a spreadsheet because that seemed like the right answer, but I know they're powerful, but I just really hate spreadsheets. They're awful, I don't like them. So I decided what I really need was something like Markdown, like a plain text thing is what I wanted. And I'm real lazy, so I needed to make a really good lazy syntax. So this is what it looks like. This is like in a little example. And so yeah, a line that begins with a hash, that's a comment. We can ignore that. And then it's like a list of like shift entries, I guess you'd call them. Each of them are 2 lines. They're separated by an empty line. So if you look at that top one there, it's like it starts with the date of the month. So date 1, the word day means they work the day shift. So that could be like day or night, day shift, night shift. And then on the next line, the name of the person who worked. And then if you kind of look at the night one, it's sort of the same, but you have to do a time range because, a night actually goes over midnight into the next day, which is part of the reason that these timesheets are confusing. And then day shift and a night shift, they have a standard time range, so I don't need to specify the time, which that was something I was having to do in the spreadsheets. That was annoying. I'm sure there was a way to get around that, but if I do need to specify like a time override, then I can do that in parentheses after at the end of the top line. And then the last little bit of metadata that you can see at the bottom is I put a little asterisk by that one. So that means that my brother and I were both together and the caregiver worked with both of us, which means they'll need to fill out 2 different timesheets and split up the hours. So I made this little front-end tool that can process the syntax, and it will spit out a table of dates and times and that I can print. So this is where I paste in the data, and then, yeah, you may have noticed I didn't provide the month or the year on the previous screen because I don't want to write that a bunch of times or have to parse it at all, so I just do that on the form here. And then this is an example printout, which it's hard to tell what's going on here, which that's basically the reason I made this in the first place. Because we have these timesheets that they're just terribly designed, and the agency requires that they're filled out by hand. So I have to print this, and then my caregivers can use this as like a go-by to sort of make sure they get everything. So I didn't know this at the time that I created it, but this kind of thing has a name. It's called a domain-specific language. So like in this case, it's a human-readable computer language designed specifically for tracking caregiver hours, but exactly trained to my specific use case. I store all of my records as plain text in my bare notes. So you can think of that as like the source code, and then you can think of that little front-end tool as sort of the compiler, and then it will output the HTML. Actually, this year, 2023, marks 1 decade since I first made this app, and I'm sure I would do it much differently now. It's got a bunch of idiosyncrasies and a whole lot of jQuery and everything, but it gets the job done, and honestly, it's held up longer than many other things I've made, so props to that guy for chugging along. I also put out a forum and took some submissions on some other apps that people have made, and I got back some cool responses. All right, so this is a Scout's dashboard. Scout is a dog who has epilepsy, and her owner, Gaston, made this page that keeps track of her seizures, and he shares it with friends and family who want to know how she's doing. So it's got some nice charts and graphs and things. It has like her seizures broken down by time of day, day of the week, or even phase of the moon. And then it also categorizes her seizures into 3 different types because they're not all the same. And so each like time breakdown splits out further into those. And then it has descriptions of like what her symptoms are like and like what her behavior is like. And it's just a sweet little personal thing that's just incredibly useful to the people who need that. Spencer said, quote, "I have started keeping a note in my phone where I had a timestamp every time I am intimate with the feeling of an indomitable joy of / gratitude for life. It's a Siri shortcut now." And what I love about this is that it's an app made with just like the no-code tools that were lying around. You might not think of it as an app, but it's tools like this that can enable even more people to make software that's specific to what they need. Here's the lightning round of all the ones I got. David made a breastfeeding tracker for his partner that just asks you the question, which side? And when you hit the button, it records the time, puts it in local storage, and saves it until the next time. And that's it. It's literally just a 2-button app. Felix struggled with being lonely after starting his degree. So he made an app where you put in your achievements, and then after a short little loading sequence, it gives you a compliment. Simon submitted a grocery store or a grocery list app that he created for him and his wife. And I love this because he just said no to the 1,000,001 list apps out there, and now there's 1,000,002 out there. Riley's friend had a laptop where the screen would flicker, but only if the GPU dropped below a certain temperature. So Riley created a program called Burninator, which makes the GPU do work and stay warm so the screen doesn't flicker. We've gotten to the part of the talk where the literal cooking is happening. All right, so I give you a little recipe. Now these apps that I showed, I mean, some of them could be useful to you, but I'm not expecting you to think like, oh, I could use that app. The point is to get your creative juices flowing about, what apps you could make for yourself. So this is just a little recipe to get you started. There's no real right or wrong way. You can use any kind of technology you want, anything like that. But think of a problem of yours that you could solve, or think of something that you want for your own enjoyment or your friends' enjoyment. This could be like something that solves a boring, tedious thing that you have to do, or your friends want like a better chat app or something. Like it could be something a popular app does, but you want to do it in a specific way, or more private or what have you. And then once you have a general idea, give yourself some requirements. You can make a list. If it has a UI, you can do like a little napkin sketch or something. I like to go into my bare notes and just type out a list of features I need, make a few notes about the behavior, how it's going to work. It's important at this stage not to don't make that bulleted list too large because you don't want to kill this thing on the vine. You might have heard of the MVP, or the minimum viable product. So that's like the idea that you define like the least amount of features that you need to accomplish the goal. But it's actually even easier in this case because we're not making a product. So let's call this the minimum viable meal. That's your job as the home cook to figure out, but it's a simpler, rougher thing than I think even an MVP is. The main thing is to solve your problem though, and not like an abstract user's problem. This might seem like an obvious thing, but like when you start doing non-general things, at least in my experience, my developer instincts start shooting up all kind of red flags like, you shouldn't do this specifically. Why are you doing this? You need to accommodate the general person, but that's in a home cooked app, that's not the case. So think of the easiest way to get to your goal. There's no need to make things super complicated. I mean, unless you're into that. We're all developers after all. But my advice here is just use what you know. You can use any technology you want. It could be new and shiny. It could be old and boring. Another shout out to jQuery if you want to use that. Or no JavaScript at all. Shout out to the anti-JavaScript JavaScript club. This thing you're building just needs to work for you, so you can adopt whatever technical debt you want. Yeah, the important thing is to make sure that everything you're doing is in service of just getting this thing to work. Now, even if it's sort of a larger project, just make small progress toward it. It's pretty amazing how much small progress over time can snowball into a big thing. I've written about tips for finishing side projects, so I got a link to that in my notes. But TLDR, small progress adds up. You can use your commit history, so that's like an automatic thing of all your accomplishments. And if you use that other app I was talking about, you can paste in your commit history, and then you'll get a compliment back after a few seconds. Hopefully, it won't take too long to sort of knock out that minimum viable meal. And then you can make enhancements and bug fixes, to it later after you've got it going. That's pretty much every app, I guess. I think most of them has probably taken me a weekend or two because they're usually very stripped down. And you have the freedom to do literally just whatever you want, so you can take shortcuts. But I think the time investment, even on the longer projects, is totally worth it. That timesheet thing has probably saved me entire days of time, just looking at timesheets and poring over making sure there's no errors and things. So yeah, totally worth it. Yeah, hopefully this has you thinking about how you could tackle a problem of yours or just make something fun for your friends and your family. I think these kind of apps are fun and useful and a breath of fresh air. So go forth, cook up some of your own apps, and if you do, tell me about it. You can find me at these places, although Twitter sucks. I don't know. I'm on Mastodon most of the time now, but anyways, tell me about it. DMs are open, and yeah, thanks for listening to my talk.
Mr. Blake, how many of these do you think you go through? How many, if you want to focus on a weekend, how many could you crank out?
One.
One?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, one per weekend.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need one for my friends, that money tracker thing.
Yeah.
You know how sad it is in your group of friends when the teacher is the most financially stable? That's sad. I need better friends. All right, here's what we're gonna do. Take a small break. Do not leave the building for the beautiful sunshine, because y'all get too lost. Just kind of look outside like a puppy or something. go to the restroom. The gift shop is now open. I assume the gallery is open. Don't bring food or drink back there. And of course, Lonnie is still there at the table. We shall see you in about 3 minutes tops. Thanks.
In line, the least I can do is tell you it's all fine. I'm always late, you think I'm vain, and I know it, but let's pretend I'm human. And so are you, you fancy shampoo, and you make too. It's not that I am sleep deprived, or maybe it is, I can't keep pressing snooze. I might not win, but you're the one I lose. We're not the way that we used to be, but what's funny is we still play this game. I'm still at work, you try to flirt like you know it all. It's not that I'm too good for this, or maybe it is. I know my place in line. The least I can do is tell you it's all fine. I can't relate, you think I'm cold and I know it, but let's pretend I'm human. And so are you, you fancy perfume and you make too. It's not that I'm too indecisive, or maybe it is. I can't catch all your cues. I might not win, but you're the one I lose. This is our city tonight. We can do whatever we like. Oh, 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 yeah. This is our city tonight. We can do whatever we like. Oh, 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 yeah. This is our city tonight. We can do whatever we like. Oh, 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 yeah. This is our city tonight. We can do whatever we like. Oh, 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 yeah.
everybody. Let's just make sure my computer is plugged in right. I'm here.
There it is.
So we'll make sure we get the slides. Hey, yeah. This is the one I grabbed.
This button. And is your mic pack on?
Yeah.
Do that in a second.
I can go back in and back out.
It's old and slow.
While this is happening, I'll explain this is a little bit of a different talk format for me. We're going to do sort of a children's story approach to testing. And the reason that I picked this format is that this was a super intimidating topic for me when I got started learning about web development. I know there's people here who are in boot camps that are just doing like their first CSS and JavaScript and getting into things that can be tested. And that's a really overwhelming time. There's a lot of things that can be automated with testing. Here we go, cool. A lot of things that can be automated with testing, and there's a lot of different forms, and you get all kinds of advice and articles telling you this kind is the best, or always test everything, or lots of contradictory advice. So this talk is my attempt to write something that I would have been interested in when I was getting started that helps share things that I was learning along the way. A little bit about me. I'm an engineer at Cypress. We'll look at a little bit of Cypress stuff today. I'm also a program developer at People Making Progress. I was full-time there for 7 years. That's a nonprofit that serves adults with developmental disabilities. Blake, I've looked at so many timesheets in my life. We have to connect after this and talk about making timesheets easier. Some of the first programming work I ever did was like working on emails and sort of home-cooked things for that company. So I really enjoyed seeing that talk. It was really cool. Refcode.org is another thing I'm involved in that you can also get involved in. You can volunteer remotely. That's an organization that helps refugees and immigrants learn programming skills. Like I said, this is a children's storybook format, so we have some help doing the voices. Abbey and Chris and Nerando are going to hang out over here and provide some assistance during the talk. This is, makes it, I think, a little more entertaining, but also makes me feel like I'm spreading the risk among more than one person, which is nice. So let's get into the story. There are some slides here later that are a little bit text-heavy. We have this QR code. You can also find it again later. If you want to have any of this content or follow along, you can grab it there. We talked about me. Now we're going to talk about you. You are a junior crew member on the SS front-end development. You're setting sail to deliver yet another quality feature on time and under budget. It's a beautiful day. Your ship starts moving into the calm and quiet sea, and the crew gets to work. All around you, people are busy building up some basic components and reusable helper functions required for the feature that you're delivering. After a few days of travel, the water gets a little choppy. There's no obvious cause for this, but something makes you nervous. A tentacle rises unseen through the waves, and a strange voice carries faintly on the wind.
Fools. All of this development and not a single reputation. That's one. This ship will be almost too easy to set off course.
The ship leans back and forth, producing an unpleasant, queasy feeling amongst the crew. Unsteadily, you approach the captain.
Captain, how about we write some unit tests for all this new code? It will make things a lot more stable around here, which is good because I had tacos for breakfast.
Say no more. Let's unit test everything and get 100% code coverage. After that, it should be smooth sailing.
So let's talk a little bit about unit tests and component tests. I put these things together. Some people consider them to be really similar. Some people consider them to be quite different. But this is like the foundational level of testing, depending on maybe whether you're testing logic or testing user interfaces. Unit tests usually approach a single conceptual unit of business logic. This might be a single method or a function. You're going to want to call that function and write some code to check what it did when you called it. So in some cases, you might say, just under certain circumstances, what happens and does this behave correctly? Does it throw errors at the right time and stuff like that? The benefits of unit testing is that these run really fast. Usually it's just, in web development, it's just JavaScript calling other JavaScript. They document what a function's supposed to do. Like if you have a complicated, I don't know, tax calculation or something that's on its own that gets called from a hook in React, you can understand from its unit test what are all the arguments it takes and what do they do and what are the expected things that will happen when this is called. And then finally, you don't need a browser. This makes them super snappy. This is not interface that is displayed to anybody. This is just logic. Component testing in front end is more about testing like an individual React or Vue or Angular component, which is kind of the base unit of user interfaces. In this kind of component test, you want to render the component itself. See what it looks like in isolation, not inside a part of your application, and make sure you know how it behaves. It's a fantastic place to test accessibility. We're going to come back to that a little bit later. But I would say probably you should not unit test the internal pieces of a component in a component spec file. If it's got internal pieces that aren't called by something else or exposed as props or something like that, that's not something you need to test when you're testing the surface area and the interface of a component. Just like unit tests, they are really good for documenting the purpose and the options and variants the component has. And unlike unit tests, you may want to use a browser for component tests. There's a few different ways to do that. We'll look at Cypress, but there's multiple tools that can help you with this. So let's dive into an example. A classic unit test sort of looks like this. We have a test for a function called add, and it's going to add two positive numbers. So we're just going to assign a variable called result and say this should be the result of the function. The following line is the expectation of what happens when you add 1 and 4. You should get 5. So we can look at this test. And we can see there's a few other things in here as well, right? Like I said, this is a good way to discover what it's supposed to do. We have some expected errors and things like that. So what I'll do is, I'll flip over to see this test run. It's going to run in a browser, doesn't have to, that's just kind of the tool that we're using right now. And we can see it's failing. It says expected -3 to equal 5. So this is the core thing that a unit test is going to do for you. It'll warn you if your code is not behaving as expected, and then we can go and investigate what's the code that goes with this. So we get back into our test, we can see we're importing the function, and from our function import we can see here's the code for the add function. This line 5 is probably suspicious for something called add. We can, I guess, detect how we would correct this. So if I save this function, changing the minus to a plus, we'll go back and see the test is now passing. Those two things, we say, okay, well, 5 is 5, 14 is 14. You can sort of see this is enough testing for this function. We don't need to continue to put a bunch of numbers in there to make sure it's working correctly. And that's the core experience of a unit test. Usually you have something more complicated to do, and you will let these things run as you change code, and you will get feedback that your code changes are working or not. So we're going to get into a component testing example now, which is really the equivalent experience, but for user interface code. Here we have a button. I'll make this a little bigger. But we can see up here, it says this should mount. And we have a similar thing of on the left-hand side, we're showing like, okay, well, there's a button here. Looks like it mounted, right? That just means rendered into the web page. But we have an assertion error that we couldn't find a button element. And this is a really similar thing to there's just something foundational probably wrong with this component. So as it turns out, this is a Vue component. Same pattern here, import it from the file that declares it. We can click through and we can see there's actually no button here. And I'm going to go sort of quickly through some of these examples just to get through this presentation in a reasonable time. But what we could have done is inspected our actual element in the DOM and gone, oh, scratch our heads, it's not a button, let's go look at the code. Again, if I change this to be a button, now our tests are green. So now this get command that was looking for a button, just like we were looking for the total of 5 or 14 or whatever it is, that can find something because there's a real button element here. And as we learned in the accessibility talks, the HTML matters a lot to people who are using assistive technology. A button is clickable. A button can be activated with the spacebar. A button can be activated with the enter key. You can use tab to focus a button. It's exposed to screen readers under the behavior that's controlled by the button. So you get a whole bunch of stuff for free just from changing something from div to button. And your component spec is a really good place to assert that sort of thing because you're writing the component. So there's a couple of reasons beyond that why we would think about using component tests for this. They are the lowest level tests that can find an accessibility problem. If it's a problem with your code in your UI, it's going to show up in a component test first. So you can write the fastest test. You don't have to visit an entire page of your application to check if your button component is correct. You can load only your button. The engineers who are writing the components are making the choices about what elements to use for your HTML. That's also the person who should specify why we're using this. Why is this the right way for the component to behave? That button is a core part of the output of a component. And then finally, it's a single source of truth. If you're able to do as much accessibility testing in your component specs as possible, you aren't hoping that some end-to-end test that goes through your entire checkout flow is going to be written in a way that checks every single other thing on the page at the same time. Those tests can be more focused on a user getting through all the steps. Your component test can focus on the correct behavior of your HTML. There are a few reasons that I like to focus on accessibility in web development. The first is we want the application to work for everybody. We want disabled users to have as good of an experience as anybody else. To me, this is absolutely the heart of front-end quality. Everything else makes sense when you have a single focus of what's the right thing to do. One of the hardest things in development is understanding what am I supposed to do of all of the options. If you're trying to write accessible code, the way that you choose to write HTML, the way that you choose to solve problems, has a built-in logic to it that other people on your team can understand because there's actually structure there that matters. As opposed to a file that's just like a big soup of divs and spans where nothing is clear, even from a code level, conceptually, everything makes more sense if it's accessible. And then finally, I think about our entire companies sometimes, what we do with all of the people and databases and all of the backends and logic that we have, even the marketing teams, right? We're trying to get HTML to users. When we do web development, that's the core thing our companies do. It should be the correct HTML. It should matter to us that we ship a quality product. My little graphic for this is if Netflix was sending out, let's say, 10, 20, 30% of people have a disability who might not be able to experience something. If Netflix was shipping DVDs that broke for 20% of people, you would see that as a really bad state for Netflix. And this is what our applications are like if they're not accessible. It's hard to tell here, but this is the movie Unbreakable. That's just a little detail. It happens. So despite the best intentions. We took a quick look at the tool Cypress to get into that example. Cypress is where I work. I kind of want to show you it exists. Here are the two parts of it that you need to know about. One is the app that we just looked at that shows components, end-to-end tests, other types of testing. The other aspect of this is the cloud. I started out working at Cypress on the component testing feature on the app side. Now I'm doing this bottom bullet point on the cloud. I'm working on accessibility features in Cypress. It's amazing for me to get to do this kind of work. Really enjoy it. Anyway, as soon as you reach international waters, there's a rumbling from below and a giant sea monster appears.
Unit test. Haven't you seen
We might all know the meme with the sink. This is what happens when you unit test the faucet and you unit test the piece that takes the water away. All of those things are working. Probably this is still not the sink that you want to ship to your users. This is a good example of a thing that you'll often see as you're learning about testing. Oh, here's a way to dismiss an entire kind of testing because not everything solves every problem. So, I mean, this is cool though. Like if I actually had this would be cool. But still, it's not the software we want.
Let's go home. Testing is pointless. The software was a mistake.
As the crew turns the ship around, you start visibly shuffling charts in the hope of looking busy and not being asked to do anything. All of a sudden, a map falls out that shows the path to end-to-end testing.
What if we go here? It says we can deliver the feature with confidence if we use end-to-end testing.
By Jove, I think she's got it. Oh no. Turn the ship around. Head for end-to-end testing.
Okay, we're going to compare end-to-end tests with component tests now. We talked about component tests and unit tests as being like little isolated pieces of our application. The other way I think of component tests is super vertical. We're going to inspect this thing and what it produces. We're not looking at really a user moving between a bunch of different states. We're also, when we test a component, we have to test some of the things that affect developers, not just users. So a prop name changing, that might be a developer-facing thing that we have to test for, because if someone's consuming that component, we're going to not necessarily, we might break them by having a component prop change. So we're thinking about developers and users when we write component tests. The other thing about them is we often run them locally while developing. So as we're writing a component, the test is open. As we're doing a unit test or a function, the unit test is open. On the other hand, an end-to-end test is visiting an entire application. You go to a URL. There's an actual website. Somewhere there's got to be a server showing you what's being rendered. These are horizontal tests usually, so you're able to move through your application and take different steps throughout what the application's able to do. Almost everything runs through the UI. You may have to do some developer-y things to set up different states. We'll talk about that. But you're not really testing those things. Those are helping you get the UI in a state that you can test it. And often, you're really just going to use your entire system exactly as it is. Because these tests are longer, they have more steps, we don't always run every end-to-end test of our application while we're doing development. Might run them in a continuous integration environment before you get stuck in, before you merge code. So we'll take a quick look at an example of an end-to-end test. You can just ignore that sea shanties thing that you just saw. This is a test, and we can see the difference here. I'm keeping it small, right? The difference here is just that we went to a URL. On our component test, there's no URL. We're just importing a file and running it and mounting it to the browser. But here I have an application running, and we can see a test that did something. If I look through this test here, right, there's steps that happened. We typed in here, we clicked, and the page changed, and we got into a welcome page from the login page. So I don't want to spend too much time on the other ways you can write end-to-end tests. One of the other things you can do is record your steps and your clicks and add assertions that way, so you don't even have to write any code. But whether you record it or you actually write the code, it ends up looking the same, right? We have commands that are doing certain behavior. This one is visiting the URL. This one is asserting that these buttons and form fields exist and having you type and click them. And then we're going to say this should contain Luke. So there's a Luke Skywalker thing coming from the Star Wars API in these tests. As you can see, this is Star Wars person for no reason. This is just to have some content here that's dynamic. And just like we did in the other forms of testing though, we're still setting up the test by going to a page. We're going to do some stuff, and then we're going to assert the result. So that's the core pattern for all the kinds of testing that you might find yourself involved with. Anyway, A short while after entering the clear waters of end-to-end testing, the ship is seized again by the tentacles of the sea monster.
End-to-end test. Slow and flaky. You'll never deliver this feature. You'll have to wait for the API team to finish before you can even start.
Let's get out while we still can. Delivering quality software, too hard.
Again, you bury your head in the pile of charts, and this time you emerge with a map that shows a little area just off to the side of the end-to-end tests.
Captain, it looks like we can stub the network and get out ahead of the API team. Then just meet up with them at the end, right before delivery. They'll go there, we'll go here, parallel.
Parallel? Sounds like a bulletproof way to increase velocity with no downsides. Hard to port.
This is very close to a real thing that people say. So the way that testing can help you move in parallel, especially if you have a separate API team and a development team working on the front end, is often to do with agreeing upon the contract of the API up front. So when you have that contract of the API set up, the front end can begin to use a simulated back end even though the back end doesn't exist yet. And so network stubbing is one way to approach that. There's a few others, but we'll look at this way where we just say, I'm not going to even touch any real server. We're going to use something like Cypress to intercept a request that's trying to go out to a server, and we're going to reply with a specific set of information that's useful for our test. This is something you can do in a component test or an end-to-end test. The benefits of network stubbing is that you can test all kinds of errors and edge cases. You can say, well, I don't really know how to put my server into like always returning a 500, but I can pretend that that's what's happening. I can stub that call and reply with a 500 status code so I can show in my front end what it is the UI is supposed to do. This also speeds up your test execution and reduces flake because there's no network timing, there's no call and response, there's no risk of this other service being down that your front end test might depend on. So purely from an advantage point of view, it can speed up your test execution. We'll take a quick look at the example that we already had, where we looked at this Luke Skywalker thing. So this is set up in such a way that we have a call to the Star Wars API, and we're actually replying to that already using the sci.intercept command with this object over here that is not live data. And so we're pulling this object in from our fixtures folder, where we control exactly what's supposed to be in here. So I'm going to change this. And we'll go back and we rerun this test. And now it's complaining because Chewbacca Skywalker is there. Does not actually contain Luke. This assertion fails, right? We don't find anything that we can locate with that text. And even if we rerun this for a second, we take a quick look at the network tab. The way that this is set up, it's pulling that file and it's showing it here exactly as it would appear if it came from your server. So from your front end's perspective, this is completely transparent. It's exactly the same as you would get if it was coming from the server. And we can fix this by saying this is the data we expect. And now we have another network call that's coming in, and we get that populated again. So again, pretty quick example of the concept, but you can imagine any scenario that has status codes or like content that's going to be different, or dates or time zones, all sorts of scenarios you might need to test. You can explore those without having to deal with any of your server, even if your server is still being built. All right. Now, it wasn't long after entering the sea of network stubbing, the tenacious monster arose once more.
Now that you mark the API there and don't need to run the API tests, how will you know that the API has changed and make sure your code still works?
But the captain had been this way before.
You can't fool me. I know this one. Give me those charts. We can test our mock responses against the real API. Then we'll know if changes are deployed that would invalidate
And so the ship set sail for the cool and calm lagoon of API testing. And now you can start to see how there's all this contradictory advice and all these things have little aspects to them that are maybe not completely solving something for you. So API testing, unlike network stubbing, in this case, we're actually going to hit the real API. We're going to completely ignore what the user interface is doing, and we're going to say, I just want to deploy my server and write code that calls endpoints in my server to check what gets returned. This gives me a way to compare that against something like my fixture with the Luke Skywalker data. So if that API is live and is running, the API team has delivered that, I can still run a test that verifies what I'm mocking out is still correct, still matches the contract, without having to make every single end-to-end test actually hit the real server, because we probably only want to do that selectively so that our tests can be faster as long as we can maintain this confidence. This is really helpful if the API and front end are in different repositories, so they can't really be deployed and versioned together. And you don't need a browser to do this. Some people like to use a browser for this. Some people do this in Cypress with sci.request or this sci.api plugin that we'll look at. But there's a number of solutions to do this because you don't actually need to have a user interface running. And we'll take a quick look at one of these. So here, as this runs, we can see same sort of thing, right? The history of our commands. This plugin by Philip Hriss is going to be what's showing the actual responses in here. This is not built into Cypress, but he made this great plugin. And this lets you see a little bit of what came back. And anything that's in here is something you could assert. You could assert all of these things to behave correctly. And if we were to come through and look at how this test works, we're hitting the actual Star Wars API now. We're not doing any kind of mocking, right? Every time this goes through, it's a real request. And you can actually see that that took a little longer. We have to wait. Maybe we're rate limited. We have all these things that are now subject to the network. And we have different ways we can test them. But the one that I looked at right in here in this example is to pull the Luke Skywalker fixture and say, hey, that thing that we're using for our tests, make sure it matches what the real API is doing. And then we have one place where we're verifying this mock is correct, and maybe 20 or 30 or 100 places where all the tests are fast and don't have to wait that one extra second because they're using something we've verified is still valid. Anyway.
I'll still catch you somehow.
Thank you. Still avoiding work, you aimlessly look through charts and logbooks until you realize something.
Captain, we're not going to make it. We're moving too slow, and the monster will catch up to us again before we get to shore.
What? How? We have so many tests.
We're too heavy. We need to drop some tests to pick up enough speed to deliver on time.
Which tests are the heaviest?
The end-to-end ones, Captain.
But they provide the most confidence.
Yes, but also, according to this, they provide death at the bottom of the ocean.
We have to let some go. Keep only the most important user flows. Can they log in? Can we get paid? And do the contact forms work?
Okay, so there's trade-offs being made here. And this is sort of the topic of the back half of the talk, and last few minutes is going to be looking quickly at some of these trade-offs. So end-to-end tests, like we said, true end-to-end tests can be quite slow. We absolutely want to test the most important things to the business. The less important something is to the business, maybe the more tolerant we can be of not covering it with an end-to-end test. We want to have tests that people actually use and run enough to catch important failures. So we're going to have to make trade-offs between how high quality our tests are and how much we actually expect them to deliver.
What about all the other tests?
Put what you can into component testing. Maybe without running the whole full stack banking application and testing accordingly. We'll move fast enough.
So the trade-off here is that component tests are lighter than end-to-end tests because you don't have to run everything to get them running. This isolation is also kind of a drawback because maybe there's something that only exists when two specific things happen together. So you might sacrifice a tiny bit of coverage for something that's much faster to run. This is the type of thing you'll have to consider when you're thinking about different tests.
And the network?
Stub it and all the component tests. But then we really have to keep testing the API. We're going to need a bigger network.
So just like the example we had earlier, yeah, making component tests, use fake data, keeps them snappy, makes everything still realistic from the front end. But the reason that makes you want to double down on having separate API tests is that we still want to be alerted when that contract may change unexpectedly and that we need to refactor our tests. On the other hand, you can run these things parallel. So you can start your API tests at the same time as you start those UI tests, and they can actually combined execute faster than having everything be against live data.
And about those component tests.
Yes.
Cut anything that checks internal methods.
But developers love testing the internal.
Throw them overboard.
The developers?
The tests. We're in the browser after all. And around here, we go through the user interface.
All right, so as we said, component tests that focus on the surface area of the components are a lot more useful than ones that are in the weeds on all the internal methods and computed values that might be a part of that component. If we're testing something that's not the component's actual responsibility to deliver to the UI or a prop or something that matters to a developer, we can probably take that out of the browser and our tests will be faster. That sounds like it's something that's just business logic and it can be in a regular unit test. The overall takeaway here is to test what matters where it matters and think about what level you want to test at based on the thing you're trying to verify. Nobody can tell you your perfect balance. I'm going to skip through some text that sort of summarizes these things here. You can grab the slides with the link at the end if you want to have this reference point, especially if you're new. But just to keep us moving along, we'll get through these. Anyway, as the day of delivery draws near, the final destination is in sight, and the tentacles of the sea monster recede over the horizon. The crew sheds a collective sigh of relief at last. All except for you in the crow's nest, scanning the empty seas in every direction with a telescope, looking for that ship you were supposed to meet.
How's that API team doing?
Looks like they're 2 more weeks at least, Captain.
Oop. All right, that is the end. Here is the link for the slides. Thank you very much for coming to the talk. And thank you to everybody who participated, to Abbey, Chris, and Nerando. There is one last thing. While I have you all here at such an accessibility-minded conference.
Really?
Oh yeah, really. This is the project I'm working on at the moment. This is accessibility testing built into Cypress Cloud. If you're interested in how this works or you want to get early access to it, I would love to set you up with that and talk about when we can get that going. It's like my pride and joy right now, so yeah, please check this out if you're interested. Thanks a lot.
First of all, I was happy. I expected flames and fire and stuff, but y'all kept that under control. Good job. How was that? I was in the back. How'd they do? How about these three? How were they? All right, hold on. I got to go over here to the podium and get another pair of socks. Hold on. I hope I don't get the feedback. What's this one? No, I want the other one. Gimme. All right, this poor dude walked in like he just walked in minding his own business, right? And I said, you the one, I'm gonna mess with you the whole time. And he has been awesome about it. I got socks for my boy over here. This dude's awesome. Give it up for that guy. Awesome, amazing. So they're setting up the food right now. We gotta take care of some housekeeping things. Item 1, remember yesterday we were told to reach out. We were told to post every day. Have people been posting every day? What? Don't, boy. That is the look every kid said, bro, you did your homework? Yeah, Mr. Fry, I did. You didn't post today? Okay, did you post yesterday? Oh, did you post yesterday? All right. No, now you're looking creepy. That's not assuredness. That's, I'm following you to your car. Hold on. But you posted. All right. How about you? Y'all posted over here? All right. I know you didn't post no swim. I know you didn't. I like this dude. You all right. All right, appreciate that. All right, so remember, you gotta reach out. All right, has everyone, we did this yesterday, has everyone met someone that they didn't already know? Okay, and digitally, that's the most important thing. You can't just walk by and go, what up, dog? How you doing, man? And then walk away. That don't mean nothing. Did y'all connect digitally? On Discord, we have some costumes. Have you gone to the Discord and voted with the pumpkin? Mm-hmm. I know, we're going to take care of that. Most importantly, if you saw somebody who works here, right, who's been taking care of us the whole time this morning, cleaning the trash, whatever, cleaning the restrooms, all of that, make sure you tell them thank you and how much you appreciate that. It's been amazing. We're halfway through day 2. Are we good? Everybody learning? All righty. So, I'm not even talking to you. No. All right. You know what? Let's do one other thing. I didn't want it. So I'm lucky. So this is me. I kind of hide behind the veneer for a minute and I make fun of y'all. I'm lucky because, like most dudes, I need somebody watching out for me. And I've been really lucky. You guys have gotten to meet who's normally my assistant, and when I do presentations or whatever, Miss Lonnie. Hey, Lonnie, wave. She is also the artist in the back. And so if you don't know why somebody like me would need an assistant, I did a virtual conference in Amsterdam during COVID, and I used Gant Studio, my friend Gant. He has a studio set up. But because it was abroad, it started at 3 in the morning. So I had to do it by myself because I can't ask anybody to get up at 1:45. So I get in the studio and I'm all set up because I got it covered, right? And I'm gonna be locked in that studio from 3, and it ended about 3 in the afternoon. You think I brought food or coffee or water? Not a lick. I sat in that room, and the whole time, all I'm getting messages, did you eat? No. You got, no. I'm gonna come, no you're not, you're gonna stay put. Well, this one's been taking care of me, and it's been amazing. How many people were in Portland? Anybody did the Portland one? Richard, you were in Portland? Chris? Huh? No. When we played football. Yeah, chain react, bro. What do you think we're talking about? Yes, you do. What, you gonna open a beer bottle with your foot? All right. Well, we were in Portland, and this one was taking care of me. You make sure, this is an important thing, you got a business, you got a company, have good people. You got to have good people. You check your people to make sure them's good people, because you can't make anything happen without good people. And the best line, I was up there being rude to somebody, and somebody asked Lonnie, like, does he have a script? And she just had to shake her head and say, no, this is him. Just 24/7. And I am. Whether I'm trying to tutor somebody in college algebra. You want to take it again? Yes, you are. All right. Or we're taking photos, or if we're making art. She was my teacher. So some of the pieces that I made, she taught me. And I don't know if you know this, teachers make the best students. I listened to everything you told me. I still listen to everything you tell me. Damn. So make sure, if you're working, you've got a team together. It can't happen unless you have a really good team. For example, Miss Kayla has her help. Mr. Richard, remember, if you don't get it confused, here's Kayla up here, and Richard is also known as the help. That's it. So you make sure she's got that good help taking care of things. This food looks amazing. Did y'all see the menu? All right. So once again, where are my vegan people, vegan vegetarians? Did y'all talk to Miss Kayla? So y'all are straight. Y'all are straight. You're getting that straight? Good. All righty. We're going to do a line. I didn't get to eat yesterday because I was trying to let y'all go first. You greedy suckers ate all the chicken up. So leave something for a brother. All right? Y'all ready? You ready back there, Mr. Richard? Okay, we're going to go eat. You have like a nice little time. Gift shop. Make sure you use the restroom. Don't bring food back in the gallery. It's gorgeous outside. See Miss Lonnie. Y'all are awesome.
Look into my eyes, my heart beats like a drum. You listen to my lies. Love is far to come. Your love is far. Running at the speed of light, kissing under city lights. Calls me into sport and time, it just goes on. Running at the speed of light, kissing under city lights. Calls me into sport and time, it just goes on.
your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and sound.
Full steam through the setbacks. You can't win them all, but I'm proud I tried. I'm glad we had a dialogue. It's good to shape the mind. Speeding up the pace, turning up the heat.
done explaining. This is because it can be heard. Many mistakes will make me hurt. I can't fix you. Is it because it can be heard? Made me awake and make me hurt. I can't fix you. This is what happens when you leave it to somebody else. If you want it done right, you should just do it yourself. You oversaturate your world with nothing but machines. You might make everyone happy, but you're dead inside just like me. And now we're here at standstill. I wonder if you feel the kind of pain that rips your insides out. That's something I know all about. Shocking, ain't it? We have a lot more in common than you would become with. It's like we're the same person, me and you. We both don't know what we can do. Is it because it can be heard? Many mistakes will make me hurt. I can't fix you. Is it because it can be heard? Made me awake and make me hurt. I can't fix you. Is it because it can be heard? Many mistakes will make me hurt. I can't fix you. Is it because it can be heard? Made me awake and make me hurt. I can't fix you.
Long ago I made a vow to never ever let you down. Then you slipped right through the cracks, and that's one thing I do regret. Lost inside this mind of mine, and my oh my, I'm going blind. Broken down from you, I'm sure it took too long to find the cure for love. Oh, 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 for love. To find the cure for love. Oh, 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 for love, love, love,
this mind of mine, and my, oh my, I'm going blind. Broken down from you, I'm sure it took too long to find the cure for love. Oh, 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 for love. To find the cure for love. Oh, 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 for love, love, love. all a plan. We can turn to a memory. Hold each other, I just want your arms surrounding me. Love until the souls are one, so don't you set me free. Here is where I wanna be. And your lips that taste like voodoo. Magic eyes when you give that look that you do. Cold outside, but I'm feeling everyone move. Take it slow, hearts to pound until the beat's through. Oh, I'll take your hand, we can make other plans. Don't leave me stranded. Our love can't stand it. Oh, don't lead me wrong. I'll stay till you gonna love you till we're one. Don't leave me stranded. Don't leave me stranded. Don't leave me stranded. No, don't leave me. Running till the pace is fast enough. Threw me down, but I'm here and I'm still keeping up. I was out, now I'm found and that is simple love. Trust me, it'll be enough. Now, make a move and let the blood flow through our veins. I remember it like cold snow. Heat it up now and hear it, let the bass go. Hear it, hear the bass go, go. Oh, I'll take your hand, we can make other plans. Don't leave me stranded. Our love can't stand it. Oh, don't lead me wrong. I'll stay till you gonna love you till we're one. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. Oh, don't lead me wrong. I'll stay till you gone. Till I'm sober. I just know that I have to believe all that I see. All that I see. I woke up in a different place. Then I left when I closed my eyes. And this feeling I can't explain. That this day would make me alive. I just know. 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 All I see is you. 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 I just know that I have to believe all that I dream. All that I dream. All I see is you. All I see is you. All I see is you. All I see too many things that I have left unsaid. I'd rather be with you instead. I just be with you instead. I just be with you instead. I just It's been too long with too many wrongs. What have I done? You've forgotten the words to our song. Now it's gone. Take it back just for one night. Take all the wrongs and pretend that we're alright. Feel the rhythm in our souls, let them entwine. Cause you don't know what you can do to me. It's not fair, I don't care. Take you there, make you mine before we're out of time. Let's synchronize. Don't be so distant, don't be so distant, so distant, distant from me, from me. You're so close, and yet so far. So I fight it, and here we are in each other's arms. Take it back just for one night. Take all the wrongs and pretend that we're alright. Feel the rhythm in our souls, let them entwine. Cause you don't know what you can do to me. It's not fair, I don't care. Take you there, make you mine before we're out of time. Let's synchronize. Come on, step with me. Let our bodies sing in harmony till the morning light. Synchronize. get me high, I know right away we be chasing our hearts till we end up falling. Young and alive, we were runaways in a wasted summer. Chemicals in a foreign car. We took a moment, made it last forever. We found love laying under the stars. Mid in July in a wasted summer. In a wasted summer. In a wasted summer. We sing along to the radio as the sun went down on a crowded highway. Whoever thought we would lose control in a wasted summer? Chemicals in a foreign car. We took a moment, made it last forever. We found love laying under the stars. Mid in July in a wasted summer. In a wasted summer. We found love laying under the stars. Mid in July in a wasted summer. Let the games begin. Let the games begin. Passed out, all my friends went and passed out. So much for the night. Last round for AM lovers. Oh, that's how I come alive. I'm gonna be a people person in the room. A people, I'ma keep on running this shit. Let the games begin. A people person in the room. A people, I'ma be the kid for the win. Let the games begin. 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 Cab ride, just up here on the right side. Two more for the road. Sometimes when that game hits the wrong vibe, you take it home. I'm gonna be a people person in the room. A people, I'ma keep on running this shit. Let the games begin. A people person in the room. A people, I'ma be the kid for the win. Let the games begin. Let the games begin. is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Seats. Michael wore his dress baseball cap. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. He dressed up for us. Let's make sure we come back. Thank y'all. Thank you.
As you guys are coming back, sorry to steal your thunder, Ken. As you guys are coming back, can we scoot in? I know we like to be spread out and kind of have arm room, but for this session in particular, I'm asking that you kind of scoot in just a little bit. You don't got to go front row, but second,
You
third.
know he's going to come right up. You knew that. So for this presentation, the speaker has asked that we not sit in the back. If you guys, if you can move up a little bit, which is perfect because that's perfect throwing vegetable range.
Chris, do you have a
So
clicker?
if you could just move up a little bit, just a little bit. Feel like I'm back in class, Mike. Ain't nobody listening.
If I can feel your body heat, you're still not close enough.
Wow, wow, that was a disturbing image. We don't want that. Thank you. Thank you. All right, thank you. Look at this. Following directions instructions. Swimming. Swimming. No swim. What are you doing? Swimming? No, behind you. The dude asked you to move up, no swimming. Come on, man.
I wear glasses, I can't hear what
That happens to me all the time. Where do y'all find this dude? This is all right, man. I like him. How's this the best we're going to get? How's this?
Good, good. I'm just waiting on a clicker for my
Oh, okay.
presentation.
No problem. Chris, I'm about to say Chris to the rescue.
That's my guy right there. Is it a clicker?
No. That, oh my God, a clicker. Bro, you need some shoes with that got a clicker in them. Done. Wow. How we doing?
Yeah.
All right, we gotta wait one person coming in wants to see your
quit.
great presentation. Oh no, come on up. Mike wants to see you. Come on up. Don't sit in the back. Come on up, bro. Come on, you good? You come on up, bro. You see everybody else sitting in the front? You good? Thank you. All righty. Finishing up, well, we've got a few more speakers. It's amazing. The second day treat. I've known this young man for a minute. We've done a couple of conferences now. And what's amazing is that it's kind of a weird thing. If he's not around, he is the most amazing human being I've ever met. His story is tremendous. I hate him so goddamn much.
Keep going.
His story is tremendous. He is self-taught and worked his way up to work for one of the largest companies that we know of, and he's really inspiring. When I'm in front of him, he's a raggedy piece of garbage and a poo-poo head, stinky bottom, old meanie face.
But your favorite poo-poo head, stinky bottom, old meanie face?
That list is short. All right, but here's the thing. This is the thing you may not know, and I don't know if he puts it up there. He used to do, what do you think, anybody, what do you think he used to do before he started nerding? What do you say? Yeah, he was a model. He was actually a model. Somebody has to buy tractors. So he would do the before and after for tractor accidents. Come on over, bro. What? Come in. Yes, he was actually a model. Back then he looked better than this, but come here. It's all right, bro. It's all right. No, don't touch me. All right, so he used to model, right? And then he said, and you also taught, well, you're teaching now, right?
Yeah, teaching now.
Okay, cool. And he said, forget this. I don't want to be glamorous. I want to be on the computer, right? And you're self-taught, and you got to this point.
Yep.
Awesome. That's enough. Go back to your spot. Really wonderful guy, super smart, really honestly an inspiration. Tell anybody who wants to know, all of my students, I tell the story of this young man who did it on his own, right? So he's got lots of smart stuff to do. If you don't get that off the goddamn screen.
Can't.
You know what? I ain't even saying that. Y'all, Mike Liendo. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm kind of a wanderer, so hopefully the audio will cooperate with me. But I appreciate you all coming a little bit closer. That was perfect. And as you can see, if you haven't already, there's a QR code. Go ahead and scan that. We're going to have some fun today. Maybe there's a little surprise at the end. We'll see. The one thing I want to go ahead and just kind of get out of the way. I rewrote my entire talk that I've spent the past 10 months working on. I've given it 8 times. I know it like the back of my hand. I rewrote it this morning because I realized after speaking with many of you that you're coming from boot camps and maybe what I had to say previously wouldn't have been the best subject to today. Now, in fairness, my company paid for me to come here, right? So there's a little bit about them, and I'll make it relevant as we get to the talk. But I wanted to make sure that you understood this talk that you're getting right here is going to be specifically tailored for what I would consider for each and every one of you. So what we got going on today? Let me go ahead and fix that screen. I hope everybody has the QR code. I'm going to scroll that down just a little bit so we have some room. Right? Now, we've all heard this saying. It's going to screech one more time. Right? We've heard this before. Right? Money can't buy happiness. I hate that quote. Hate that quote. Right? I work in tech. I love money. Right? That's not a bad thing. Some people say, oh, you shouldn't do that. You should do it because of the passion, because of the community, because of the awesome organizers and opportunities. I can't pay my bills with organizers and opportunities, right? And I shouldn't feel ashamed for that. I love making money. Typically, the people that say that are the ones that already have it. So that's not fair. And then you get this one, right? Money is the root of all evil. Great. Typically, that's going to be coming from somebody who's made a poor monetary decision, and now they're trying to just project that onto me. Money is not the root of all evil. My background is, as Ken was saying, of humble beginnings. Now, we're in Jackson, Mississippi, so everything's kind of relative here. But let me just go ahead and paint that picture, right? 9 years old. 9 years old, my mother had 4 kids at the time. She later went on to have 6 more. Us 4, she couldn't take care of it. She realized that drug and addiction got really bad. My dad said, I'm going to go and take the boys. I live with my brother, separated from my sisters. And from there, I can say I've been taking care of kids ever since I was one. Okay? And I see some nodding heads because I know that is a story that is probably familiar to a lot of your perspectives and what you share. So in this session, we're actually going to be talking about, how do we continue to make money even after we've secured that position in our 9 to 5. There's going to be a lot of gems in this, okay? So if you have your notebooks, go ahead and pull those out. To give you a little bit of background on myself, though, Michael Liendo, AKA Focus Otter. I go by that everywhere. You can find me online, single word. As Ken was saying, senior developer advocate. What that means is that I get paid to engineer, architect, interact with the community, and travel and kind of share my story and my company's story on the products and services that we have going on. I seriously do work for tacos. I've had many people say, look, I can't afford, to pay you what you're worth. How about I can slide you over an order of tacos? And that's cool with me. Now, when it comes to a SaaS application, I just want to do a quick little level set here, okay? When it comes to a SaaS, a software as a service, a lot of folks will start to talk about this being between the $5,000 to $10,000 monthly recurring revenue. Now, I don't know about you, but that's amazing, right? If I could make that, quote unquote, passively, I'm doing something right. It's popular in the indie hacker community. You know what this is, folks. You've seen this where we have maybe an architecture like this. And if I was giving my typical AWS, having that hat on, talk and presentation, this is what we would be talking about. This is how you create a micro SaaS on AWS. But I realize a lot of us are coming from boot camps. You haven't gone through AWS yet. It would be a disservice for me to come here, speak in front of you, and say, let's get some Lambda functions set up, integrated with Cognito and AppSync, and do all this crazy stuff. It's not applicable. It's not where we're at right now. So we're going to tweak this, because chances are you already know what a SaaS application is. You've seen it plenty of times. When you sign up for Netflix, when you sign up for Hulu and all those other services, it's this right here, right? You pay monthly. You have the option typically to pay annually and save a little bit of money there. But this is what we're talking about. How do we make it so that maybe we're not starting off with $5,000 a month, but how do we start? Here. Going back to humble beginnings, I am now the second oldest of 13. It's kind of crazy, right? The kids just kept on coming. A lot of you know that siblings, we love and hate each other all at the same time. But when it came to a SaaS application, I feel like this was my niche. Now, I work a 9 to 5. Okay? I love my 9 to 5. It gives me the opportunity, again, to come out and speak with all of you. But at the same time, there's just that something wired in my brain that's constantly telling me I want to be my own boss. And I think a lot of it stems from the fact that when I was 9, my grandpa, who worked at John Deere in the factory, was telling me, the person who works with their back and emphasize it so much to me will never get paid as much as the person who works sitting down in the chair. That stayed with me for so long, completely kind of twisted my mind, and I knew at that moment I wanted to work in tech. That was the defining moment. And a lot of us can kind of think like, how did I get here? Was it someone who mentored me, educated me? And oftentimes it's gonna be just some random sentence that was said that just stuck with you like this. So I made the decision at that moment, I'm gonna be my own boss. I'm gonna be the person in charge. I'm gonna sit at the top of the throne here, and I'm gonna be able to provide and take care of my family, unlike how my mother was able to take care of me. I swore that to myself. My goal is to make a lot of money so that I can take care of the ones that I love. Now, I say I want to be the boss, right? I say I want to be the boss. You hear me? That wasn't enough. Anybody can be the boss. Everybody is a manager. I wanted to be the CEO. But then I realized when it comes to that CEO, you know, there's a couple commas missing from there, right? I want to be the CEO, right? Pay me what I'm worth. But it got tricky. It got tricky because I realized I'm working this 9 to 5, and I still have to go back to the office, right? I still have to put in this work because at the end of the day, that is what's putting food on my table. But I promise you, when you hit that spot, when you make that mental shift and you say, I want to be the person in charge of my own financial responsibilities, your world will shift. You'll go to work and you're pacing, and you're pacing. And you're thinking, I got this idea in my head and I know I can make it happen. I just don't really have the tools or the resources yet to get this off the ground, but it sticks with you. This is what we're going to be talking about today. This is what we're going to be leveraging, and how do you make that shift from I have an idea to now I have another opportunity to provide for my family. So I want to really emphasize the fact that we are providing for our family here, okay? Because when I set out on that idea of being the CEO, right? I was like, I'm going to change the world. Okay? I'm going to get my dues. I'm going to be able to have a huge impact, lasting legacy, generational wealth, and you have to dial it back. You have to. Otherwise, you'll burn yourself out. You'll feel like a failure consistently. And I can tell you from my personal story, I felt like a failure consistently. Self-taught, yes, Ken, thank you. But self-taught means that I went to college and was the first of my siblings to go to college, but then also the first to drop out. Learning through my failures, I was the first to go ahead and get married, and I got all those accolades, but then I was the first to get a divorce. I stopped worrying about changing the world, and I said, I'm going to go ahead and just focus on changing my world. So I went to my boss, went to my manager. We had an open conversation. Now I realize some of us don't have the ability to have these open conversations, right? But there are some real benefits of having that. You don't have to be on best of terms, but there are some clear do's and don'ts. Let your manager know, give them reassurance. Hey, on my off hours are dictated between the hours of when I leave work, when I stop doing work for the day, and before I come back in the morning. I'm going to be working on my side hustle. I'm going to be working on this idea. Because I have this plan that I'm going to stay with the company, but at the same time, I need to make sure that I'm protected in case anything bad were to happen. Because I know we've all heard the stories, right? You've had friends log into Slack, and they could no longer access Slack. Log into their email, and they didn't have those permissions. They were laid off. I've probably had a dozen friends in the past year follow that same circumstance. And I'm just fortunate that I wasn't among them. But I have to think Did they have something backed up? Did they have some reassurance in case things went south? Well, if only I could help them. If only we could get into a real world situation here, folks. Because that's what I want to do. I want to break down for all of you the tools and resources that you'll need so that you can say, I can at least make some money recurring every single month, right? So for that, I'm going to present you with 3 tools that we're going to be talking about today. First up, we have Stripe. Give me a nod if you've heard of Stripe. Awesome, love it. Stripe has a lot of tools and benefits, both developer-friendly and non-code. You sign up, you put in your banking details, and you can do things like create products and send those out to your customers. Great. In addition, and specifically for folks in the Jackson, Mississippi community and the Davenport, Iowa community, we are small town. I can't charge somebody $5,000 to make a website. It's just not going to work. We have mom and pop shops where I come from. So folks want to set up a website. I'm going to use Card for that, and I'll show you what that looks like because I bet it's unfamiliar for a lot of you here today. But even further, even my sister back home, she asked me, now I'll be up front, I'm called Mikey back home. She said, Mikey, can you help me out? She's a top tier makeup artist. And she said, I don't know how to set up a booking site so that folks can book their nails, eyelashes, and all that other stuff that makeup artists do. Now, me being me, I'm thinking, well, I mean, if I set it up, if I custom build the solution, I love you, but I'm gonna have to charge you. Okay? But I know of some tools that would actually get this set up pretty quickly where you can do this for free. It's just a booking site, but she has the domain, right? She wants to go ahead and link those together. She wants to make sure that she's getting email notifications, that payments are going through. When you think about it, there's a lot that goes into this. And I showed you in that architecture in the beginning, if I were to custom build that, that's everything that I'm putting out for you. But what does it look like when we use some of these pre-built SaaS providers and start to generate this on our own? I think what it really comes down to is that when you come from places like where we come from, you're not always expected to succeed, even if you're given the tools, right? I can give you the fishing pole, but how does that help you if you don't even know how to fish? Sometimes you need somebody to walk you through these scenarios. I love this poem by Edgar Guest. Love it. This is only a snippet. I encourage you to look it up. It's called The Sermon. It's probably 3 paragraphs long, and it just keeps me invigorated with how I can help others. Don't just show me, walk me through. Let me know something, because I can tell all of you these are the tools, go ahead and find it out. All you gotta do is log in and sign up. But if you don't know what you're clicking on, if you haven't done it before, well, it's no different from being at point 1. So to really drive this home, we're gonna go ahead and build something out. Now, on day 1 that I was here, her head is down right now, but on day 1 that I was here, Miss Philomi actually said, hey, I love it here, but I don't have a custom website set up. I kept thinking, well, I mean, I could build you a custom website, no problem. She said, yeah, but I mean, I need payment set up. Some people book through me and they schedule, and I'm just thinking, this is too perfect. I have to redo my talk. So what we're gonna do live as I can make it within this 25-minute session, or rather 10 minutes that I have left. We're gonna build a website for Ms. Philomi using these tools. Now, how I would approach it is I'm gonna use Calendly, so that way if someone wants to book a session with her and have a private showing, they can do that. We're gonna be using Card, that way we can host the website. I've already, in fact, purchased the domain for her, so we're even gonna get that set up and show you how to integrate that. And also, so that we can accept payments, we're gonna be using Stripe to hook all of this together. This is real world stuff, folks. My barber can use this. My sister can use this. Anybody that I meet, if they're selling canvases, it doesn't matter. You can book this and start making money. How would I charge? Easy. I'm making a SaaS application, right? I wanna be paid when I sleep. That's the goal. I would probably charge something monthly, $20 to host it. If I get 10 people like that, $200, that's a light bill. That's groceries, right? That's changing my world, my impact. I don't want to talk this session through, so let's get started. All right, let's go ahead and see where we're at here. First and foremost, we're going to go to Calendly. This is Calendly's interface. I'm going to bump this up so we can see it. Now, I want to, in case you've never seen this before, create a new calendar event. This is going to be an event type. It's going to be one-on-one, right? Miss Philomi over here is going to be having a special occasion with whoever wants to sign up. We're going to call this a showing with Philomi. Is it there? Perfect, thank you. And in fact, this could be in person, this could be virtual, it doesn't really matter. Let's just say that it's gonna be a Zoom conference, and then all of this stuff is gonna be sort of to be continued. We're not gonna spend time filling out the details here, but here's our event link, great. I'm gonna click on next. Now, this is gonna be an existing schedule based off of her working hours. I can obviously tweak this, but for right now, let's say from 9 to 9, we're gonna be pretty flexible with the hours here. I'm gonna click on next from here. This is looking great. The only part that I have to really focus on is this collect payments, right? I'm trying to get paid, and the only way that you can book this session is if you pay ahead of time. Calendly is great because it integrates directly with Stripe, so I can set this up, and you know what? Time is valuable, so $50 is what you owe me if we're meeting for a 30-minute session. And to be honest, I charge $100 an hour, so this is pretty real world. Right? For me, my time is my highest commodity. We have that set up. Now we can go ahead and head back, and we just want to verify that we have this integrated in our Calendly service here. Here are our event types. I can share this, and then for now, I'm going to say I want to add this to a website, and it's going to be an inline embed, meaning I want the calendar to show up as is, and it's going to give me this code snippet right here. I'm going to copy this and put this in my clipboard. We're definitely going to be coming back to this. Next up is going to be in Card, and if you haven't used Card before, it's a fantastic service. $9 for the year will get you set up where you can host your applications, get these templates integrated, and have all of this working for you. There's one template in particular. She's going to be showing off artwork, right? So I'm going to come down here, and I'm going to say, you know what, let's look for something pretty, but not overly complex. Something with maybe a couple images you can select on, and then take it from there to tweak. I don't really see anything that is standing out at the moment, but I think for the sake of time, we could probably pick on this one. Awesome. Looks like we got it right here. We could say, Miss Philomi, A-L. Yep, A-M-I. Awesome. And you can see right in here, we have this section where we can add images. Now, I don't want to use 6. I could if I wanted to, but I can always come down here and delete one. Super, super great. Right at the bottom, in fact, you can see all the options that we have when it comes to working with this. So we'll get rid of one of those. And if I click on one of these up top, I'm going to upload a photo here, and I already have this album with some photos that she didn't realize I was sneaking of her today. So I'm going to sneak these inside of here, where it's just her artwork. If I wanted to, I can go ahead and accept these. And the cool thing about Card is that you can come in and add other elements. You don't have to work with their default template here, right? I can say, here's an image, just like so. And if I wanted to upload a headshot of her, I could do so pretty easily. Beautiful photo of the talented Miss Philomi there. Now I can continue going through here, right? But to save time, I'm going to come down and I'm going to head over to Stripe. Stripe is great, and I'll bump up this site right here for us so we can see it. Because I can add products and set up recurrent payments or one-time payments. Now when it comes to a canvas, I can easily say, pay me monthly, but that probably wouldn't be the best thing. So what I'll do is make sure I'm in test mode just while we're going through this, and create a new product. Now these products right here are pretty easy to integrate. I already have one set up. It's just called Philomi Sample. I apologize on the spelling of the name. But from here, I can get what's called a payment link. Super easy to create. I can move this over to live if I wanted to, but filling out all of these details will give me exactly what I want. And then from here, you see I have the option to create this payment link right here. I select the product, and it will give me a Stripe checkout page. Tying these all together is essentially what we need to have something like this, where we have Philomi Stewart. Scrolling down, you can see the images are optimized. Alt text is included. Right down here, we can see the canvases. And this is what card gives you out of the box. When it comes to this private showing here, I can slide in that embed and go ahead and customize these. The embed is actually already there. It just doesn't show when you're in the editing mode. But you have her socials right here. Now, to prove that this is working, if I go to, there we go, philomidesigns.com, and this is live on the web, you'll see her site. Okay. I built this in 30 minutes right before this talk. Like I was down to the wire, got this set up for her. She had no idea that I was doing this, but I wanted to prove how quick and easy it is to get something like this set up. Then we have this taken care of. You can see that Calendly is integrated. Any customer can come up in here, select a date based off of her schedule, email her if they want to. But the really cool thing is that if they like one of these options that are featured right here, they can click on it and be taken over to a Stripe checkout page. Just like that. So, Ms. Philomi, I hope you like your site. Of course, we can make changes, but I'm looking forward to having this set up for you. But with that, if I get back to my presentation here, cool. I want to go ahead and say thank you. I hope you realize that this is all completely possible and within the realm of what you can all accomplish today. This is real world stuff that you can take back to your classrooms, in your boot camps, so you don't have to wait 11 months or 6 months when you graduate. You can start doing this stuff right now. And for folks that are already working a 9 to 5, I would highly encourage you to take advantage of some of these free tools that are out there right now, or low-cost tools rather, because the last thing you want to be doing after your 9 to 5 is continuing to work on code, because we're notorious, right, for finding code solutions. If you want to build a website, let me hook up React or hook up Angular and all that stuff. Don't do that stuff. Focus on providing value. Focus on changing your world. And the quickest way to do that is simply to take advantage of some of this stuff. But with that, I want to go ahead and say thank you to the organizers. Thanks to all of you. My name is Michael Liendo.
Hey, wait, stay put. Come here. So seriously, a couple of items. Number one, known this brother for a while, honestly. It's hard for me to be nice to him in front of him, so I'm going to look straight ahead. Really is. I mean, when I talk to people and I try to explain to them some of the people that I meet, they're amazing people. You know, and he's absolutely, the only complaint I had, I've known you longer than you knew her, but you ain't did crap for me. But that's fine, that's all right. I guess I'm just gonna put try to put something together for my site, but you don't care. Number two, do that shirt come in adult size. What the hell, bruh? Don't do that, I'm about to throw up. Get out of here. No, Mike is amazing. I thank you for sharing your story, man. I never heard it spelled out like that, and it's really important to understand, and this theme has gone through, don't stop. Don't stop. Just keep going. Keep pushing forward. And I appreciate that. But you know what? One of these days, I'm going to say something nice to you.
Someday.
You coming to Portland?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to say something nice about you and Gant at the same time.
I won't get my hopes up.
No, but I'm going to do that. I'm going to say, hold on a second. I'm a man of my word. Hello, computer nerd land. In Portland in July, I will say something nice about Mike and Gant at the same time. I may even throw something nice about Chris in too. I'm gonna die. Get off my camera. Thank you again. It's amazing. I'm almost choked up, bruh. I really am. I'm serious. What you don't realize is about a fourth of them paintings is mine, so you actually did something for me too. Nah, in your face. There's screening going on. We're gonna take a break, but you're gonna make your way over. And they told me the name. It's like United Students who are really cool with health. They're over there in the corner. They're doing screening. They're going to do blood pressure check. All of that, do some vital checks, things of that nature. They're over there in the corner. Make sure you go see them during the break. No, Mike, they don't have IQ tests. You just stuck with that. All right. Okay, so make your way over there. Thank you again, Michael. You were amazing. You are all amazing. Please make sure you go see those wonderful people over in the corner. Let's take a quick break.
flying by, away from them, and no one can see me now. I'm miles above you, don't care what they're seeing below, 'cause I'm miles above, I'm miles above you. Miles above you. In the sky, gazing far into the night, I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you. far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, for you, for you, for you, for you, for you,
y'all like Miss Abby's performance earlier today? She had to carry those other two.
I wasn't the one ad-libbing. I know we're not saying nice things about Chris, though.
No, he's all right. He's okay. So, kind of nice. All right, we'll work on it. So, this wonderful young lady, the things she loves to do, crocheting, knitting. What's the biggest piece you've crocheted?
Oh man, I did a blanket that can cover my entire couch at home, and I will never make a blanket that big ever again.
How long did that take?
Probably 6 months to a year. Yeah.
You know,
and
you
it
could
was
have
in
just.
a circle eternally, which was also not helping. You just kept adding and trying, so it never ended.
You know they sell blankets at the stove. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be wise.
That's going to do that next time?
Yeah.
All righty. Okay, the other thing, and this is kind of cool, didn't know this, loves costumes. Okay, that's cool. Loves color. That's kind of unique.
Yeah. So when I was hating my last job and wanting to find something new, my husband was like, well, what about web development? You know, you like colors. You can put colors on a web page.
Is that a link, y'all? Did that make sense to y'all? You're good? Totally? Okay. All right, I'm not smart enough. I'm good. All righty. But here's the one that I love. There are two. Number one, the captain of your air rifle team.
Yeah. Yeah. So you often see it in like JROTC, but it's the little lead pellets and it's precision air riflery. So I was shooting from 30-something feet and got to go to state at Fort Benning a few times. And yeah, I'm a pretty good shot, I guess.
Oh. You put that last part in just to, like, I wasn't doing nothing wrong, babe. I've been announcing you good. She's like, here's a pretty good shot. Don't mess it up.
I took my sword off for the talk. Don't worry.
Okay, good. Thanks. I'm going to be outside. But here's the best one. Okay, we got to hook you up with my boy from yesterday. DJ?
College radio DJ.
The dude that does all the parties, but we got to get you together with the New York party guy. Yeah, Pato, where is he? Did he leave? All right, yeah, we got to get you together.
Yeah.
Okay, what's the longest you've DJ'd? Like how many, 5 hours, 6 hours?
I was the fastest to get certified at WSBF Clemson, so I spent 8 hours in the booth getting all my credits at once.
Okay, did anybody else just learn that to be a DJ, you got to get credentials? Did anybody else just,
you knew, at least learn.
You knew that? So like what happens if I DJ without my DJ license? Does somebody pull me over?
No, you just got to learn what you can say on the radio, because otherwise the FCC will come find you.
Oh, okay. Oh, you mean like a radio DJ, not like, you know, not that.
I mean, I played the songs that other people did that for, but.
All right, cool. Now you see this? Y'all, this is amazing. Now y'all got to listen to regular old, you could talk to about DJing and crocheting. But instead, Miss Abby's going to talk to you about, let's see, cognitive load and your development environment. I'd rather talk about the DJ. You ready?
Yeah.
All right, everybody, make some noise for the awesome Miss Abbey Perini.
Pirate today, thank you. So before I found out that someone will pay you to put colors on a website, I got a whole psychology degree. And part of that is learning how that continues to come up as useful across my career, dealing with people, even in development. So let's go ahead and get into what cognitive load is. It is the amount of available memory and cognition, which is a fancy word for thinking resources you have. It's also the term we use for the amount of memory and cognition resources a task requires. And if a task or tasks requires more cognitive load than you have, then you reach cognitive overload and you're going to be asking for more brains. I'm not going to go into every process that is required to get information from outside of your brain into your brain, and then you're thinking about it, and then it's stored in your memory, because it's many complex processes working together. But suffice to say, you can only think about and remember so many things at one time. And many things affect how easy it is to get that information all the way through all of those processes and stored in your memory. So a few examples include how long you have to focus, how the information is presented to you, the amount of information you're trying to take in, and the complexity of the information. There are plenty of external factors that affect your available cognitive load. Lack of physical resources. If you don't have water, if you don't have food, if you don't have sleep, you're probably going to be trying to get those things or thinking about how you don't have those things, rather than using all of your brains to do the information absorbing that you're trying to do. Physical discomfort. If it's really, really cold in the room, you're probably thinking about, I don't know, getting a blanket, getting a jacket, finding someone with a small space heater, instead of trying to focus on a task. Emotions, we can pretty much say that negative emotions will negatively affect your available cognitive load, but we all know the person who motivates themselves using like negative emotions to get their tasks done, so the relationship is pretty complex. A big one is chronic stress. If you're having a bad day, you already can kind of tell that like it's kind of harder to think and focus. If you have a lot of bad days in a row, it's gonna be hard to think and focus. And disabilities often affect your available cognitive load, if you have one, and increase the cognitive load tasks require. But if we think about that, then we can reframe information in a way that helps prevent cognitive overload for ourselves and our users. Some examples include anxiety and post-traumatic stress disorder, aka PTSD. Just like chronic stress, if you're constantly stressed out, you're gonna be using up a bunch of those resources, and over time it's gonna be harder to focus, it's gonna be harder to get information processed all the way through, and it's gonna be harder to remember things. Chronic pain is a big one. If you're in pain, you're probably thinking about it, and you can only think about so many things at one time, so you're probably gonna be using up some of those resources. And there is research that shows that over time, chronic pain will reduce your available memory resources overall. I am so sorry, I forgot to mention that there will be a QR code to the blog version of this at the end. I didn't put any links in these slides because they would have been all links. So I have like, you know, chronic pain, here's a research about, you know, all your memory resources. So don't worry about taking notes. You will have the opportunity to get links. And back to sensory processing disorder and learning disorders. These are ones that increase the cognitive load that tasks require. If I have an auditory processing disorder, which I do, so my friends can probably tell you, I'm constantly asking them what word they just said. Did you say pumpkin? Did you say potato? Like, can you repeat that one back to me? And so if someone is, I don't know, talking to me for 30 minutes and they don't have any text on the screen, they don't have any pictures, and there's no other way that the information is given to me, it's harder for me to process. If I had a learning disorder like dyslexia and you did the same thing, but it was just a giant wall of text, then that would be harder for me to process. And for that reason, a lot of people with dyslexia will navigate websites using a screen reader because the screen reader will read the information to them. They can get through it faster, and that is lowering the cognitive load required for them to surf the internet. Traumatic brain injury, or TBI, dementia, Alzheimer's, and amnesia are all disabilities that affect the brain structure. So they can have devastating effects on every part of information processing, memory, etc. If the TBI has injured a part of the brain that affects language processing, then someone is going to have trouble absorbing information that is portrayed in language, but the cognitive load of the task would be lower if you gave it to them in pictures. If a TBI affects the part of the brain that controls executive function, then it becomes an executive function disorder. Executive function is our ability to plan, control our impulses, and direct attention. Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, aka ADHD, is an executive function disorder. People with ADHD say that they don't have a deficit of attention, they just can't focus it on things like other people can. And they have trouble sustaining focus, so they're not able to take the information all the way through the processes and store it in memory if they can't focus on it long enough for that to happen. So, what do we do about that? Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder sufferers have an interest-based nervous system. So if you introduce something that they're naturally interested in, that has some aspect of competition or urgency or novelty, then suddenly they are able to sustain that focus. They're able to remember things, and that cognitive load of the task lowers. However, as me and all of my ADHD friends will tell you, that can quickly become hyper-focus, and then we are focused on that for as long as we can sustain it physically. And oh boy, does that backfire, because then we're lacking physical resources. We haven't had water, we haven't had food, we've been focusing for literally 8 hours, and your brain is not built to do that. You've burnt through all your resources, you can't get that fuel, and we are back to square one. So, we know ADHD is an executive function disorder. We know autism spectrum disorder has a good bit of overlap with symptoms and is somewhere in the same vicinity. But, you know, executive function is part of it. It's one of the many theories as to why, but it doesn't explain ASD fully. What we do know is that they take in so much sensory information. They don't filter it out. They're feeling everything, their clothes, the air, everything. So if someone's talking to them, it's kind of hard to figure out which stimulus you're supposed to be paying attention to, and that's going to raise cognitive load, where they're trying to pay attention to something in a way that doesn't really work for their brains. There's also some research that their ability to think about verbal information is lower to start. So, just like ADHD, if we lower sensory input to as little as possible and we present information in a way that works for their brain, we can lower the cognitive load of tasks and prevent cognitive overload for our ADHD and ASD friends. So we talked about what cognitive load is, what can affect it, and how we can start to think about how we can reframe information. But we can also lean on 3 disciplines that study this in depth. Human factors and ergonomics studies the way that, human factors and cognitive ergonomics are very close, and I don't want to tell you the wrong thing. Here we go. Investigates the way a human doing a task is affected by everything around them, whereas cognitive ergonomics investigates the way the design of an interface matches the cognitive capabilities of users. Both of these disciplines seek to study the way that they can reduce errors, increase productivity, and more by looking at how humans interact with things like buttons. They would both take a human in front of something like a nuclear power plant control panel and be like, is the way that the interface is designed with buttons next to each other going to increase the likelihood of someone pressing the wrong button, because we probably don't want that with a nuclear power plant. Whereas instructional design is studying how humans absorb information. And we often think about that in terms of school, but they'll do things like training for companies, training for employees, and they'll study if we tweak the way that the information is given to people, does that make it easier for them to absorb? And part of that is cognitive load. So, raise your hand if you have ever read anything or heard anything about how to reduce the cognitive load of forms for your users as a web developer. I've got a few hands, yeah. So these 3 disciplines all have studies that routinely inform UX and UI. And I've got 4 examples here. You can get links in the blog later. But suffice to say, they're out there. They're giving us our information. They're talking about how if you ask a user to fill out a form and they get something wrong and you hide the error behind the form or like across the page and you don't put it in red and they can't see it, it's going to be harder for them to fill out the form. And that's why I find that often web developers will know how to reduce the cognitive load of a form for their users, but they have no concept of how to apply it to themselves and their own cognitive overload. So, instructional design goes a little bit further and gives us 3 ways to describe how difficult information is to process. Intrinsic cognitive load is how difficult the concept is to understand. If you are trying to learn how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, or you're trying to learn how to do rocket science, one of these 2 things is naturally a little more complicated than the other. Extraneous cognitive load, on the other hand, is how difficult the presentation of the information is to understand. We've all come across at least one diagram in our lives where we've been like, if they could have just made the labels slightly better, I feel like I could have gotten this a lot quicker. And we're not going to go into how to lie with statistics, but that happens a lot with those. Germane cognitive load is how much cognitive load is required to process the information and store it in memory. So similar thing, diagrams, labels. If you give a really vague label or a variable for a label, and then the definition of that variable is like 3 pages over, and you have to go scroll and like look and really think about the definition and then go back to the diagram, then you're holding a lot of things in your memory, and that's naturally requiring more of your cognitive resources than if the labels were directly on the diagram. So, when I originally wrote this talk, I described every single process that it takes to get information from outside of your brain into your brain and into memory, and then I also gave you metaphors for it, and I gave you every term I had learned in this class in college, and it looked like the Cliff Notes version of a psych textbook. And I bet some of you are trying to read this right now. And intrinsically, this makes this talk much more difficult to understand. I mean, I'm describing an entire process that you don't need to know and probably don't care about. If we talk about extraneous cognitive load, those 2 paragraphs are a lot more than the few bullet points that I gave at the beginning of the talk. If we're talking about germane cognitive load, I think I've got like 4 to 6 terms in the first paragraph. And then the second paragraph is a metaphor for each of those terms, relating it back to computers and web development. And then I use that through the entire talk. Like, you had to remember that I had said at one point that your working memory was like the RAM on your computer. And once I got to the instructional design part, I was like, oh, there are some edits that I guess I could make in my own talk. I have another blog and talk that's about getting started in a new code base. And if you want the long form version of this, I recommend reading that. But we can talk about intrinsic cognitive load. It's often referred to as readability. Is your code readable? There is a tool called Code Climate that takes this white paper by G. Ann Campbell called Cognitive Complexity, a New Way of Measuring Understandability, which assigns a point system to lines of code that increase the cognitive load to understand them through abstraction, through nesting, through putting utilities in another file, all kinds of things. And they took that point system, and you can run a tool on your entire code base, and it will tell you how cognitively complex your lines of code are. We've all thought about, do I need to be smart? Or should I be able to tell what this code does when I come back to it in 6 months? Those kinds of things. Extraneous cognitive load, your documentation. Can you find it? Is it a reference or is it a guide? Is it broken up into headings or pages, or is it one big block of text? The easier your documentation is to consume, the lower the extraneous cognitive load of your learning your code base will be. Finally, germane cognitive load, how many cognitive resources you have to expend just to understand the entire system of your code base. If you have any data integrations, if you have microservices, if you have anything complex, provide diagrams. Give your new junior devs trying to learn this code base mental models. Give them multiple ways to consume information. If it's videos, include captions, because if you can give them the ultimate overarching mental model for your code base, then as they're reading the small nitty-gritty technical details, they can fit that into their mental model, and it is easier, requires less cognitive load than building their own mental model from scratch. So we've talked about a couple ways to apply cognitive load to things that we have to do, but what about our development environment? The point of this talk. I hate to break it to you, honestly I hate to break it to me, that your development environment extends beyond your computer. We're back to your physical needs. Have you drunk water? Have you eaten something? Have you taken a break? Because those things are required for you to be able to go deep on whatever you're trying to code. the point when I was ignoring my break timer to work on this talk and then hit this slide where I said to myself that I had to take breaks was a bit embarrassing, but we can all work on taking more breaks together. We can reduce the amount of distractions that are in front of you. I mean, close your tabs. I really do. Close all 30 of your tabs. Turn off your notifications. And my best example of this is if you've ever run a development server, if you've ever had to boot up a Docker container or wait for anything to load, the cognitive load required to sustain your focus on waiting that 30 seconds to a minute for that thing to load is much lower if you don't have 30 tabs open with things that you're interested in reading about, or you don't have notifications constantly popping up. You want to allow yourself all of your available cognitive resources if you're trying to figure out that perfect for loop, if you're trying to figure out the problem and the solution at the same time. Reduce context switching. And context switching is similar to multitasking, where you have two things in front of you and you believe, despite the fact that it is very false, that you can switch between the two and sustain your attention on both and get all the information from, I don't know, like your computer and your phone and your TV all at the same time. Context switching, you think you're putting the first thing down. You think you're, oh, I've been coding a button in the front end, I'm just gonna quickly switch to the back end, completely different context, but like, it'll be fine. It's taking you longer than you think. It's stressing you out, and it's preventing you from going deep on one topic. And I know as developers, we are often asked to do this. You're working on a new feature, and a very important bug comes in. You're working on integrations, and they want you to quickly write some tests because QA is behind. All of these things keep happening to us, but as much as possible, we want to split up these tasks so we can concentrate on one area at a time. There are a few different ways that people do this. Task batching is kind of like habit chaining. If you've ever heard of people being like, well, you can brush your teeth every day, so if you add flossing, just do it at the same time. That's habit chaining. Task batching is similar in that if you're already working on the front end, you're doing some buttons, you know you've got a ticket in that same file, go ahead and pull that in. Great, work on that, take a break, and then switch to something else. Day theming, if anyone's ever done day theming, please talk to me after this talk because I want to know how it's possible. But it's like literally like Monday, I'm gonna work on the front end. Tuesday, I'm gonna work on the back end. Wednesday, I'm gonna do integrations. And I think it's a great idea, and I would love to see it in action. Time blocking, raise your hand if anyone's tried time blocking. Yeah, okay. So this is, you take out your calendar, you say, I'm gonna work on this for 2 hours, and then you work on that thing for 2 hours to take your breaks. And then you have your time blocked out for your lunch. Maybe you block out some time for a walk in the middle of the afternoon. And this is great, especially for people who have to turn in any sort of timesheet, track the time that they're working with customers. If you sit down and plan out your day ahead of time, of course there are gonna be things that come in that you weren't anticipating, but you can reduce the amount that you're thinking like, oh, I'll just pick this up, I'll pick that up, and trying to context switch. This is one that I'm going to try to put in practice after this, when I have to go back to work after my vacation in Mississippi, where you set times for responding to notifications and emails. I know, I saw a couple studies when I was looking at this. I know I feel it. I know most people feel it. You feel like you get a notification or an email and you have to respond to it immediately. It is so important. We have to be responding to these. And that's not really true. Like if you set the expectation that you'll respond within an hour, people are fine with that. If you set time throughout the day where you're gonna spend 5 to 30 minutes responding to notifications and emails and then get to turn them off for the rest of the day, you're gonna reduce your context switching so much. You're gonna reduce your distractions. You're going to be able to go deeper and use all of those cognitive resources. Don't try to remember everything. Store your future tasks anywhere other than your brain. I have seen neurotypical people refer to this as a second brain. Make lists, put it somewhere else. Raise your hand if you ever had to do that experiment where you try to tell someone else how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Yeah, okay, who succeeded the first time? Yeah, that's what I thought. So the experiment is usually done in like science class where you're trying to do the scientific method. Someone has to be able to replicate your experiment. You have to write down every single step that you did in your experiment so that someone else can come along and be like, yes, I got the same results. And every single time when you ask people to do this, they go, well, you just spread the peanut butter and the jelly on the bread. Where'd you get the knife? Did you take the bread out of the bag? Where'd you get the peanut butter and the jelly? Are you, like, where's the bread? Is it in your hand? Is it on the plate? And this is what I think of every single time someone tells me to open a PR. Because, I mean, okay, well, how do you want my branch named? How do you want the commit messages named? How do you want what's the PR title? Do you need verification steps? Do you know how my code is supposed to work? Do you need me to update documentation? Do you need tests to pass? Like, there are 1,000 steps in opening a PR. So the first thing is automate every single thing you can. You want tests to pass, you put a GitHub action in your PRs that make sure that those tests are passing so no one can merge them without it. You want semantic PR titles, put a GitHub action in so that everyone has to do semantic PR titles. I can keep naming automated tasks, but we can move on to don't remember style rules. We have linters and formatters for that. You can run ESLint and Prettier before you can even commit. So you can't even open a PR without it being linted and formatted. And this is how you never forget to take out a console log ever again. This is how you never forget that random blank line at the end of the file that GitHub requires. My senior, love her, sets so many of these up for me based on things that I'm forgetting. She is the best. And finally, use apps and organizational systems. There are a couple examples in the blog that are for like task batching, for reminding you to take your breaks, for reducing distractions, but I cannot get started on organizational systems because we'll be here for another 40 minutes. My final tip for your development environment is learn your integrated development environment. If we're all out of text editor and Notepad, which I hope we are, then you've probably seen IntelliSense before. You start typing something and your IDE suggests, hey, I remember what you named that variable. Would you like to use that name again? And we love IntelliSense for it. I think it's called Smart Suggest in some IDEs. Anyway, I'm just going to keep using VS Code as an example for the rest of this. Keyboard shortcuts, VS Code has an insane amount of keyboard shortcuts. It is so many. They have so many defaults. And it's things like moving a code block up and down the page, things we do all the time. You can make your own. You can bind whatever you want. The docs will tell you how to edit the UI so that you have fewer distractions. I know a lot of people complain about having the whole file system in the left in VS Code. You don't have to have that if you don't want to, I'm pretty sure. VS Code also has the command palette at the top of the window, so you don't have to ever remember a single keyboard shortcut. All you have to do is start typing, and it will tell you what the keyboard shortcut for what you want to do is. And Zen mode combines all of these ideas because there is a keyboard shortcut in VS Code where it will full screen, so it hides all your other windows and then only shows you the current file that you're trying to code in. And you may be saying, Abby, I've looked at the VS Code docs and I've tried to edit a setting before and it is so much. And I am here to tell you that you only have to do it once. You can settings sync all across all of your repos and you can create workspaces so you can share your settings with your coworkers. This helps if you do things like spell check, which as developers, we should be installing the spell check extension in VS Code. You can share a dictionary. So if you have a lot of acronyms, a lot of terms that are specific to your company, only one person has to add them and everybody gets that benefit. VS Code has a lot of things like reusable code snippets. You keep writing the same Git method every single day. You make that a reusable code snippet, then it'll just insert everything that is generic to those Git methods, and you can add the details. Code actions and quick fixes, you've probably seen. If you hover over some code, highlight it, you have an error, there will be a window that will pop up, and it will be like, do you want me to make this global variable for you? Do you want me to try and help you fix this? It somehow never knows how to fix TypeScript errors, but it'll try. And there are more things. Automated tasks. There's an entire source control GUI in VS Code. So you can do all of your Git actions without ever touching the terminal. And with buttons, you can automate your Git commit messages. I have a blog on that. And I haven't even talked about extensions yet. If anyone has ever looked at the extension marketplace in VS Code, it is huge. So we were talking about, do your tests need to pass? You can install a Jest extension that will tell you whether or not your tests are passing before you even hit commit. I really liked this quote from Matthew Skelton. When cognitive load isn't considered, teams are spread thin, trying to cover an excessive amount of responsibilities and domains. Such a team lacks bandwidth to pursue mastery of their trade and struggles with the costs of switching contexts. I hope that these examples help you recognize your own cognitive overload and prevent it in the future. Because in software development, we are constantly expected to learn, and part of that is setting up your brain for success while it's trying to absorb information. So that's it. There's a QR code to the blog. There's a QR code if you want to connect with me on anything. And that'll also give you more options to read more blogs. And yeah, thank you for having me. Hope you have a great rest of your conference.
Awesome. What's that? The statement was that the talk reminded her of an article that came out a couple of months ago. Yeah. No, it's just they want to pick it up on audio.
Testing. Your talk reminded me of an article that came out a couple of months ago. It was talking about, particularly for neurodivergence, since you mentioned Zen mode. So it was talking about the IDE, and it suggested, or you can infer from the article that Zen mode is best for neurodivergence, largely because of cognitive load and perception.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, I know
that's controversial because I know a lot of Zen mode.
Does anyone hate Zen mode? Oh, okay, all right. Well, you don't have to go into Zen mode, but yeah, I mean, I have ADHD, so if there is something in front of me and it's shiny and I can look at it, then I'm gonna be trying to look at it instead of what I'm supposed to be working on. So when I found the shortcut for Zen mode in VS Code, I was like, oh, this is great. I'm gonna use this all the time. And yeah, we'll add that to setting times to respond to emails and notifications for my things that I'm gonna try to do for my own talk. So yeah, it's great that somebody else is writing an article about that.
We have another question.
Oh, more questions. I should have asked for questions. I'm sorry, y'all.
Regarding VS Code extensions,
yeah.
I make use of too many, and it's causing CPU memory to the point that my computer's telling me to force quit every application that I have open, and I slowly whittle it down to the essential applications until I have to do a restart to get more memory.
Yeah.
How can I reduce that and or know what extensions are really sapping that I need to disable until I need them?
I would look at the first thing I would do is write down if I use an extension that day. And then if I get to the end of, say, a month and I haven't touched an extension a single time, then take it out. And if you run into a use case for it, then you're probably going to have to put it back in. So you'll know that you need it at that point. I am not going to name names, but any of the ones that fail to load every single time that I load VS Code, I would get rid of, because then I have to restart and everything. But the first tip I got from people who try to pare down their wardrobe, they'll put all of their clothes on different colored hangers. And as they use clothes, they move all the hangers to the back. And if they get to the end of a year and they haven't touched a piece of clothing, then that piece of clothing goes to get donated. So obviously, dump the ones that don't work and then see what you're using. But yeah, it's very easy to download too many extensions. All right.
Thank you guys. Thank y'all. I like that y'all love that. Give Miss Abbey make noise. Before we take our next break, Mr. Richard, what do we got? 2, okay, real quickly. I love watching how our lives kind of cross as a teacher. Tell me more about this burnout thing. No, don't worry about it. But the other thing is, what you mentioned, one of my other things that I used to do, I gave it up, I'm a debate coach. And what you spoke of when you were talking about making the sandwich thing, in debate we refer to that, if you can use this as the you know what I mean doctrine. It means that if you're debating someone and they use a word or a phrase and they can't define it, their definition is, you know what I mean. No, I don't. And so listening to you saying, you know, hey, look, I want you to do such and such. No, you have to describe it exactly. If you want to watch somebody squirm, you know, get in an argument with them and they'll say something like, you know, people should be free. And then you'll say, okay, define freedom. And then watch them go into vapor lock. And so that kind of reminded me that, you know, y'all have to define. Make sure that you have everything defined. That came from a super smart computer person and an old broken down debate coach. Make sure you have your definitions under control. We are going to do that famous 2-minute break, and that's going to be the bathroom break, the don't go outside. Shame on you. So it's the bathroom, it's the gift shop, it's Lonnie, it's snacks. Have fun. See you in about 2 to 3 minutes.
us over till the quiet and the echoes speak.
Oh, shoot. The next person thing is ready to talk. Y'all can bring it up, take a nap, doesn't matter. No, we want them to listen. That is so you. Okay, so I have my last pair of spooky socks, and this young lady, because it's lady socks, this young lady did not ask for this grief. She came, gave a wonderful presentation, but she mentioned she was from Atlanta, so I'm going to have to be nice to you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yay. But Todd, you know, I'm out. Blame him right there. And look, hey, Todd, you know, I would have given her a ring, but you know people from Atlanta don't got no rings. Oh, wait. Oh, let me run over here. Oh, wait, let me stop. Let me run back over here. Okay. All right, I'm done now. I'm exhausted. All right. You are so awesome. Our next speaker. Goodbye. No, okay. So this is the weirdest thing. Didn't I meet you here?
Yes.
Was it the first one?
Yes. No, last year.
Last year. I met him here. This dude didn't do nothing to me. Absolutely nothing. But at that moment, I decided I was going to be rude to him. And then I was rude to you in Portland.
No, you were rude
in New Orleans.
No, online. We just kept it up.
Oh, yes, it was online.
It's love. It's just.
No, it's not. It's a lot of things, but it ain't that. But here's the cool thing. I really like people who are real and obnoxious, and he fills both of those. Awesome. One of the cool things, if you don't know, I don't even need to interview him for this, loves to cook, family, professional cooks,
yeah.
Right? Yeah. And if you get past this, and the best thing, my boy Jacket explained to me, he is the best worst friend you can have, or is it the worst best friend?
Yeah, both is true, but you just call me Jacket.
Yeah, bro. Well, you didn't think you were a person, did you? Yeah. All right, cool. I'm sorry, Jacket, Cat, Banjo Man. All right, cool. All righty. This young man is actually the thing. He's really smart. So pay attention. Right after you get the data, don't interact with him because he's rude. But he's super smart. And I asked him which one did he prefer, and he says he doesn't like the fancy one. All right, so we're going to go with Nerando Johnson.
All right, good afternoon. I got 30 minutes and enough slides to get stuff done. All right, so I overheard somebody goes, I'm at the end of my cognitive load, I'm tired. So I'm going to make this as simple as possible. I'm going to make it as digestible as possible, and then we're going to run through it. So that's my topic. The whole idea behind this talk is how to use whatever open source resource to grow you. I'm looking at the letters, and I'm wondering what's going on. All right, so really? Now? And we're off. All right, first things first, we say thank you to sponsors because they make my life easier all the time by making sure that we can fund events like this. I'm getting feedback. Good? All right, so that's our topic. That's my handle, Twitter handle down on the bottom right-hand side of the screen. I have a love fascination with the Grinch because he is the nicest, meanest person in a cartoon that shows that the society is the problem, not the person. All right, the reason I speak is literally I lost a bet. So that's it. I lost a bet. Somebody wanted to tell me that I can do something, and I'm like, no, I can't. Lost the bet. All right, so today we're going to cover the origin story behind the stock, what is open source development, civic hacking, speak to the demonstrated skills gained under both, and a little story from my personal experience. Now, I'm a firm believer behind the easiest way to teach something is to fail disastrously while trying it first, so you can learn all the lessons so you can teach somebody not to do the same thing. I was that little kid at one time in many scenarios. Origin story. I do really good things when good people around me peer pressure me into stuff I don't want to do. I don't know if anybody has horrible friends like that that make you do stuff that grows you that you don't like doing, but I have a lot of those. So, on your left, I helped to run the Free Code Camp Atlanta meetup I've been doing it for like 4 or 5 years now. On your right, we have a hackathon that some of us attended. A lot of the concepts I have gained for this talk came through that because we realized that first, Free Code Camp is an open source curriculum that is of a very high quality because everybody contributes. Hackathons are basically demonstrated open source concept that you can show and or use for yourself for somebody to go, I can build something. Cool? Everybody in that picture on your right works in tech. The guy in the red shirt on your left worked in tech long enough to should be a millionaire by now, but he'd done all the fun stuff. And a lot of it he started using open source tech. All right, so I first gave a version of this talk last year at Refactor. It's basically like, how do we use whatever we have to like grow yourself? Cool? Have the conversation, went a place, took a risk. Went there, met this gentleman by the name of Glenn. Now Glenn does all of those other stuff. I go to places that scare me. For example, I go to Java meetups. I don't do Java. But you learn different things in different places. Glenn says, hey, let's take parts of your talk and let's try to build it to show like how to use open source contributions to grow yourself. Bear in mind, we're just starting when the job market told everybody that it's horrible. So how do you give yourself an advantage? We took the talk on a dry run. We gave it at AJUG, which is the local Atlanta JavaScript meetup. Glenn did how to get into open source. I took the other side by like figuring out how to use open source to grow and learn. Cool? As mine says, it says the significance and importance of contributing to open source. Glenn goes how to do it in Java. All right, that was a dry run. The quote-unquote wet run is that we took it to DevNexus. Now, DevNexus is like, give or take, 12, 1,300 people in a place. We had a room of like 100 and something people giving the same talk again, but then again, we flipped it up a bit. So it worked. All right. Now we know that people across a spectrum of code, whatever language you have, understand the importance of open source. So let's define it. That's the basic, most easiest definition of what open source technology and or development is. It's basically software you can write and share and modify that everybody can use. That's the easiest way to put it. So for example, I say I'm going to write myself a program that picks up the signals from my glucose monitor, and somebody from, say, Pakistan made an open source glucose monitor, but it only gives one set of signals. And I'm like, how do I make sure that this is better? What suggestions do I have? Guys release it, the person releases the software with it. I can take the code, modify it, make a suggestion to the person and say, hey, we could do this a little better. And somebody's like, all right, fine. You enhance it, you make it better. This, where is it? All right. The tiny little block right there where the arrow points to is basically how open source works for most of the time. There's always a bunch of code that everybody uses that one guy maintains, like one thing that everybody uses that he never gets paid for. Majority of your tech runs on open source technology. If you read the license on Apple, Android, there's always a section that speaks to how they use the open source technology. I took time to read it. Cool? Scott says it best. Nobody thanks you, but you do it anyway because it's good for the community. These are examples of open source technology that a lot of us use daily, weekly, monthly, but we use a lot of it. Nobody pays majority of those people to maintain these things. Anybody who uses Linux or is a solid Linux user in any shape, kind, or form, majority of it is open source. Like the majority. A lot of it is open source, or open source in a way. Nobody pays them. We still do it because it's necessary. Cool? All right. Civic hacking. Everybody has civil duties. Everybody should be a part of their community in one shape, kind, or form. Speaking to communities and using the word hacking is always interesting because everybody thinks you're out to steal something. Technically, hacking is like banking. There's a good and an evil side to it. Which side you choose is up to you. Anybody knows the reference? Yes. Not you, you're too old. That's like me. All right, civic hacking. You basically use whatever technology and data you have to make solutions for problems you're having. That's it. So we could address wait times in a hospital. We could address food bank distribution times. We could address where a bus is based on time of day or based on availability of the bus. We could address storms. We could address, as I'm being made aware of now, a burn, like a burning season, no burning. We could address fires. It's all built by people who care about something. So civic hacking has the ability to use unconventional problem solving to solve problems everybody has. So everybody goes, classic example is, let's pick one out of the air. A version of it might be defined as the Grameen Bank in Bangladesh, where microloans are important. Some rich guy goes, let's try something different. For my community, I'm going to lend you only enough money to buy 2 goats. Now, to us, 2 goats is not nothing, but in Bangladesh, in the lower class, socio-economic class, 2 goats means constant milk for the family every day, milk to sell, and when the goats have more baby goats, meat and money. You can always pay it back and you pay it back. So it means wealth for a family. And you rinse and repeat. Another one was after the Vietnam War, farmers and engineers in Vietnam literally broke down the engines of old Jeeps and turned them into water pumps for the farms. Just broke them down because it's a cycle, so you could pump water through it. Now, conventional problem, unconventional problem solving for social uses, and it's innovative. I can keep going. All right, examples of this internationally. The Ushadi platform. It's a platform. It's a full, complete platform that's used across the world to crowdsource data, to analyze data based on communities that a government may not be able to do quick enough. So you use something that everybody contributes to solve a problem. Again, you can share it. You can overlay it with maps to find out a lot of things going on in your country that, again, you may not be able to pay for. It's used by both governments, nonprofits, and local communities. Cool? There you go. Those are the uses. Now, if I'm using this, say, again, one of my favorite countries because of the food and weather, Bangladesh. Bangladesh tends to have a lot of weather-related problems. Flooding, tornado, well, typhoons, not tornadoes, so on and so forth. They use a platform that literally sends SMS messages to keep up like with crisis management. So you may get reports from a village as a text message that comes in and it maps both location, time, and what's going on. Community development. Do we ensure that everybody in the community, their houses are raised for monsoon season? So are the houses high enough? Did we map off everybody to make sure that everybody's okay? Are the children still going to school? Did we make sure that everybody gets immunized? Did we make sure that everybody gets small farmer funding? Did we make sure that there's enough food for everybody? Stuff like that. Cool? We like voices in our society again. So it's electoral mapping. Do we have enough ballot boxes for everywhere? Do we have enough electoral persons for everywhere? Did we send out enough messages for both parties are sharing all the issues? So on and so forth. All right, so we are like, that's international, but does this really work in other places? We have Hack the City, which is a Finnish thing. We have Budget, which is a Nigerian thing. Now, out of the two, my favorite at any one time is going to be Budget. Why? How often does a government go, or a city government, or a state government go, this is how we spend all the money you give us? How often does that happen? It's open source. Somebody built the tech, people in the community built the tech, you share all the information. Again, unconventional problem, we have corruption. Unconventional problem solving, let's figure out a way to make sure that we can all see what's going on. Innovation, mobile app, desktop app, text message responses. All right, so that's international. Let's come home. Now, when I wrote this, Code for America has been going through its Phoenix impression where it's changing a bit, but at the base of its function, it helps people at local, at city and state organizations solve problems locally. That's the easiest way to put it. So at stated days, they have transformed open data portals, which means you can pull data for a state. So schools, water, housing, we can pull food, availability of food, we can pull population data, which informs a lot of other things. In some cases, we can pull electoral data from now till God knows when. They work on the 311 system. Recently, I've been watching them work on a new way to file taxes, but I'm watching to see what happens. So they basically make it easier for you to do things on a civic basis in a local way. Again, they do the standards. So in this, I gave other examples. So we've had crisis management software from them. We've had community mapping software, I mentioned it above, and the tax one that they're currently working on. All right. COSA again. Brigades. I'm from Atlanta, so I can speak to Atlanta. I did the research on Mississippi. There is none here. Again, there is no civic hacking organization here. Did I say that loud enough? There is no civic hacking organization here. Anybody who wants to start something, it's about time. So, for Atlanta, I know I've personally used the court bot because my left big toe is a bit heavier than all my other toes, so my gas pedal tends to go too far down. Yeah. So, shut up, Alex, nobody asked you anything. I've seen the MagnoliaJS, which is the API data for the public transit system in the city of Atlanta. It works. Its uptime is about 95%. It works all the time, giving out data all the time. I know of the open resource for the state and Atlanta. I've known of it. I've seen people use it to do things. Again, the city provides you with data. You can use it to do things that benefits the populace. Civic hacking 101. That was my face when I learned that there's no civic hacking in Mississippi. Cool? Now everybody says, well, it's hard. It's always going to be hard. It never gets easier. Well, it's a challenge. I don't know what to do. Ask questions. Well, they're going to give us problems and they're going to say they're not sure. Lean on other states. They'll help you to figure it out. Developers across the internet, majority of us want to help. That's who we are. Because somebody helped us and we want to help. We're benevolent by nature, majority of us. You have others of us that I can't use words because my mother may or may not be watching this right now. So far we've covered all of that. We're tired. I want to get us out of here, so I'm going as expedient as possible. Now, we will build the tech, we will participate, we understand what it is, but how does it benefit us? There are levels to this. There are always levels to this. I'm the kind of guy that understands the thing where you start where you are, using what you have, using what is around you. And anybody who keeps saying to me, hey, I don't know how to do this. Here's something interesting. My first computer, I built it by hand from parts. I taught myself, interestingly, how to use a lot of things just reading books from a library. So if we want to get into civic hacking, there's tools around you. You just need to look. All right, first set of skills. Technical skills are not as important as people skills. Let me say that again. Technical skills are not as important as people skills. People skills are always going to win because people buy and respect people more than the tech majority of the time. So I may want to work with, you may be very bright and very wonderful and very technically marvelous. Do you suck as a teammate? Yeah. Do I want to work with you? No. And it happens all the time. So, people skills for civic hacking. No, Ken, I'm not talking about you. You're lovely. Now, for civic hacking, I'd ask the following. Show up and be sincere. So if we're going to be online showing up, if we're going to be in person showing up, do that. So you're going to do all of the following. My favorite is leave the fear at home. Well, they may not like me if they show up there and you show up there. Both of you showed up for your purpose. Like is something gained down the road. They may respect you just for being there, and that's all that matters a lot of the time. You bring yourself and you bring you. So after a while, everybody has boundaries. Everybody knows how to talk to each other. We have a code of conduct. After a while, we can borrow or we can build our own. Don't matter, just get there. From the consistency side, the biggest one I take away is to communicate well. Now, communication for us is not just talking and or writing or expressing yourself. It's also comprehension. What was the person saying? How did the person make me feel? How did the person feel? Can I put myself in the person's shoes while they're expressing themselves? So on and so forth, because a lot of us have technical problems, don't know how to express ourselves sometimes, which is horrible. At any one time when you're communicating, express yourself like you're expressing yourself to a 5-year-old. Technical skills. Now, somebody may go, how would this help me? Can I see the hands of those in this room that are from the local boot camp or went to the local boot camp? We have, 6, 7 persons? Cool. I'm talking to you right now. Not you, Elliot. You have enough experience. You taught me way more than I can teach you right now. So, open source code contributions do this for you, both local and selling yourself to as an expert at something, because everybody wants you around as a developer because you can solve a problem. You bring value to the equation. Cool? Open source shows that you can work on a team, work in a tech that you may not understand or you barely understand, work with a lot of the times standardized production level practices, write tests, understand how design works or implement designs, document effectively. I'm at 6. Cool? Review other person's work, level up by learning something you've probably never seen before, and read documentation. That's what most developers do a lot of the time. There may be meetings and so on and so forth. Even those you do on a good project. So with all of that said, you can say, hey, I have a portfolio of work for something that we built in a civic hacking or an open source project that people use so that can go in my portfolio. Cool? You understand this tech skill set. So if we're talking a MERN stack or a specific tech stack, or you just understand HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, you can show how you know to use those three. If you design for mobile, you know what it looks like, you can show how it works. The other side to this is tooling. I forgot that while counting the 10. After a while, if you work on open source tech, the tooling of the environment, how it works, what plugin do we install, what other little things we use that nobody really talks about because it's second nature. How do we configure VS Code? What type of fonts do we use so we increase readability? Abbey said Zen mode. I've never used it, and now I have to go look into it. Because I get distracted by shiny things because my brain operates like a squirrel. The other things that comes out of situations like this is that we gain other skills. Like when I started a couple of journeys, I wasn't as much technically talented, but I took my other skills and took them there. So after a while, subconsciously, I can manage a project in my head. I have project management skills. I have other upskilling skills I have other skills that I've taught myself outside of being technically inclined. So I understand why things are important. I understand how to have the discussions. I understand who to look to, where to find research, so on and so forth. And again, I'm going to touch on this one more time. We get better at communication. We get better at speaking on stuff that we're working on. We get better at speaking on stuff that we've built. We get better at speaking to people who we may not get along with because that is what the project demands. Because it's easy to work with somebody you like. It's more interesting to work with somebody who you don't like. And it happens all the time. Because at the end of the day, for Civic hacking, you want something to work because it looks good. The transference of this is that when you go to get paid, you want this to work because you need to get your paycheck. Transferable skills. All right, things to research. Everything on that screen, research it. If you need to get into open source tech, I have 30 minutes. I literally can't walk you through that. I can give you resources, but if you need to get your first open source contribution going, or first whatever going, you go GitHub, language. On the language, you search first time issues, and you will find very good documents. Like the top 100 are always extremely well documented, whatever language you're working in. Hacktoberfest is currently going on. There is way, and I repeat, way too much video, Twitter messages, audio, podcasts on the audio, radio for people who listen to radio, because NPR has on a couple. From a case of articles, there's way too much of them going on right now. For this use case or current use case, we got Becca, who is somebody who I know, and Ayu. Both of them are from my tech communities online called Virtual Coffee. Both of those persons have really solid articles on how to get into open source. So if you want to take the picture right now, take the picture. Free Code Camp, their news platform, again, has really good articles on how to get into open source. The other part about this is that you jumping off into online communities helps you to get into open source. Again, use all the tools in the toolbox. Go speak to people. I'm sorry that you may be shy or intimidated or don't want to go over there because you may be afraid of people judging you or you not having enough skills. You are never going to have enough skills, period. Do it scared. Well, Mark's right there. We did a project together, and I did it scared half the time. When did he know that I was scared? Halfway through. Story time. So, let's tell you the story. In 2017, everybody in this picture entered a hackathon by Marta. I'm still wearing the t-shirt. Marta was trying to solve a couple of problems using the data they had and figuring out ways how to solve a bunch of problems without paying for it, basically. Sorry. We're a tech city. So Atlanta has at least offhand 5 or 6 decent computer science and software engineering programs all the time going. Young people, older persons, second career people gathered around and started solving problems. I have a lot of embarrassing pictures from that of everybody else except myself, but I will not show them. If you look in the picture, I got myself and Mark Noonan. Now, we entered a hackathon and we came up with this project called Paratransit PAL, pulling from Mark's experience at PMP. Cool? Right, cool. Mark had a problem of people not being able to get transport on time by the city because the city is obligated or legally obligated to ensure that people who have disabilities can take public transport. For example, they left somebody in the cold for how long was it?
A couple of hours.
And they ended up getting a lawsuit because the person was afraid to leave and go back inside because if the bus left you, the bus left you. They wouldn't wait because you were supposed to wait at a specific spot. So, our idea was basically to create an Uber-like app in 2017 going 2018. We entered the competition once, best recognition, good idea, no prize. Twice, same thing, no prize. Third time, same thing, no prize. They loved the idea though. And they had meetings with us, they gave us data. And we're like, okay, this is never going to make any sense. AT&T came out and said, hey, we have a smart city corridor full of sensors, full of data. We're like, you know what? Let's take this idea. Everybody in this picture, 3 persons are missing, and we went again. We took 6 months, we considered all the ramifications. The one thing you learn from dealing with people with disabilities, you understand in fine detail how dangerous it is to violate HIPAA laws. You don't want to do it. Cool? So we understood the marketing side, we understood the financial side, we understood the city side, we understood every little bit of it. We made the presentation. So the prize was a decent squash of money. It was 8 of us, and we were like, all right, cool. We were working with nonprofit organizations who had this problem, so we had intimate knowledge. We were like, all right, cool. Let's sign a wonderful contract. If we win $1,000, we'll donate to them so that they will always have servers so that they can help pay bills and office. And we felt good about ourselves. We're going to split the money equal, down the middle. Yeah. That didn't work out too well for us because we gave away all that money. And we're still upset to this day. However, here's a trick. There's only one person who actually took their share of money and did anything outside of the original contract because he had to do something. His name is Eric. We call him our lucky child. Eric is the dude in between the 2 ladies. I'm the ugly guy on the other side. But Eric went home and he built a computer lab for some persons he knew in Mexico, and he did really cool stuff. And we don't know where he's at right now because he keeps roaming, but we entered this competition and came first. We never thought it would happen. We gave away all that money. I still have the check in my room. But that story has gotten me a couple of interviews. And when I gave away the money, my mom looked at me and go, you have no money. What are you doing? I said to her, watch me work. That's all I said to her. I'm self-teaching. I'm going to meetups, hackathons. She's like, this is like, I have a Caribbean mom. She wants me to go back to school. I'm like, no. Student loans alone scare the crap out of me. I don't like owing people money. I'm like, I'm going to figure this out. A friend of mine said, sign up for a boot camp. I don't have any money. He goes, sign up for the thing. Signs up. They saw this article and gave me a full ride to school. It's 20 G's. I'm dancing and then my brain goes, so how you gonna pay your bill? Text another friend and goes, yeah, this is not gonna work. He goes, give me a minute. They saw this article and did what? Gave me the money. So, open source can change your life. It levels you up. It gives you opportunities that you never knew about. That's my 2 cents. Anybody has questions? No? All right, thank you.
Good job, man. I told y'all, he's annoying but really smart. Really, just straight up annoying as all gonna. Hey, Brad, look, never call yourself ugly. Let us do it. But no, you're a wonderful person, man. And look, never worry about that. Trust me, man. The money will come back. It'll come back, man. Gave it all away, huh?
I'm going now.
All right, that's good. But the next question, did you think y'all were gonna win?
Hell no. No, seriously. When we heard we won, my knees left me. Mark was on a plane, and all the other 2 young ladies were screaming because we were like, what?
But you see, this is another, it's once again, young people, here's old folks, okay? Always assume, and it's a little arrogance y'all need to have. I want you to have a little bit of arrogance. Assume that it's gonna work out. Assume that it's going to do what it wants to do. Now, don't get so carried away that if it doesn't happen, you get all distraught. But assume it's gonna do what it's gonna do. Always. I tell everybody, I got the coolest second place ever. Way back in the day, I used to do stand-up. Way back in the day. Don't do that stuff anymore. I ain't got time for that. But I came in second place. There's a gentleman who beat me like a rented mule, right? Y'all know the dude. His name is Ken Jung. Ken Jung is from North Carolina, but he lived in New Orleans for a hot little minute, and we did stand-up together. And I had gotten a big head because we had done a smaller contest earlier, and I had won that one. But this one was to go to Los Angeles, right? This was going to be the one. And we're sitting there, and when I tell you he had the best set ever, I assumed I was going to win. Beat me like I stole something. Like, it was just awful. Like, at one point, he just stood over me, which is kind of weird because Ken's short. But he just stood over me, and it was like, I got you. No, he didn't do that. He's really a nice guy. But I went in assuming, trying to figure out, what am I going to do if I have to travel? I didn't have to worry about that because the brother ain't had to go nowhere, right? But assume it's going to work out. Y'all are all smart. I'm really impressed. You know, I'm impressed. Even my boy that's going to walk the first part of a triathlon, right? Smart. Not the water part, but the rest of it, smart. Assume y'all are going to succeed. Assume it. Because I tell you what, if I start doing nerd stuff, I'm going to assume my brother got this under control. I will not. But assume that. Now, we're not going to do a break. We're actually going to go into our next speaker. And our next speaker is getting ready. That's okay. Don't rush, bro. You good? All right. So I got a couple of announcements then. Announcement number 1. This is the last call to go vote for the contest. The costume contest is on Discord. Vote with the orange MagnoliaJS pumpkin. Number 2, Michael, come over here, bro. Just come here, man. This has got to stop. Just come up here. This has got to stop. This is. Oh my God. You waited 2 days. What really scares me is that everybody else had to go out and get their costume. This was in his closet.
I already had this.
What a shock, bro. What a shock.
It's Tuesday night for me.
It's okay, today is Wednesday, but you're good. It's all right,
No,
bro.
this is what I wear on Tuesdays.
Oh, okay, so you're just coming in from last night.
Normal attire.
That's normal attire.
Yeah.
So, did you make it in time? Did you go on Discord?
I did.
You did on Discord?
No,
okay. You didn't make it in time. No,
I don't know why I lied just now.
That's because you're a man. That's why. We can't help ourselves. All right, but no, he did. So for everybody else that's on Discord, you can vote for the people, but we're done with you.
I can leave now?
Yes, please do.
You called me.
I did. It's just like, this is ridiculous. A little slower, bruh. A little slower. How that woman put up with you, man? All right, the other thing, so if we're taking care of that, we're going to have a couple of other giveaways at the end. I think I gave away all of the socks. The young lady got very angry at me because I didn't have any more socks. She was sitting over there. I'm out. That's all. Richard, you got any more socks, bro? You're sockless? Wow, that's nasty, bro. Oh, cool. Wait, give it here. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Bring that over here. Thank you. Hold on a second. Wait, we have a small T-shirt here. If only there was a young lady sitting right over there who had attitude. Where's she at? Where attitude at? She just left? You said she left? She raggedy anyway. Look, let me tell you something. No, seriously, she's still here because she could beat me up. She gone? All right, so here's the question. We have a small, is this from 2019? Okay, Richard, we love you. Never say OG like that again. Ever. Wow. Miss Kayla. Jesus. That's okay, all right. Okay, so we have a small, I would give this to Michael, but we know he only wears mediums, so you can't have this one. Can anyone fit a small? You can? Hold on a second. You are awesome. Thank you for being so great. Oh, thank you. I know. You feel special. And later on, we're going to have, this is the sister to the one we made the other day. At the end, on the way out, we'll give this one away. Hold on a second, by the way. Look, we'll be giving this one away. You are not an official hour. Only him. All right? So, I have word. Oh, this young man. Oh, my goodness. Met him a while back. I love all of my speakers who talk about our issues of diversity, accessibility. They're amazing. But this brother stands out because, first of all, he loves food. And as a New Orleanian, I love food. But you're going to see why we love this brother. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, people who even say, bang your hands together, make some noise for the one, the only, Todd the Lobster Libby!
I was muted. There we go. That sounds better. All right, let's come over here. Try to get through this as quick as possible so that y'all, I know everybody's tired. So, a little bit about me. W3C invited expert, accessibility advocate from Phoenix, Arizona, originally from Portland, Maine. Here's why. The lobster. So, try to do this with one claw off. It's gonna be tough, but we'll make it through. All right, so what this talk is designed to do is to have you have the knowledge and the skills for when you're online or when you have an email or in some interface, you know you can spot the pattern and you can avoid the pattern of deceptive design. So first, I'm going to go into what is FAST, and I'm going to try not to bore you with what FAST is. There will be links, and to save time, I will just say the links at the end to my slides. You can find out the information there in the resources area. So basically, it's the framework for accessible specification of technologies, and it's an optional set of guidelines to WCAG, which are the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. Our goals, very simple. To describe the features that web technologies should provide to ensure that it is possible to create content that is accessible to users with disabilities. Flat out, that's our #1 goal. I'll tell you a little bit about user and functional needs, just a high-level overview. We have mapped over 1,500 intersections of user and functional needs. That doesn't even touch the tip of the iceberg. There's way more than that. So what is a user need? A user need is a high-level accessibility characteristic of content and/or a user interface that is necessary for users to complete an objective. So, for example, well, I had an example. Of course not. Yeah, of course I would run into this issue. For example, I need time to complete my task. I do not want a session to time out while I try to find the information needed, such as my postal zip code or social security number. User needs are not accessibility specific in this model, rather generic requirements of content for its features to be usable by humans. Go to a functional need. Functional need, basically a statement that describes a specific gap in one's ability or a specific mismatch between ability and the designed environment or context. For example, users can be focused or users are not harmed neurologically or emotionally, and they can use digital web, internet without debilitating fear or anxiety. How we meet these user needs? Through author design and technical implementation, through user agent / browser accessibility support, and assistive technology support, including accessibility APIs. So we have 3 stages. First stage has been met where we inventory functional and user needs. We can't inventory them all because there's very edge cases that we may not even know of. So we tried to inventory as many as we could. We are going to be trying to identify the ways to meet those needs and try to bridge the gap that WCAG does not cover and meet those needs as best we can. This, in my work with Deceptive Patterns, is actually going into WCAG 3, which is probably another 3 to 5 years down the road, possibly more, but it's going in there. And it feels good to be getting this work in there because of the research that I've been doing for the past 5 years that can cover these gaps that WCAG does not catch. So this is the part that I really want to talk about, and this is the part where there's tech is a very slippery slope, as I think we all know. The use of the word dark bothered me for many reasons. Social reasons aside, I don't think it conveys the message clearly as to what these patterns really are and what they do and their purpose. So in 2010, Harry Brignall, I had a wonderful conversation with him. He's got a great book out there called Deceptive Patterns. It's on Amazon, it's on bookshop.org. He coined the term dark patterns in 2010. It gained traction in legal circles and has not stopped since. They use that term, dark patterns, all the time, which is fine. But I prefer the deceptive patterns, and I'll get into that in a second. So, why deceptive patterns? Connotation and inclusion. I think dark patterns is an exclusionary term. Many people who I've talked to that do not look like me have validated and given me reason why they think, and they agree with me, that is not an inclusionary term. So we have the good guy and the bad guy. The bad guy always wears the black hat, he rides the black horse, and he's mean and he's ornery, kind of like me in the morning without coffee. And then there's the good guy, white hat, white horse. We know the story. I saw this quote doing my research from Nicole Hannah-Jones, where it says, narrative matters because it is the lens through which we understand facts and the way we interpret them. And the way I interpret the use of the term dark patterns and prefer to use deceptive patterns is the narrative. It's the lens. I looked under that lens. Out of the 100% of the people that came at me on Twitter and online, 98% of them looked like me. White dude. Why does it matter? Why is tech political? Why are you making it political? Tech is political. Tech is not neutral. We've all seen that recently with all the layoffs. We don't see CEOs being laid off. We see regular people being laid off. You and me. We're the ones that are expendable while companies make their margins, stock buybacks, on and on and on. This quote by Derek Johnson is something that I really, really like. It's about structure, and while individuals' mindsets influence structure, for long-term systemic change to take place, there must also be a focus on institutions and structures. That's tech right there. And I've seen from the beginning of Silicon Valley, because, wisdom sprinkles, that the guys that built Silicon Valley looked like me. There's, most of them are still around today, and they are funding the new breed of Silicon Valley. I'm going to bring it down. What is a deceptive pattern? This is the first known deceptive pattern that I came across. This is a voting ballot in 1938 Germany. And if you know 1938 Germany history, it's not that great. This basically says, for the reunification of Austria, do you vote for the Führer Adolf Hitler? Now, see if I can get the spotlight to work. That's a yes. That's the no. Somebody tell me real quick, why is it like that?
Better vote yes.
Exactly. You better vote yes. Because if you vote no, that person will never be seen again. I can guarantee it. Which brings us to modern day. And I hate to bring political discussion into this, but I feel that it is needed. People did not check this box off, or uncheck the box, I should say. Thousands of people lost their life savings because of this deceptive pattern. You're checking that box to make it a monthly recurring donation, and if you don't, we're going to tell on you in probably one of the worst ways possible. We're going to guilt you into giving him money. So there are two types of patterns that I work with and that is the deceptive pattern and an anti-pattern. Basically, the deceptive pattern is it takes a user down a path the user does not want to take with intent. How many of you have, say, gone onto a form, you've clicked the boxes, but you still get emails from that company? Raise your hands. That's exactly how many I thought. How many of you get the unsubscribe message of, hey, why are you unsubscribing? We love you. Those are deceptive patterns. How many of you have gone on a website and tried to find a place to change your, let's say, delete your account and you can't find that? Okay, you must all be Netflix users. I'll get to that. I'll get to that example in a minute. That's an anti-pattern. That's bad UX. That's bad design. So here's my examples. Oh, gee, what a coincidence. Netflix gives you 3 tiers to start off with. Now this is an old interface. I don't know if they've updated it. They probably have, I hope. So basically what you're looking at is you have your, $6.99 tier, you have your $15.49 tier, and you have your $19.99 tier. What if you want better service between the standard with ads and standard tier? Well, you have to go down to this button right there, right? Did you all see that? And there you go. You have your $9.99 basic tier that's hidden, making you work, and here's why. You're gonna get so frustrated that you're gonna say, I'm just gonna pick, I'm gonna pick whatever tier, whether that be the basic, whether that be the premium. You do not want to deal with this hassle. So you're just gonna go right to whatever's easiest to get yourself off that path. That's what these companies design these interfaces. That's what they do. That's why they do it. So here's an anti-pattern example. Let's go to Netflix again, shall we? I tried to go in and delete my account. I could not find where to delete my account. I clicked through for 35 minutes, did not find it. Why? Because it doesn't exist, or it didn't exist at the time. They did not let me have that option to delete my account. That's an anti-pattern. That's bad UX. That's bad design. They're holding me hostage, pretty much. So a friend of mine, Luke Spaghetti, Mom Spaghetti, I call him, used an app called CapCut on iOS. And what it does is it scans your pictures because, it's kind of like a Snapchat type thing, I believe. And he had an issue with it. And I said, send me over what you have on that video because that is a deceptive pattern. So I hope I can get this to play. I'll let it run through 2 or 3 times for you. So there he is, accessing the photos. He wants to only selected photos. There's his chosen photos. It's not going to let him do it. Why? They want access to everything on his phone. Location, you name it, they want it. They want access to all his photos. That's a deceptive pattern. That is with intent. Because once they get access to your photos, they can get access to all the EXIF information. And from there, they can use that in marketing. Here again, with the unsubscribe shaming. I got this email after I had unsubscribed, and I said, I never knew we were that close, to be perfectly honest with you. Catch us at the link below once you realize you missed us. Well, I'd never miss them, so I never resubscribed. That's unsubscribe shaming. Literally, people look at that and go, well, maybe I should just keep getting emails from them. I've literally tested with people with this. And that's one of the reasons, a big percentage of the reason was, well, I felt guilty. That's guilting, you know. Here's one. Now, I'm going to let you figure this out. We're going to make this a little interactive. The form aside, you have the 2 check boxes underneath, okay? Please do not send me details of products and offers from Curry's, but please send me details of products and offers from third-party organizations recommended by Curry's. Tell me why they did that.
The language change.
That, yeah.
They wanted to trick you.
Yep. What else?
You've already checked one box, so the other one, they assume will be the same thing.
Yes. That's another reason, yes. Anything else? It's like anything, then you're often informed. Yes, it's a win-win for them because, you know, the person will opt out from our stuff, but they'll leave themselves opt in so we can sell their email to third party. And that's where we'll make money off of them. They're selling your information. The fine print, these questions like this, trap people. And that's why you get these strange emails. I still get strange emails once in a while. Hey, how about, you know, $500 next day loan? What? You know? So here's comparison prevention, which is what we saw in the first Netflix example. T-Mobile, the T stands for terrible, gives you 3 plans right off the bat, right in here, and then gives you the lowest tier, but you got to work for it. Now, no feedback, please. There's your button.
Oh, damn.
There's your button hiding down there, okay? They always hide the button. They always reduce the contrast so that you'll overlook that button and won't press it. Why? Okay, here's your screen. You're looking around. You don't have $60 to spend, but your budget's $45, right? There's your $45 plan that you had to go search for that button for who knows how long, right? And there you find that. You got to make that extra trip. You got to do the extra work. Hidden costs. Somebody please explain to me what care and handling is of flowers.
They hug it.
They hug it. They love it all the way to your door. $3 for somebody to put it in a package and put it in a truck. And this was proflowers.com. You got a lot of hidden costs out there. You got to read the fine print. I know we don't like reading the fine print because if you ever tried to read a user end agreement, you skipped them because they were this long. Roach Motel. Subscribe now. Cancel at any time. But yet, look at the work you have to do here to unsubscribe, to cancel your subscription. You got to call or write or email or call customer care, sit on the phone for an hour, who knows? They make you work for it. You can see that a little better. And Tell me the first thing you see when you spot that is not accessible. The color contrast. You're going to look at that and say, I can't read it, skip it. I don't want to even bother. That's where they get you frustrated. So you keep your subscription. You don't cancel. Oh, no, I'm not going to deal with this. I know I have done that before plenty of times. So we have different barriers and categories that we've seen. There's wording, there's consistency, adjustability. How many of you have tried to get a concert ticket off of Ticketmaster? Okay. You have a 10-minute time limit, or what happens after that 10 minutes? Kicks you out, lose your seat. You got to go through the process again. You have invasive, like that app that my friend was using. They wanted all his pictures, not just a few. He couldn't just select selected photos. There's trick questions. Infinite scroll is the worst. It is a nightmare for people who audit websites like me. If you have a mile of information, I will never get to that footer because it's going on and on and on and on. And plus, that's where they trap you because you're in that scroll and you're in that rabbit hole. And hopefully when you go home, you'll be in that lobster rabbit hole and you'll make yourself some good lobster. Then you have the Roach Motel, the timers, comparison prevention. So, I got asked this question at one conference, and it was a really good question. What are these companies? How are you going to get these companies to change? My answer, we're not. And here's why. All they care about, money. That's it. Tons of dark patterns with these companies. Just recently, Twitter, I still call it Twitter as well, $1 for new users to do everything you can currently do on that website. Reply, quote, lists, this, that, and the other thing. They're going to charge people $1 a year. Not worth it. I'm not giving him my money. No. So we have a thing called ethical web principles in the W3C. The tag ethical web principles, these links are in those resources that I have if you go visit the slides later, and the ethical principles for web machine learning. There's my link. Take a picture. You can use that link to get there. It may take you a couple links because it's just organized chaos right now, and I will straighten that out at some point. I promise it's not that accessible. I need to fix it. I need to do my job. So a couple things before we go. How am I on time? All right. So I have this book. It's an extra book. The young lady up there that has graciously come to Jackson with me, on her own volition, I will add, has this book. So I want to present to you a question. Which one of these lobsters is the rarest? The person that can answer this, not you, you already know. The person that can answer this will get that book. So let me hear you. You. Geez, that didn't take long. The white albino, 1 in a million, or 1 in 100 million, excuse me. That was quick. I suggest, let me go back here, if you don't have these books, they are invaluable resources to have. If you go to abookapart.com, some of these authors I've had on my podcast. They're terrific books. I highly recommend them. So there's one more thing before I close, or a couple things before I close that I enjoy coming down here. Thank you, Kayla and Richard. Let's give a round of applause to them. It has been a blast down here. My guy over here with the blue shoes. Yeah. Kenneth, thank you very much. It's wonderful to see you again. Give it up for Kenneth. There you are. And another thing. Recently, we lost Molly Holschlag. What's going to do this? Yeah. If you don't know about this woman, Google her. The web we have today would not be the web if we didn't have her. She was the first person to literally go face-to-face with Bill Gates from Microsoft and say, you need to fix your browser, back when Internet Explorer was popular. Bill Gates called her that annoying little standards girl, and she ran with that. That put the fire in her belly. She was a tireless advocate for open web, for accessibility, for web standards. So do yourselves a favor, familiarize yourself with this woman. She was wonderful. And she was a mentor. So with that, thank you very much. I wasn't going to.
Keep it going for Todd, guys. Keep it going for Todd.
Damn.
So incredibly dedicated, and that's really, as I was speaking to someone on the side, the thing that I take away, I've done a bajillion of these now, a lot of them virtually. You know, when somebody first said, when Gant said you're going to be doing a tech conference, and I'm like, I don't know what that means. And in my mind, I had the image that everybody has, you know, the guy hunched over a computer with the fingers curled, you know, incapable of emotion, incapable of interacting. And I said, I'm not going to be able to reach these people. I'm not going to be able to interact with them. And then I found out you are the most caring, wonderful people ever. And a prime example is Todd. He is moved by those who care. And as he spoke of his friend, and as he spoke of the person who pioneered the thing that he's most dedicated to, you can feel that. So I appreciate everything that you do. I appreciate everything that I get from you. Every time I leave one of these, I'm just a little bit better. And I thank you for that. I thank you, Todd. You're awesome. Y'all are beautiful. Give yourselves a round of applause for being amazing. You know, and God, just a little bit smarter. Todd was talking about hidden things, and it reminds me of one of my favorite pieces of hidden taxes, I think, as you would call it. In the early 2000s, we finally stopped paying for the War of 1812. Look it up. It was hidden in your phone bill. In the early 2000s, a tax to pay for the War of 1812 was hidden in your phone bills. And I think the last one finally got taken out in about like 2015 or whatever. And I'm learning so much what to look for. I'm thinking about everything Todd's showing. And of course, he's like, he said T-Mobile, the T stands for terrible. Man, I just joined them, bruh. Because I left AT&T, man. AT&T was atrocious. Oh, I'm scared. Yes. Yes. So, but in talking about that, and I'm learning so much. I've learned a great deal from a lot of you. You know, even Nerando. I learned from him. You know, but here's the thing, from the presenters to the people, the joy that this young man has. You know, you can't capture that. Some of us who are old and grumpy, we don't know the joy. Now, part of that comes from being clueless, because he ain't smart enough to be scared. But I love it, man, and I thank you for coming. Thank you, man. And you're a fearful leader. You're part of the group, right? You reflect that young man. Thank you so much, man. You're awesome. Damn, bro, I can't give you a compliment, you raggedy sucker. All right. We have a couple of things, all right? And I'm gonna turn this over kind of to Kayla to take care for this. But I really need y'all to make noise for Kayla and for Mrs. Kayla, Mr. Kayla. He doesn't get a real name. If you don't know the history, MagnoliaJS was kind of delivered to them. It was delivered to them, and they had to do a lot of work just to keep this going. It had just come off of 2 years of virtual, because I did 2 of them virtually, I think. It had come from 2 years of virtual, and they had to restructure the entire thing. And they're tireless. They're advocates for Mississippi. They're advocates for education. They're just advocates for good people. So next year, when they do this, I say this every time, I love this venue. I would love for her to outgrow this venue. That would be amazing. The first 2019, we were in the convention center, because it was the first one. But I want Miss Kayla to outgrow this venue. I love it. I don't want to leave here. I want us to have to leave here. And so make sure you talk to people. If you enjoyed it, talk to folks. Tell them. I am probably the worst business person in the universe. I wish Michael had done something for me, but he's a jerk. But it's so funny, I'm a teacher. Teachers make the worst business people. Someone asked me, Tyler said, hey, how do I contact you if I want you to speak at one of my gigs? And I went, I don't know, message me. I don't have a site or anything. But if you at any point in time you need an MC for anything, just go to the Twitter and just send me a message and say, bro, what you doing on this weekend? And we'll chat and go from there. Miss Kayla, you ready? Hold on.
There we go.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, I'm not going to plug my phone in. You're just going to have to trust me on this. So we're doing giveaways.
Yes, we're doing giveaways.
We're doing giveaways.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Wait, don't you jump the gun. Hold on a second. Miss Kayla, you about to do giveaways?
Yeah.
Okay, we're about to do giveaways.
Ooh. No, you do the ooh and ah.
All right, Miss Kayla, get ready.
There we go. All right, so the first thing we're going to give away is what Nerando wanted to give away during his talk. So Nerando brought us some Legos to give away. So first of all, clap for Nerando for giving us Legos. All right, let's see. Okay, so the first one we're going to give away is this Lego Creator. It's like a double-decker bus, like a little guy. Cool. All right, you ready?
Yes.
Let's do it. All right, obviously this is just for people who are here. So if I call somebody's name and they're not here, should have stuck around. Oh my gosh, but I know this person's here. Paula, you won Legos!
Yay!
Yay!
Oh my goodness! Yay! Woo! You're awesome. We talking to her, we ain't talking to you. This ain't got nothing to do with you.
Good. I'm glad you won Legos then. That's awesome. Okay, so going again. We've got another Lego set. Hold on, let me tell you what we're doing before I announce the name. Now we've got a Harry Potter Lego set. What is this?
Nerd.
This one's the Room of Requirement. Ooh, ah. There we go.
You are not an...
All right, and the winner is, it's already on my screen, so I guess you want to do a drum roll? You want a drum roll? There we go. Dan, you won the Legos!
Whoa!
Yay!
Oh my goodness, Harry Potter pirate. Good job. Excellent.
There you are, sir. Thank Nerando for that. Yeah. Where is he? There he is. All right, those are all the Legos. Give it up for Nerando again.
Thank you.
Yay! Awesome. Okay, what else we got? Oh, we got some Bluetooth speakers. We got some Sony Bluetooth speakers.
Yes.
Let's go. Got some ooze for that. Some genuine ooze.
No, those are like for true. Like I have some call stack that I got that still work. They're pretty cool.
Winner is Crystal Chapman.
She's not here.
Nope.
Yeah.
That's too bad. All right, rolling another one. Nicole, it almost got to you. It almost landed on your name. I was like, Jason Walker. I'm not gonna throw that over there for you.
Yeah. He's nice. We like him. He's nice. We park next to each other.
I'm not gonna rate this before you even get it. You're welcome.
Share that with your parking space, buddy.
Right. Oh wait, hold on. Good news. We've got more Legos.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Oh,
what is this? Well, this is Houses of the World 1. Looks like it's kind of like Central American vibes. That's cool. Okay, got a little Chihuahua in there. Let's go. Oh. I know this is less dramatic since you can't see the wheels spinning anymore, but I'm not worried about all that. Audrey Pope. Gone. Too bad. Too bad. See, the chances of you getting something when you're here, pretty high, because we usually have a lot of stuff to give away. It might not be like huge things, but Connor Smith, I think is the Connor Smith? No? Too bad. All right. Next one. Jack? Where's Jack? He was just here.
No, there he is. There he is right
Oh,
there.
he's right. One. You got lucky. You got lucky.
Good job, man.
There you go.
Lego.
You were welcome. All right, back to the Bluetooth
No
speakers.
problem.
This one's like a corally color. Cute.
Ooh.
Let's see. Kindle Walker. Kindle, yay! Kindle's here. Also, shout out to Kindle for giving everybody little tiny, adorable little ducks.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So cute. Yeah, you're welcome.
I got my duck. Got my duck.
Let's see. We got. All right, we got 3 more Bluetooth speakers. Got 2 more Sony ones and a JBL. So, let's go for a like kind of tannish Sony one. Here we go, Nicole. I got your name this time.
Yay. This young lady's been sitting quietly in the front.
I'm going to let you pick. Do you want this one or this one?
And she's been
You're
sitting
welcome.
there taking notes the whole time. Yeah.
She is a good
Excellent.
one. I worked
Excellent.
with Nicole for like just under 2 years, I think. So yeah, she's a good one. All right, let's see. Who's going to win the last Sony Bluetooth speaker?
Garrett, can you win something?
Dylan? I
Yay!
was about to say, I'm going to butcher your last name if I try. I'm so sorry. Well, there you are.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you for being here.
Dylan.
All right. Now, JBL speaker.
Oh.
See?
You were doing great. You were awesome.
Keytron?
Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness.
Nailed it.
Is it dolphin
There you
orange?
go.
Is it dolphin orange? Yes. Good job.
Nice.
You know it. That means it won't work in the fourth quarter.
Dang, why you gotta do him like that?
Because you're that far ahead. That's right. Okay.
I've been a Dallas fan for long enough to know that's not true.
Oh, dang. Oh.
I was born this way. I'm sorry. Okay, so now we've got some candles to give away.
Ooh.
Yeah. So these are apple cider donut scented candles. Our very own Monica Stewart poured these. There she is. She's over there.
Goodness. All right, Miss Monica.
So not only are they hand poured in Mississippi, but they were hand poured by Monica. So they're extra special. All right. So the winner for this one is Leslie Mitchell. Is she still here? Gone. Okay. That's all right. Just roll again.
Yes.
I've got 3 of these to give away. Mitchell Sullivan. Yeah.
Can do.
Hey, they smell really good, so. They get 60 hours, so they last a long time. Yes, they have the Magnolia pumpkin on them.
Good job.
There you are. All right. 2 more. Somebody just bought a ticket to the conference. I'm so sorry. I think it was a virtual one, though, so it's fine. Elliot Sanford. I was about to say, I know he's been around today. I know he's here somewhere.
He's here. I saw him.
Yep, he's back there.
Okay.
Elliot, what are you doing?
Chilling. There you go.
There you go.
I wanted my candle to go to Jawan.
Okay.
That is
fine too.
According to Herb, he is the most dedicated student at the academy.
Aw.
Oh man.
Well, come here, Elliot. Come here. You getting one anyway. You getting one anyway for your selfless
nice.
act. Get one anyway.
There you go. That's awesome. Good job. Thank y'all.
He comes up here like Kanye. I'm gonna let you finish, but no, I love it. I love it. All right.
I just want to put out deranged albums.
All right. We got 3 more kind of smaller things and then 1 big thing that's courtesy of Infinite Red. So Gant's here with us in spirit. So we've got. I'm gonna take this out because I don't know if y'all remember this.
Those are awesome.
Yeah, little hydro flask. This is with the non-pumpkin logo. But yeah, they're still pretty nice. You can take off the lid. You can use it as like a koozie too. So they're pretty sweet. Okay, first winner of that is Blake Wyatt. Is Blake Wyatt here? Okay. Who else is gonna get it?
You already won. Calm down. I do this for passion. Oh, okay, my bad. Okay, I got it. Okay.
Ooh. I was just talking to him earlier. I should have asked how to pronounce your name. Anselm? Anselm. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Anselm. Here you go. Can't get too far away from the podium or else I'm going to rip the thing off. There you go. Thank you. You're welcome. All right, remove. Okay, 2 more. Chi-Chi? There you go.
Oh,
Woo!
In case y'all don't know, this dude knows Sanskrit. Thank you, man. I'm going to be calling you for class later on.
Also, yeah, we're going to take a moment to appreciate the costume because that was really funny.
You got it. Y'all know what that is. Okay.
All right, just two more things to give away. Oh, man, I realized we had some stuff to just like, whatever, it'll be fine. So we've got this. We got 1 big giveaway courtesy of Infinite Red, and then we're going to do the costume contest winner. So I got to go get
and the sister. Got to give away the sister.
Oh, yes. I didn't know what he meant by
sister painting. When you paint two
so
similar, they
confused.
refer to a sister.
I gotcha. Okay. Kevin Ramos.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yay.
Yes.
Sweet.
Yay.
There you are. You're welcome. All right. So now, the thing we're going to give away from Infinite Red is a Luna pet bot.
Ooh.
Like, yeah, genuinely ooh and ah.
Ooh.
They're cute. They also got some little, what is this? Little dinosaur outfit to go with it, and games and props kit to go with it.
Oh.
So,
Ooh.
yeah. So first,
All right.
first before I draw a winner, since Gant can't be here with us, everybody say thank you, Gant.
Thank you, Gant.
There we go. Yay, Gant.
Yay.
And Ken's
It's
like,
not being recorded, is it?
Unfortunately, it is, so we can show it to him later.
All right. That's okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm sorry. All right, James Fuller.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, this dude is awesome.
You've said that about everybody that came up.
Because them I like. It's them other ones. It's them speakers that was awful. Oh, no, I mean, y'all are the best.
There you go. Actually, hold on. Let me take a picture of you with that so I can send it to Gant. Can you turn the box around? Perfect. All right, 1, 2, 3. There we go. Awesome. Sweet. All right.
Spin it one more time for me.
Spinning it one more time. I was about to say, I think that was it on my end. Yes.
Yes.
Everything's empty over here.
Glint, 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 glint.
Oh. I just got Robert's name, and he's not here. He would have loved that too. That's too bad. Robert's also an artist, so, well, you tell him. You tell him. Tell him he should have come.
That's mean.
I've seen him several times over the past. I saw him Saturday at the Halloween thing. Yep. All right. Windy Speed.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Glint, 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 glint. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right.
So nice. Thanks for the little bow.
Now, I don't have the thing. Where's Richard? Richard. Paging Richard.
Richard, where you at, my brother?
Mr. Sween. Yay! Can you grab? Yay! No. Can you grab the? There's a Richard. The trophy. I know.
Yes.
Yeah, because I'm mic'd up. I'm gonna have a hot mic situation. I'm gonna have a hot mic situation to do back there.
I have my thanks. Of course, the person who deals with me on a regular, y'all have no idea. I'm a joy to paint with, right? An absolute freaking joy, especially like at about midnight when we're trying to get pieces done and we're scrambling. But I want to thank my wonderful partner, all right, the best business partner in the whole wide world, all right, and best partner, Falami Stewart, who's been back here, banging hands. Thank you. Because it's so easy to deal with me because I'm pleasant and I am not contrary at all. Damn, that was mean. On your way, no, that's not ooh-ah. On your way out, if you're passing by the table, remember, we got to pack all that stuff up. So if you want to grab something on the way out, just let Lonnie know, and she'll be able to talk to you about, whatever what you're getting. But thank y'all so much. You've been so kind. You've made my day from just the speaking and our day as artists because you were so kind to all of us and our creation. So we can't possibly thank you enough. But we appreciate it, and thank you, Ms. Gilla, for the opportunity.
Thank you for being here. It wouldn't be the MagnoliaJS conference without you. Stop.
Who's the winner?
Oh. I don't know. I don't think this will become to any surprise, but the winner is Dan Ott. Captain David S. Pumpkins.
You are the best pirate in the world. There you go, blinking.
There we go.
Pumpkins, which were on every pirate ship. Oh, I got you.
Okay.
Also, when you're heading out, grab some of the Snickle Snackles.
Please.
Like, I'm going to take some for the ride back to New Orleans. Ms. Kelly, you want to talk to them about something you're doing?
Yes. Oh, yeah, we have an after party, too.
Yes.
So it's up there right now, Be at the Bean Path at 7. So I don't know why I didn't put the address on the same slide, but there you go. That's how you get there. Yeah, also take some of the M&Ms that are in that container. They're like, I forgot to put them out yesterday, but they have the little MagnoliaJS pumpkin on them, and they're really cute. So yeah, go get some M&Ms. Yeah. So join us at the Bean Path. We're gonna have ice cream. We're gonna have a DJ. It's gonna be a good time. I don't know what else there. Last year they surprised us with it. It was really amazing. So, yeah.
Well, thank you guys. Also, we got to head back to New Orleans because I got to turn back into the mean, evil math teacher tomorrow morning. Thank you guys. Remember, grab the snacks. See if there's some art you want on the way out. Tell Miss Kayla she's awesome. Tell Mr. Richard he's lucky for having Miss Kayla. Thank you so much, guys. Everyone, drive home safe. Be happy. Peace.